my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star.
6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. We start a brand new week together, and we thank you so much for tuning in and making us part of your day. Don't forget, go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show. Well, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey, boys.
I need a truck update right out of the gate.
I still don't know anything.
Are you serious?
Hadn't even got an update.
Oh, my gracious.
Hadn't even got a phone call. Now, in their defense, they said it may be Monday before. Remember I told you, they said it may be Monday before we get to it.
Okay.
And
I was thinking about that this weekend. I was like, what's the deal?
I had to wake Braden up again this morning and ask him where his keys were.
I really bathroom again?
Hey, son.
And I looked in all the places I thought they may be, including the bathroom, and they were not in there.
Yeah.
So, he knew right where they were, though. So, anyway, hopefully I'll get some kind of update today. I don't know. But I over the weekend, it happened again to me. And this is one of those things where it's not as bad, okay? It's not Columbia, okay? But something happened this weekend that I didn't know went on a couple years ago, and I watched a documentary on it.
Good night. Here you
Good
go.
gracious.
And y'all need to see this. I can't believe I watched it, but then again, I can't believe it's actually happened. Dancing for the Devil.
Dancing for the Devil.
It's on Netflix. And it is about, you may not know her by name, but her name is Miranda Derrick.
No.
Anytime you pull up any kind of reel that has somebody dancing, it's probably her and her husband. Like Bubba would love this kind of stuff.
They're professional.
They're professional dancers. And I know her because my kids would. Caroline and Maddie would do these dances like that. They would try to do the dances that she was doing. Well, evidently, she left home. She did. She left home to go out to California to do these dances and join these groups and all this, and ended up in a cult. It is the most bizarre story you will ever see. And here's why.
I will tell you, I haven't heard of this.
Well, and here's why. Because
it's not quite like the challenge. I mean,
it's not Columbia, but it was. There were many stories about it that came out, and I can't
so I'm
believe
a dancer, and I ain't doing a cult.
and not only her, but like a lot of dancers.
Oh, it's a dancer cult.
They didn't know. They didn't, and that's what I don't understand. They didn't know they were in a cult. But they were in a cult.
Know?
Greg, it's the most bizarre thing you'll ever see in your life.
A religious cult?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And we're making tons of money.
They get you by starting to dance, and then they pull you in?
Well, they were just good dancers. I mean, these people were on America's Got Talent, and they were the biggest stars. They had 3 and 4 million followers on social media. And this guy who ran a church, and it was cultish, it was a cult, convinced them that he could make their lives better by them joining not only his church, but also his 7M was what it was called, management agency. And so there are still people that are involved that won't talk to their parents. Like that's how they wouldn't talk to their parents. Wow. And he basically was controlling everything they did.
Weird.
And these are people that you would look on your phone. If I showed you who this is, you're going to go, oh, I know who that is. I've seen her before because she was in tons of commercials, and her husband was in tons of commercials. And every day, it is nuts. Like the more I watched it, I thought, this has got me. I can't stop looking at this.
Yeah.
And the family tried to find her. They cut her off. They couldn't find her anywhere. She cut the family off.
It's like Scientology, kind of.
Kind of, but it was. Y'all just have to watch it. You can't make this stuff up. And I was like, yeah, I can't believe you fall for this. And then you get so far into it that you would think, well, okay, now they're going to leave. Now they're going to leave. Now they're finally going to leave. And they get it. And they don't. There's 2 of them are still there to this day.
Really?
Yes.
And all right, so this guy has a production / publicist / marketing firm.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, let me manage your career kind of thing. And then once they do that, he starts pulling them in. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
I want you to
This
see.
deal where they convince people to disconnect from their families and all, it's always weird to me.
Yeah.
It's happened a lot, by the way.
Yeah, I would think that would be.
You ever seen them?
Hold on, I got to get my.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't watch a lot of dance videos.
I know, but they pop up. We're on Instagram and TikTok a lot, and these things will pop up.
I got to tell you, I've never seen.
Okay,
them.
all right.
I'm sorry.
And maybe it's just because Caroline and Maddie will try to do these dances.
Yeah.
Only one I know is that brother and sister, the Huffs.
Who?
The brother and sister dancers. They're on Dancing with the Stars. They're
Okay.
Juliana Huff and Derek. Is that his name? You know them. They're actually that's the only dancers I've ever seen.
Okay. I guess I don't look at a lot of dancers.
You know, she was in the remake of Footloose. She played the main character.
Okay.
Well, if you like bizarre stories, this is one of them.
All right. Well, this is bizarre.
And you got to understand.
You got me.
You got to understand when you look at these videos that they have in their on their Instagram accounts and all that. They're at the nicest places, the most beautiful scenes, and you want to live that life. Like that's the whole point. You're like, wow. So they made it. They are there in California, in the Hollywood area, and they have made it. And they have so many and then all of a sudden, the whole time behind the scenes, they're in a cult.
Are they
guys? You can't make. I mean, I can't explain it because it's not even.
We'll watch it or
Dancing
attempt to
for the devil.
But behind the scenes, are they miserable and like
you don't get a
trapped?
whole lot of that because
Okay.
I
just didn't know if are they held
ain't got
like
people
mentally
that's escaped?
captive?
No, it's not like that. But I think things in their life are so good at times that they're like, I can't leave this.
Okay.
And they're brainwashed. They're brainwashed from a religious standpoint too. They all think they're going to hell because if they leave.
Oh, they're forbidden dance.
Wow. Okay.
You just can't. I mean, I'm sitting there last night going, this can't be the same people that I've seen dance over the last few years.
These are mind control people.
And
how they convince people?
I don't know. I know there's a lot of
Adults.
markers.
It's
that
adults.
Well,
yes.
That's why they couldn't do anything. That's why the police couldn't do anything. That's why, because all these people were over 18. They were considered adults.
Yeah.
And so all the parents were so concerned and trying to get, specifically Miranda, they were trying to get her to come home, and she finally just cut her family off and said, y'all just going to leave me alone.
See, that would be one of those signs. Like, I mean, and there's a lot of them that I would say, okay, and that's it. If I'm told, hey, now you got to cut your family off, I'd go, okay, well, that's it, I'm out. You know what I mean? But I guess they get so trapped that they think they're doing the right thing.
Well, and in her case,
you got a lot of that in the Scientology.
Oh, yeah.
You have to disconnect from these. They label them something.
it's not Scientology, but I don't know what.
But I'm saying it's the same type of
mindset,
control. They get you, then they separate
it's bizarre.
you from everybody.
It is a bizarre watch, and to know, and the reason I say I can't believe it didn't happen. I mean, we didn't know this was because this has been going on for the last 4 or 5 years, and there's been, as it started coming out, and as the family started speaking out on, we just want our daughter back. People started writing about it. And I mean, big organizations, Hollywood Reporter, and all these different things that we see all the time. And they called it a cult at that point. But he did it. He was phenomenal at turning things around, turning stories around.
And it still exists.
Yeah, I don't know to what extent. I know that
this documentary might do him in.
Well, there has been lawsuits filed against him, but the problem is you can't. It's the way they explain it. It's hard to file a lawsuit against a cult. There's nothing really legal about that if you have adults that are choosing to do it.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's B-I-G-V as in voice, O-X. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Are you somebody who likes deals? Well, go to mypillow.com/Bubba, because right now they're having their $25 extravaganza sale. For example, premium Giza My Pillows are $25, My Sandals $25, 6-pack My Towel sets $25, 4-pack dish towels $25, 2-pack multi-use My Pillows $25, beach towels $25. Don't forget their 100% Arabica organic coffee to start the day, 50% off. It's deal time, baby. mypillow.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, our Constitution, and our military veterans. First responders are heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/bigbox. That's B-I-G-V as in voice, O-X. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So what are you missing out on that you'd be doing if you felt better? That's where Relief Factor comes in. Relief Factor is a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It doesn't just mask pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain, whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain. Relief Factor can help. Give it a try by visiting relieffactor.com or calling 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order, or visit rickandbubba.com. Here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap: Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. Now, how will I know which one's right for me, Rick? Well, take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, here's one thing Helix knows: there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-day free trial. Don't want to take my word for it? Well, they've got over 12,000 5-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save up to 30% off your mattress order, plus a free gift. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful: free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigbox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. amac.us/Bubba right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
20 minutes now past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. We hope all of you had a great weekend. If you're listening live, we're starting a brand new week together. Good time gang. We are here. I am Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy, Rick, Bubba, Adler. All join us right after top of the hour. Busy week planned. You can go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show. Click upcoming events, and you can see where some of the members of the show might be. And join them. And we always look forward to seeing all of you out and about. Speaking of that, this past Saturday night, the Stallions hosted Michigan and beat them 2019. It was.
I don't like that, by the way.
Yeah, it was a touchdown really, really late, and then a missed field goal by Michigan to secure the victory. And now they play Michigan again. It just so happened they were the last regular season game, and it was funny because watching both teams try to be vanilla and not really show a lot. But with film now, you know what everybody's going to do. But yeah, we had I was working with the Stallions. I had an offensive lineman go down, tweaked his knee, and that hurt everything a little bit. But we'll see what happens. It's 2 p.m. Central Time, the first playoff game. It's the conference championship for the USFL, that conference. And then the XFL's got their own thing going on. Then the two play to see who wins the UFL, but we'll see how it plays out.
Hard to beat somebody twice, and I want to know.
And I think St. Louis had the same thing going on in the XFL. It just worked out the same way with them.
I want you to explain this thing you're explaining to me and Greg about the 22 points.
Oh yeah, so this past weekend, you know how you're always trying to figure.
Because I'd never heard that. I'd never heard this before.
Yeah,
I guess it goes down to for those of you that's played sports on runs allowed and runs scored and all this kind of stuff. If it comes down to a tiebreaker or something like that, but the Stallions couldn't lose by more than 22 points.
Okay. Where did they come up with 22?
I don't know. Back to the I guess
probably some kind of calculation.
What would have done? They wouldn't have hosted, or because they were.
No, they would have still hosted. It still would have been in Birmingham, but they would have been the 2 seed. Michigan would have been the 1. So I don't know, but they didn't. So but prior to the game, I was talking to some of the Stallion staff, and I was like, "Hey, does this mean anything?" They was like, "Well, yes, but really no."
It's almost like they're trying to
deal.
make it mean something.
Yeah, and they didn't really break all that down and try to explain it because it gets somewhat confusing. But amongst the staff, they were like, "We just can't lose by more than 22."
Do you get anybody? Do you show anybody their little link?
No, we don't do that. That's not.
I went by, watched a little bit on television. I saw the shirtless people.
You did, yeah.
Did you try to give them a shirt?
I guess it's a fourth. We did. I guess it's a fourth quarter thing, where all of a sudden there's a section that starts to swell of shirtless dudes, and before you know it, half the section is shirtless, and then that kind of spreads throughout the crowd. But
dudes and dudes only, please.
Yeah.
Well.
If you can't make it this weekend, it's going to be on ABC at 2 p.m. Central. And so inside the UFL, you have an XFL conference and a USFL conference. And the Birmingham Stallions are in the USFL conference, and so they play Michigan, the top 2 seeds in that conference, and so they play to see what represents that conference in the whole thing.
So I was watching part of it. Now, anyway, so you're telling me this kicker is considered unbelievable for Michigan. I saw a little thing on. He kicked 2 over 60 in one game.
Yeah,
he actually missed it.
Yeah, he missed it to the right
because they said the NFL is just waiting.
Yeah,
they said they're going to snatch him right up.
So we had to do a halftime promotion, and this is where they grab 2 contestants out of the stands, and then they kick. They try to kick a field goal,
goodness.
And the one that
always
so you start at the PAT line, and then you go back to the 5, and then you'll go back to the 10, and you work your way back, and the one that makes it the furthest wins, and all this kind of stuff. And they were looking to try to see if they could get a pair of tickets to this conference championship game this coming weekend. Well, we go out there, and that kicker, he didn't go in at halftime. I don't know. Something must have been bothering him. I don't know what. I don't know, weird. But he was kicking the whole time. Huh. He never went in.
Oh, wow.
And we were supposed to use the south end zone.
He's down there kicking.
And he's down there kicking. So we go to the north end zone, and then the punter for Michigan didn't go in, and the long snapper's out there. And I said, hey, could we have this area? And they're very nice. Of course you can. We'll go down here. They were real nice. But looking back, and I'm not saying that something was bothering him, but the kicker stayed out the whole time.
Yeah, but they did a breakdown. He's unbelievable.
Yeah, he is. He's really good. He couldn't believe he missed it. He was like, oh, my goodness. But anyway, that's coming up this Saturday, 2 p.m., and look forward to that. It's a kickoff there at the Stallions, and they host the Michigan Panthers again, and looking forward to that. Don't forget, too, Friday night, the 7th, Rick and Sherry will be in Sikeston, Missouri at Minor Baptist Church for their marriage conference. That's going to be a lot of fun. And I will be at Legacy Arena, the BJCC, for the Alabama State Games opening ceremony at 7 p.m. J.J. Pruitt, friend of the show, he's also works with our Fox affiliate in the Birmingham market. He'll be there, and we'll have a great time. I'm looking forward to that. I'm hearing more from people that are actually going to this, and because their kids are part of the opening ceremony, and so looking forward to seeing everybody this coming Friday night, 7 o'clock at the Legacy Arena. And a shout out to Reese. So this past weekend, Reese came home. And he was going to hang out with the family and see some friends and all this kind of stuff. Well, last night he started wondering, hey, do I want to drive back tonight? And he's done this one other time.
Yeah.
And get back to Nana and Granddaddy's, which is my parents. That's who he lives with in Huntsville while he's working up there. Or do I want to wake up really early and drive back? And and I told him, I was like, buddy, this is on you. Let's lay out the scenario. Right now, you don't want to drive back, but when you wake up in the morning, you'll be glad you're back. But right now, you could go, because he was tired, you could go to sleep and just wake up early and go. So anyway, when I woke up at 3:15 a.m., I grabbed a quick shower and he was up, stomping around. And so the house was a little different. As far as activity goes, Terry was stumbling around. I was like, "How you doing?" She goes, "Wow, this is just a different time here. It's everything feels different right now. I feel strange. I feel weird." And I'm like, "Yeah, but you get to go back to sleep." She goes, "I will. I'll go back to sleep for about an hour."
Most of the world is shut down.
Yeah. So he got on the road, and I said, "Well, son, there's one thing that's gonna help keep you awake and entertained." I said, "What?" And I said, "The kickoff hour. Are you kidding me?"
Boy.
He goes, "That's right,
I'm
Dad."
sure it's just
It's just riveting, isn't it?
you can hear him. You know how you get offside.
Oh yeah.
We're probably not.
But there's been a lot of
no.
there's been a lot of rain throughout the Tennessee Valley, and so that's hindered their work a little bit. But so he was able to. I think it was they had an hour delay this morning, so that's what he got word of. So that's why he said, "Hey, maybe I just ride in the morning," and so he did. But so shout out to Reese. Hopefully. About 30 minutes away from where he's got to be. So there you go.
Welcome to the commuting world.
Yep. So I know Helmsy watched some documentaries. He had a good weekend. I guess you had a good weekend.
Oh, yeah. We had a lot of grandkids this weekend.
Yeah.
Friday when I left here, we went to Taylor and Kelsey's and hung out. Lisa met me there.
Okay.
With Ellis and Marion, and that was fun. We actually got out in the yard playing and got on the trampoline.
You did?
Yeah. I used to do all kinds of tricks on the trampoline. I can't do them anymore.
No. Well, Greg.
No flips and stuff. I can't do it. The kids. And
is there a video of this?
No.
I'm
So
mad at
we just,
Chandler.
I would just, but I kept double bouncing them, and it would make them fly in the air, and they would crash.
Yeah.
Of course, I got a little. I did it too hard.
Why
one
didn't Lisa
time.
roll video?
I did it too hard one time and injured one of them. But
oh, really?
and then we decided to hit some baseballs.
Yeah.
And Ellis, he was doing good. He said, "Well, Lisa decides she wants to get in there and bat."
Oh.
And to be honest, she was stroking it. It was hilarious. we were dying laughing. Of course, she
Was she
said
doing
she's
some
all
trash talking
sore.
too?
She's all sore.
Yeah, well, it's a movement that you don't do a whole lot.
But the kids were amazed. They were like, "Oh my goodness, look at Lily."
Lily is stroking it. Look at that.
Who let Bryce Harper out here?
For anyone living with everyday aches and pains, I got a question. What are you missing out on in your life? What would you do if you felt better? The answer is likely a lot. Well, I want to talk to you about our friends at Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily 100% drug-free supplement developed by doctors that's been incredibly effective, even life-changing for so many people, including me. It doesn't just mask pain, it helps your body fight pain naturally. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. In about 3 3 weeks, you'll know it's working because you feel the difference all day, every day. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, Relief Factor can help. Give it a try and visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4 or ReliefFactor.com. You can always go to rickandbubba.com and find the information under the sponsors button. So here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Go now to ReliefFactor.com. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful. Free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigbox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. amac.us/Bubba right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC. Folks, the people of Israel need our help. I want to talk to you about something serious and how we can all help. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors terrorism has brought and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. The facts are people have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Terrorism knows no boundaries and spares no one. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered and communities are in despair. Emergency war relief is needed. And we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com today and make a positive impact. You can provide immediate relief along with support to Israelis affected by the atrocities of war. The pain and the reality is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks rebuild their lives, have necessary food to survive, regain hope, provide medical supplies and needs for children in school. Standing with the people of Israel through this messianic Jewish organization of Israeli believers will send a message they're not alone. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. So you wake up with a scratchy throat, congestion, a runny nose, and a cough, and you know you're getting sick. Now, you could tough it out, get worse, and then have to take time off work, or hope the doctor can see you in a month or wait 2 hours at the urgent care. But better yet, you can do what I'll be doing with my new medical emergency kit. Match your symptoms to the doctor's recommended prescription and start on the right meds to nip it in the bud. This kit comes with doctor-prescribed meds to treat over 39 medical issues, plus a doctor's easy guide so that you know exactly what to take and when. It includes antibiotics for strep throat, UTIs, bronchitis, and more. No waiting to see the doctor, no waiting at the pharmacy. It's all in the kit. And your medical emergency kit is not a first aid kit. Every home should have at least one. Order yours in minutes at urgentcarekit.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. urgentcarekit.com/bigbox.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh,
It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. As always, we appreciate you choosing us, and we try not to disappoint as we move along here. This portion of the show is brought to you by simplysafe.com/bigbox. So this portion of the show is sponsored by the 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. That's simplysafe.com/bigvox. That's BIGVOX. You know, the Simply Safe doorbell camera went off again Saturday, and I just looked over and said, "What'd you order, honey?" Yeah, I just knew it. And anyway, we recommend simplysafe.com/bigvox because as a lot of you are traveling now, it's summertime, so you have summer plans, or maybe that camp house / hunting facility that you normally use, you're not there as much, and you want it protected. Maybe you have a small business and you want to make sure that's monitored while you're not there. Well, check out the 24/7 professional monitoring for about less than $1 a day. So you get a fast emergency response when you need it most. Their professional monitoring agents can even help stop crime in real time. With no contract and a 60-day money-back guarantee, you can try it risk-free. Get real peace of mind, folks. Save 20% off your new security system at simplysafe.com/bigvox. That's simplysafe.com/bigvox. And save 20% and find a link, too, if you'd like to do it that way at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like simplysafe.com/bigvox, and that's VOX. All right, so we're rolling along. I rolled up on something this past weekend as I was hopping around. By the way, Greg, Birmingham Southern did get beat in the Division III World Series. They lost game 1 and then won game 2 in walk-off fashion with a home run. It was a really cool moment for them. They stayed alive, and the kid that hit it is actually from Chelsea. I think played at Birmingham Southern, but JC was telling me a little bit about him. And so they continue, and then they lost yesterday 11-10,
11-10.
And so their season is over, but what an amazing run.
What a story.
And I know a lot of the regionals still have some games today. Some have been decided when it comes to college baseball. And so some super regionals already have teams ready to go. Others, they'll still decide today. And the women's softball, the World Series there is still rocking and rolling in OKC. So we've got a lot going on.
French Open, baby.
Yeah, French Open is going on. Caitlin Clark's being thrown around at the WNBA.
I've seen a lot of that.
Good night.
Bruising her up a little bit.
Yeah, UFL's got conference championships this weekend. So, a lot of people might think this is a lull in sports, but I don't. This is a lot going on.
No, I love this time of year.
There's also a lot going on when it comes to weird sports, weird activities that I run up on this past weekend. I happened to see fling golf. I even emailed myself so I wouldn't forget.
I thought you seen that cheese roll go down the hill and everybody chasing it.
Yeah, well, Greg, I know that you said that you might not have the patience to take up golf.
Yeah.
In its purest form. Fling golf. This is where they have a club that looks like a putter, but the putter is also like a little pocket, and they put a golf ball in that little pouch. And then they throw it almost like a lacrosse ball.
I think I can
and they sling it. They can either come from the side or it can come over the top. And then the ball just travels out there, and then they do it again, and then they throw it up on. And when it gets to the green, if it's close enough to the hole, then they use that same stick as a putter.
Oh,
and then they putt it in.
Okay.
But apparently,
so it's for people that are not good enough to play golf.
Yeah. I guess so.
So it sounds familiar.
Yeah.
With other sports that we're talking about.
I may try that
lately.
But they'll be like on a real golf course, par 5.
You may try that.
Yeah, I may try this.
Why don't you just
pick it up and throw the ball?
Well,
I mean, be about.
Well, I mean, apparently with this, with the whip of this tool they use, it can go on out there pretty good. But think about this, rough.
Taking over is like the pickleball of golf.
Yeah, I mean, under a tree or something might give you problems, but the rough's not because you're standing there. You're not hitting it off the ground. Yeah. But I did think of you when I saw it. I'm like, well, this is Greg right here. It was like one of the
I might watch
ESPNs.
that.
I was
I
like,
may
is this
take that up?
Is this an Ocho weekend? You know,
That's
I
what it
thought
sounds
maybe,
like.
yeah, well, one of the Ocho sports, but and it showed the circuit, and I'm like, there's a circuit for this. What else don't we know?
Let's see.
Fling golf.
I think I could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
I think you could too, Greg.
Yeah.
I think toddlers could do this.
Well, I mean, I ain't got time to get good at something.
So there was a couple of times it was pretty funny where they would be on the fringe or maybe behind a bunker or at the bottom of a hill, and they'd get there and they'd throw it up, and the guy would go, "Oh, what
touch.
amazing
So they're playing
touch.
on
what amazing!
They're playing on
touch."
regular golf courses.
regular golf
Oh,
courses.
yeah.
Right.
They'd be like, "What an amazing touch! Oh, that's talent! Look at that!"
Well,
And
I
then,
mean,
like,
it's
whenever
probably
it would
hard to
get
throw
close,
everything.
they'd
I-
get it. They'd get
I'll
it like
tell you
and
this.
They'd be like,
If
throwing
you've never used a lacrosse stick, that is a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah.
It's not easy to do that.
Yeah,
If
and
for the first time, like you get used to it like anything
Sure,
else.
you can learn it.
But I'm sure this is the same way. You can't just pick this up.
I'd
and
rather play this than frisbee golf,
yeah, okay,
disc golf.
yeah, disc golf.
whatever it is.
Well, they don't like you calling it frisbee golf.
They don't. What is that? Are they not throwing a frisbee?
They call it disc golf, Greg.
I've never.
Did you
when I was
see-
a kid, we'd have a frisbee.
Yeah, but you weren't playing golf with it.
No, but it's a frisbee. It's frisbee golf.
I saw on disc golf. I saw it made like
Whammo.
one of the top 10 plays.
Yeah.
And this guy, he's back. You know, I guess at
You talking about frisbee golf?
at their version of the tee, and he throws it or slings it, and it goes like he got it to where it went through.
It
like
is
two,
amazing
like
what they-
two pine trees,
Yeah.
and then it comes through and it winds around and it hits the chains and goes in. I was like, well, that's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
it's
And he's so far back, he looks like a
You
little
can't even
person.
see him,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
But fling golf might be up your alley.
I'm gonna look into it.
I'm
I don't know if they play a lot of it around here.
No, I don't know either.
And that's the thing too. I wonder if golf, like if we wanted to play fling golf, could I go to Jason Callan at Silver Lakes and go, hey,
Mine.
us three are going to come out here. Can we play fling golf?
Yeah, we got our stuff.
We got our stuff.
Right.
We're not going to need a cart.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to walk the whole thing.
Right.
What is our green fee? I mean,
Yeah.
is people having to deal with that?
I don't know. Is it regional? Where I mean,
Well, it looked like to me that there's a flinggolf.com, the future of the fairway.
here we go again. The future. So it's
Yeah.
going to do away with golf.
I made that.
What
comment
is
earlier.
that even?
Yeah,
The future.
let's see.
people are just not satisfied.
Where to
My
play?
gosh.
Here we go. Where to play?
I can promise you it ain't the future.
Playing fling golf at a course near you, guaranteed. You have over 16,000 golf courses in the U.S. alone, 34,000 worldwide.
Get a little look at the
And
future.
it says any course with a tee and a hole is fling golf ready. And so it goes through here on where to play.
I guess maintenance crews like it better because there's not a
Good.
whole lot of divots to replace.
No. There is all kinds of places, but I just
Anyone
didn't
close
know
to
it was
here?
a thing. Yeah, it actually there is. But now so it looks like an oversized putter, and at the base of the putter, it's not solid. It's got a pouch in it.
Oh, a pouch.
It's like it's a itty bitty pouch for the golf ball. But then when you go to putt, it seems like it's a little bit of a handle because the putter, it's
not
anyway, it's a
ideal.
little weird. But
It's all about the fling.
I will
buddy.
tell you this.
It's all about the fling.
I like the naming of fling golf better than I do pickleball.
Well, yeah, I'll give you that. 'Cause
They
this
did a
actually
good job.
describes what
Yes,
you're
they
doing.
did a good job naming this sport.
Yeah.
Well, it's
So-
the future.
so-
It's taking over. So,
So you see,
get
you see
used to
here,
it.
I've seen this now that you're
There's
showing.
a, there's a.
they just slam
Oh,
the
yeah.
thing. yeah.
I'm doing this.
Basically, it looked almost like casting, like
Yeah,
you're like
rod
a
and
rod,
reel.
yeah, rod and reel, like
Deep
you're
sea
fishing.
fishing.
So
Yeah.
somebody
Yeah.
went, I can't hit this dang golf ball. Let me think of another way I can do it.
Yeah.
Hey,
I really
let's-
like
They
being
probably
out
first
here.
threw it by,
Yeah,
by
but-
hand. Then they
Yeah.
go, well, that ain't gonna work. Hey, let's actually get a club.
I love too. They were given like background information of each guy, and it looked like maybe it was a replay of something that happened because they all looked like they were bundled up and pretty cold. So it might maybe happened a couple of months ago. I'm not sure, but they're like, this gentleman here is a fitness instructor. He is, and he would give
Oh, I mean, it's a
information,
big
and
deal.
he would sling it. This one here has
Look
football
at him.
background. And
That is
but man, they would hit it and it'd roll on out there pretty good.
Actually, this is harder than golf.
There you go.
Well, it's the future.
It is the future. Get ready for it.
Whenever they would pull it, they'd go, "Oh, he hung on to that one a little long,"
Yeah, he didn't. What?
and he was up at the top of the hill trying to throw it. So there you go. I saw it and I thought of you, Greg. I was like,
think I'm
maybe
gonna
this
try
is
it.
what you need to do.
I'm in.
Fling golf.
Fling
golf.
You be the representative of the show that goes, what if you were so good you were a phenom and you didn't know it?
I may be.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to speak?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 10 minutes a day.
10 minutes isn't long.
Nope, and they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make languages fun and engaging. You might even forget you're learning. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. Babbel teaches language skills you'll actually use, about travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are voiced by real native speakers, you'll get pronunciation just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Get Babbel. It starts here. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Why do so many dogs suffer from weight issues, skin problems, messy poops, and low energy? It could be the popular dog food you put in their bowl each day.
Cody was sleeping a lot, wasn't playing.
She was very lethargic and not moving around.
Dry kibble just wasn't cutting it. That's why, after more than 45 years of experience of helping dogs make complete health turnarounds, veterinarian Dr. Marty created Nature's Blend. It's a freeze-dried raw dog food made with wholesome ingredients like premium meats, seeds, vegetables, and fruit. And once dog parents switch their pups to Nature's Blend, the results can be astounding.
She's got her energy back. She's running around like she did like 5 years ago.
Miraculously, she's just feeling all around better. She's like a new dog. Thank you, Dr. Marty.
Get your dog started today and save up to 54% off Nature's Blend. Plus, receive a free pack of our best-selling beef liver dog treats. Go to drmartypets.com/treat or text TREAT to 511-511. Text TREAT to 511-511. All dogs are unique. Your dog's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Dr. Marty Pets.
Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G and then V as in voice, O-X to get your discount. or go to rickandbubba.com. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigbox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. amac.us/Bubba right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad. The gift of AMAC.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 9 minutes until top of the hour. Brand new week has started. Thank you so much for being here with us. It's the kickoff hour. Good time, gang. I'm Speedy. To my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, Coach Michael Helms. And we thank you for being a part of the show. Right after top of the hour break, we got the main show starting with Rick, Bubba, and Adler joining the crew. And we're off and running. All right, so I got a little piece of audio here that I want to see if y'all can tell me what's going on. Just take a listen to this piece of audio right here.
My sister went around and looked in the toilet. She's like, I ain't never seen nothing like it. It's a baby.
Somebody left a wall hanger.
It's a baby, is what you tried to cut it off
I
before
did,
that.
and I'm mad at myself.
No.
But a baby snake, a baby. I don't know.
It's a baby. They were clapping when she came out on the stretcher. Everybody wants to see the go crap, baby.
I'm so confused.
What do y'all think?
Did she deliver?
Somebody had a baby
While
and
sitting on the
everybody was
toilet?
clapping about it.
A woman in Arkansas gave birth in the bathroom of a Golden Corral and didn't know she was pregnant.
Yeah, I've heard this
I have too, and
phenomenon.
I don't get it. I really don't. I don't know how that
no,
sneaks up on you.
She and her son
it's
Tamar
happened.
are both doing great. Golden Corral posted a photo and joked he's their youngest fan ever. It says here that talking was the new mother, the new mother's sister, talking about the birth of. Look, she went into the bathroom, and we walk in, and oh my gosh, there's a baby. That's absolutely, and it does happen.
It does.
It does
I mean,
happen.
I know a person that same thing.
Yeah. But I guess that's not something you expect to just walk in and see. Oh my
No.
gosh, there's other things that maybe you expect to see in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And I know Greg was hoping that was one of them here
Well,
in the story.
I thought
But
that's what it was.
I just don't know how your body can go through that many changes.
I agree. I don't.
over that
I guess
period
you don't.
of time.
Maybe you don't. I don't know. It's one of these. I don't know.
Mm.
But I've heard of it more than once.
Oh, I know.
Oh yeah.
I know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Wow.
Mm.
Surprise! I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big surprise.
Also, we have here a female lead singer got bitten by a bat. Have you seen
Saw
this?
that.
Don't want to be near back.
While opening up for AC/DC in Spain.
This story, and we've talked about this girl before. She was little Cindy Lou Who in the Grinch, when the Jim Carrey Grinch.
Yeah.
She played little Cindy Lou Who.
Oh.
And then she grew up, and she was on some show called Gossip Girl. I don't know what that is.
Huh.
And then she is a singer, and she's in it. It's a hard rock band called
Yeah.
Pretty Reckless. And
Well,
they
you
were-
know a lot of details about this.
Yeah. But I thought, well, I guess the deal, it was Cindy Lou Who stuck
Yeah.
with me years ago when I was like, wow, I'm talking about this is a hard rock band, not pop rock.
Yeah.
And and they said they were opening for AC/DC, and a bat. They even you could see up on the video screen. They zoomed in on it, and it's hanging off of her dress and bit her, and she had to get a bunch of shots and everything.
Let's see what this is here. We go.
What do you get?
Okay.
Easy. I would be careful with that.
Yeah.
Oh, Cindy Lou. Ain't Cindy Lou anymore.
It has a censor here, but they do have some language, as you can imagine, when she realizes what's
bat
happening.
bit her. But yeah, but like I say, the tie. You remember the little sweet little girl singing, "Where are you, Christmas?"
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
She's screaming rock and roll now.
A roadie removed the bat from her leg. She didn't realize she had been bitten. She was later taken to the hospital and will undergo 2 weeks of rabies shots.
How about that?
She says they nicknamed her Batgirl now. A bat flew on her leg during the song Witches Burn.
What if we find out? What if we find out in the next month or so that she's like a superhero?
Oh, yeah,
Because
just
the
like
bat
does something.
turned into a bat or something.
She's Batwoman.
That's the way the movies are. You never know.
Yeah, that could be something there.
By the way,
She had that radar.
I finished Dune, the
Okay.
second part.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Yeah, it's good.
The second one was so much better than the first one.
I agree. I agree. I think so, too.
And it may have just been me not really into it and not knowing a whole lot, but I really liked part 2. And I'm assuming there's going to be a part 3 at some point.
Yeah, but it was set up
Because
that
I
way.
hope so.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Buddy, don't act like you're
You
part of
like
this.
you're going to get.
This is
I
like
told
directions
him.
to Jacksonville. You can't be in
I
there.
told you that thing up their nose. I can't watch.
Do you know what
buddy.
they
I don't like that thing up their nose.
eventually get rid of it towards the end
Do
of the
they?
other one?
Well, I wish
Hey,
they get rid of it early.
You know what I told Greg, and you can tell me if this is a good advice or not.
right.
I don't know that he's going to listen, but this is what I told him. For him, he will never make it through the first one.
This is a remake, by the way. There was the
See, I didn't know that.
back in the 80s.
I didn't know that.
Buddy, you ain't got to. What's this highbrow
think-
thing about?
I may be
talked,
wrong,
He
but I think
talked
it
down
is.
to me about this on Friday too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He
Why
threw
the
that out
It's a
there.
remake.
I know.
It was a
I think
video
you're
game.
wrong.
It was something.
What I think you should do is watch a recap video, like a 5-minute recap of the first one, and not watch the first one,
Helmsy.
and start with the second one, because I don't think you'll ever make it through the first one. I just don't. I just don't think you will. And the second one there's an extra actor added to it that you'll love, and that and then you have some other people that are still in it from the first one that you're gonna really, really like. And it's not, the first one was slow at times to me, and I don't know if that's just because it was me. The second one may have been slow too, and I just got used to it.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Now, those that are really into it are mad at us right now, and I'm sorry
well,
about
they
that.
should be thankful
But
we're watching it.
We're on the outside looking in
Yeah.
on these type of movies, so we apologize.
Yeah, we're not those people that. But I actually watched the second one and enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Like thoroughly enjoyed it, and was like, man, I wish part 3 was out.
Yeah.
It says here it is not a reboot of the
Here we go.
1984 movie.
there
There was a
You're
movie.
wrong.
So
So
you're
won't
wrong.
you tell everybody
So
that?
say it.
There's
Say
an
it.
84 movie.
Say I'm wrong.
If you'll shut up, they're saying this
First
is just
step.
a different story, but there was a Dune in 1984.
See, but
The
it has
new
nothing to do
movie-
with this.
So you got it wrong. It's like Footloose all over again.
But
Yeah,
a new movie.
The hardest
It's-
step is
it's-
to admit you're wrong.
Well, I'm not wrong because it's not a reboot. But there was a Dune in 1984.
Okay.
And it probably sucked in as much as this one sucks now.
Well, you don't.
It
You
doesn't.
haven't. Hey,
You'll
you
like
haven't
it.
seen it, so you can't.
I'm not a
comment.
huge science fiction guy.
buddy. I've heard some.
Did y'all ever watch
You
Atlas?
realize, did you know Dune is the most read science fiction novel ever?
I did not know that. So we probably are making a lot of folks upset.
Well, they seriously, they should. We dove in. I
We
liked.
did,
It. I
yeah.
enjoyed it. I really
agree.
did.
I agree.
I wish the first one had been a little fast paced than it was, but
Right.
that's. I'm just not intelligent. I think it is deeper than my brain works too
Mhm.
at times.
Right.
I do. I think it's one of those things where somebody out there right now is going, you just don't understand it, and they're right.
Right.
My mind doesn't go that deep.
Yeah. See, I don't have to. I don't have to do that.
Something that's been a big topic on the show. We're just going to hit this as we go to break. I guess did y'all see where Mike Tyson and Jake Paul's fight's been postponed?
Tyson thinks he can't win. He's sandbagging.
It's been postponed. So
do they have
we'll see what
the
happens.
date where they moved it to?
I
or
think
they
they'll never do
it. It just says it is
they
postponed.
might realize that
Tyson skate.
I think he's realized he's nearly 60 years old. And
Well, I mean, I don't know where he is. I know he's got a lot going on, but that's a lot of money. I mean, Netflix was throwing around a lot of cash. It's not
Well, it's
like they're
'cause he had
down-
an ulcer.
It's not like that. They're down at the Armory, and aren't going to get any
they could
money.
tag him and get in there and
I was
fight.
going to say, can we not take care of the ulcer? Maybe they'll postpone it to a later date.
Yeah, it just says postponed. It's been pushed back. We'll be right
Will
back.
it happen?
Nope.
I don't know.
Rick and Bubba.
These shows stay on. Marvel Comics can put out this show about their new version of Captain America and then human beings make a decision on what they'll watch and what they don't watch. And then the ones that make money keep going, because I hate to tell you all that, and then the ones that don't, they don't survive. You know how you can get rid of Pepe Le Pew cartoons is that people stop watching.
Right.
So this Captain America show, is there a giant audience out there for a Captain America who is gay? I don't know, but if they want to go into the free market and try that, that's their right to do that. But it's my right to say I'm not going to watch it. But I feel the same way about Dumbo and Peter Pan and Pepe Le Pew and Elmer Fudd and Mr. Potato Head and whatever else we're after. I mean, it's I think I can work through those waters, can't you?
Well, you would hope so, Rick. There's certainly worse things in life to have to deal with.
Right. So,
and I think after looking at the story a little bit, not that this helps at all, it looks like it's not going to be a series on TV. It's more of a comic that they're going to write in, and it's going to have a number of past Captain Americas in it or whatever. I'm not sure, but
yeah, there's going to be a new Captain America that shows up, and you're right, Speedy, in the comic, and I don't know, and they're going to celebrate the 80th anniversary of Captain America with a gay teen superhero who will be a captain, the latest Captain America.
And to the bigger point,
inspired by the heroes of the gay and lesbian community.
To the bigger point that Bubba's made it, you've made it, it's been relentlessly talked about and should, the cancel culture and TV. What's going to end up happening with traditional TV is so much of this is they're going to, as Bubba has said, overplay their hand on everything. And so we're going to look up in the next 5 or 6 years, and these folks that are controlling these TV packages and TV shows and whatever, the advertising, you're gonna just remove yourself from the scenario because no one is going to be watching you. They're going to be going to podcasts and streaming online and picking what they want to watch, when they want to watch it. And it's been a convenience thing that we've been dealing with over the last few years in new technology. But what we're starting to see is going to be we're going to start canceling cancel culture, because we don't want to see this. And if it's all you're going to give us on traditional TV, we will move on eventually.
Well, here's the problem, though. The society we're living in with the mob, if I say right now, let's say that we were going to create an app that had every single show on it that has been canceled. Well, you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
You will be destroyed and you will be eradicated from society, but you will not be eradicated from society if you put something on that maybe I deem as damaging from a moral standpoint.
Right.
See, I don't have a voice anymore. But the angry mob's voice, they get their way. Even if somebody says, yeah, hey, starting today, got a new streaming app, and you can watch Looney Tunes with Pepe Le Pew. You can watch Peter Pan. You can watch, of course, I couldn't get that from Disney, but let's say that.
Right, I got you.
Yeah, say I was able to do that. The cancel culture would come after you and destroy you, burn your house down, and come after you so hard you would say, I'm out, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
See, that's the problem. That's where you got a problem.
Let's take it. Let's just look at our show. If our show if YouTube was to make the decision to go, we are not allowed, we are canceling these guys, in 48 hours, we can do our own thing.
Yeah.
And so people are going to go to that. There's going to be a time in which, as technology continues to grow and it's at a fast pace, and we've seen it over the last 10 years just with this show, think about all the different platforms that we've added and subtracted and brought back and moving forward. And so there's going to be a time where you're going to look at NBC, ABC, CBS, and we're going to be so disgusted with it that we're going to go, hey, we're out. See you, good day. And people are going to go looking for our platform, for other people's platform, that they know that their kids can watch it, they can control it. It's coming.
Yeah, unless companies aren't allowed to produce that product without being attacked.
Well, and that's why you're going to start seeing people do their own thing.
Yeah. Let's go to
now the freedom of speech deal. I'm certain that it's not going to go away at this current moment, but that may be in play 15 years from now too. Who knows?
Right. Well, I tell you what you get to though. You may have the right to say it, but do you have the wherewithal to survive saying it?
Yeah.
There's that. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Because they know they can't take away the First Amendment. They can't take away the Second Amendment. So what they try to do is to attack you and make life so miserable for you and terrifying for you if you're for those things that you on your own choose not to do it anymore.
Right. See, it's not meant as much for the person and the target, but to discourage anybody else from joining in.
Yeah. So y'all think they're after the Constitution, and they are, but that's going to be an uphill battle. What they're trying to do is to make you and me so terrified to have our worldview that we just quietly go away and give up these rights.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what they're after.
It's like speech terrorist.
No, that's true. I mean, there's people right now that do not agree with the things they cater to. They cater to it because they don't want it. Look, it happened with the Boy Scouts. It happened with all those corporations that started telling the Boy Scouts they weren't going to give them money if they didn't bend to some of this, and those corporations were bending because they were afraid of the mob. And it ended up costing that organization in the end.
The Grammy thing,
the left
and we've seen
everything.
it. We've even seen it
Everything
in
they
sports.
touch, Bubba.
But was it the Grammys this week where the ratings were so down?
Yeah.
It wasn't down because people don't want to be entertained. It was down because people are tired of being disgusted when they watch your product.
No question,
of course.
And so they're moving on.
Yeah.
And you're just canceling yourself by throwing this kind of product out there.
Yeah, I have such a hard time finding anything to watch. The amount of time I spend watching anything now is so minuscule to what. We're back. Hey, did y'all have a good weekend? Hope so. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new show. As we get ready to move forward, we start this baby with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. From the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, we come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world on all sorts of platforms, live and archived. America's boldest radio stations make up the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Our TuneIn app allows you to stream the show live, and there's also entire shows archived there for you as well. We also have the YouTube option. Eddie Van Adler's saddling up for that. He produces that. Hello to the tubers. That is a live option. You also have archives to catch the show on your own time. That would include the YouTube channel with a daily full show archive. It would include the Rick and Bubba podcast channel that has audio archives every day. Both the YouTube channel and the podcast channel also have a best of hour, if you just kind of want a nutshell, every day. And then we have the unique weekly podcast called Rick and Bubba University. A brand new one was released over the weekend. I got some emails from some of you that are going, wow, that was hard to listen to, but everybody should hear it. I agree. So grab that wherever you get podcasts. Look for Rick and Bubba University there as well. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've completed the first kickoff hour of the week. And sitting right there is the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. And hey, it just keeps getting weirder out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
Money and fame, ain't no doubt about it.
Yeah. Need to breathe. It's funny, the title of that being Money and Fame. So I was clicking around over the weekend. I landed on, I don't know what cable channel it is, but they do this Dark Side of Fill in the Blank, and it was Dark Side of the 90s.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And they do the 80s, they do wrestling, they do
Dark Side of the Ring.
Music, all this. So anyway,
Well, there wasn't a Dark Side of the 80s. I guess that was a short program.
That's true.
Yeah. The greatest decade mankind's ever seen.
All you really got there
Would
is
we all take the 80s right now?
Oh, yeah.
Anybody?
Yes.
Anybody?
Yeah, when you do the dark side of the 80s, I mean, cocaine's about all you got. But anyway, so they were zeroing in, and listen to this statement. I'd never thought about this. They zeroed in on the birth of reality television and how it all happened with MTV in the real world.
Yep.
And so they were interviewing some of the original cast, the very first one. And I'd never thought about this line. So they got them all for an entire season. They paid them about $2,600 a piece.
Yeah.
For the entire season.
Yeah.
So
And they were glad to get it.
So anyway, what one of the guys said about how it ruined some of their lives, he goes, there's one, look, money and fame can ruin your life. He goes, but let me tell you what'll ruin it quicker. Fame with no money.
Yeah.
And I never really thought about that. So he goes, the only thing worse than trying to deal with money and fame is to deal with fame with no money.
Yeah.
And he said it gets old real quick. So anyway, that was an interesting look at that because MTV was trying to find a way. They were kind of having the same problem that radio was having, and they're like, okay, our problem is, and Bubba, you and I, it's one of the ways that we started doing the show when we first started, because we found out too, they said what they were discovering, see if this sounds familiar. When they played a video, the people that didn't like that particular kind of music or that song tuned away.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they were going, what can we put on here that like your music taste wouldn't really matter?
But I mean, you had kind of had the name music TV.
No, I
Seems
agree
like
with that.
you'd kind of committed to that.
No, I agree with that. They were just saying that they were realizing the problem of the tune-out factor if that's just not the kind of music you liked.
Yep.
So what they were realizing is the only audience they were keeping were the people that were currently into the kind of music that was popular at that time. They were losing the ones that didn't like it. And so they said, what kind of programming could we do that music taste wouldn't matter? Of course, Bubba points out the obvious problem. You have the name music in your name.
Yeah.
But anyway, they were just talking about, I just thought that was an interesting comment. Fame without money is the worst of them all.
But I tell you, when it first came out, I sure enjoyed sitting and watching music videos because that was so rare then. You didn't know what the bands looked like.
Yeah, no question. Yeah.
You know, I know when they started that Friday night show. What was the name of it?
Headbangers Ball.
No, it was something else.
You talking about before MTV?
Yeah.
Friday night videos or something?
Yeah, and it was really popular, and you begin to think, wow, I wish that was on all the time.
You're right. Yeah, it was called
Friday
Night
Video.
Video.
We discovered MTV.
Oh.
Remember you bootlegged it on your tuner?
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
Yeah,
because we had Channel 7 that was a blank, and you would keep turning, and all of a sudden, I told you, the first song I ever did, I was turning, and all of a sudden it was Blondie doing Rapture.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You thought, hey, what
followed
I got
by
here?
Blue Oyster Cult doing Burning for You.
There you go.
And then probably after that, a Hall & Oates song.
Oh,
of some type.
The rotation was very tight early.
But it was great stuff. We have a lot to cover today. Trump fundraising at all-time high. We'll give you those numbers.
Yep.
Trump has called on the Supreme Court to intervene. We'll see about that, if that's going to happen. Have you seen the Dr. Fauci story out today?
I did see that over the weekend. I sure did.
So much of what he put us through.
Yep.
You're talking
You're talking about destroying a robust economy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Had absolutely zero science background.
And we were told to follow what?
The science.
Okay, thank you.
And he just made it up.
Yep.
He's even admitting it now.
So
because there's been enough research into it, you can't hide. We'll give you that. It's mind-boggling in a lot of ways. We got a couple of donkeys named Willie and Wanda.
Saw
If you
that.
saw that.
Saw
That's
that.
good. I think Addie's got that picture. We'll talk about that. A new sport. Rick, I was looking at it. You're going to think I'm joking. Full contact pillow fighting, and this is men this time.
I saw an email about that over the weekend. I didn't click on it because it scared me.
Yeah.
Anytime I
They,
say pillow
showed
fight,
that.
I'm afraid to touch it.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, we've shown that, haven't we?
Well, we did a female one, I think, one time. I don't know.
It's
This
funny.
was,
Somebody
about
sent
the
me an
males.
email. There was whoever was in the finals was named Braden Helms.
How funny.
They had sent me and said, didn't realize your son was into this.
Yep.
Talking about fighting, too, I'm starting to see reels on Instagram, too, about this new sport where one man takes on two ladies.
Okay.
in a
I
ring.
did too. I did too. I saw that.
And guys, we have to break that down at some point.
Especially when the guys
Well,
looks
they
the
call
way
it-
he
He does. He's overweight and
Yeah.
not like what you would think somebody that's going to step into a ring would look like. We have to watch this.
Sure. Yeah, I haven't seen a matchup like that since the movie Old School.
Yeah.
And
Speaking,
and
that's
poor old
hilarious.
Blue paid a price on
Yeah,
that
he
one.
did. Bubba, unfortunately, speaking of matches, our worst fear, Tyson, Jake Paul, postponed.
Well, I know. I never thought I would see the day that I think
I didn't
Tyson
either.
is backing down. I think he's scared of it.
And we
And
got
it hurts me to say that.
Yeah, and personal stuff from the weekend too. I've got a dilly of a story today. I mean a dilly.
He's a dilly, huh?
I mean a dilly. So all that still to come. Your phone call's part of it too. We'll find out what's on your mind as the Rick and Bubba show rolls on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Once was
maybe an hour a night, maybe.
Mm-hmm. And there's many days that go by that I don't look at anything. Many days.
Except for air disasters.
Think about
That's
how
about
much
it.
that's changed in your last 5 years.
Yeah, because there's nothing to watch.
Bingo.
Okay, so we're about to wade into something. Are you nervous, Helms?
I am.
Where we live, and for a large part of the Rick and Bubba audience, we are in a level 5 severe weather, leaving winter, going to springtime situation. This is very common, but these days at this level are not that common, thankfully. But they can be very dangerous. Potential for dangerous weather for a lot of people, including where we live today. And so everybody's prepping. You just need to have a plan. The plan's not complicated. It's pretty simple to minimize your risk.
Just got to get it together and then implement it.
Yeah, but and know what's going on. Just stay informed. And Helms, you've gotten a video from your wife she's getting ready.
Yeah. So we use this video app. And all the family uses this together. It's real fun. Marco Polo.
Oh, yeah,
and
sure.
so we send little video messages. And Amanda and
Marco.
this is probably the last time she sends me one after this segment. But she sent me one this morning shortly after the kickoff hour. And just wanted to make sure and let me know that we were prepared for the storm today, and wanted to encourage us to have James Spann on.
Like we were.
Like we did.
We hadn't thought of that. And
we followed Amanda's lead on that.
Sure. And this was prior to us having James on, so I want to thank her for that recommendation. But I think this is a public service announcement to let everybody. James, I will say this: there was a seriousness in James' voice this morning that got my attention, because sometimes I won't take this thing as far as I need it to. Mm-hmm. But I can tell you one, Amanda Helms is taking this. Boogaboo is taking this to places today that I'm not ready for, especially so early in the morning.
Right.
And so I'm going to do something that I rarely do, is bring her in a video and just let you see our setup for the remainder of the day.
Here we go.
Okay, so are y'all going to have James Spann on? Because a lot of your listeners may not have, the appropriate shelter. So I got everything set up in the basement. So everybody has their own helmet.
Which one's yours?
James Spann said you're supposed to have some kind of alarm, like a whistle or something loud.
Little Eddie?
So if you get stuck in the rubble, people can find you, and you have to have a flashlight, have a little lantern, and then everybody has to have a pair of shoes. So hard sole shoes, because people get stuck in their house and they get out, they don't have shoes on, and they get nails and stuff in their feet. So we're ready. So when we get home, it'll all be ready, and we also have this mat for protection.
Let me tell you
You're
what.
in so much trouble.
That's a good wife right there.
It is.
She is
That was
prepared.
that was not for you to share.
She
with
has
other people.
followed. She's followed James Spann's direction. She was concerned about. I mean, how about Amanda number one there? That is a great
It is.
job.
Yeah.
You're in
Thank you,
so
Bubba,
much
for
trouble.
that. I know I am.
You know what hit me during that, and maybe I shouldn't say it.
I just felt like, look, James, it was about an hour and a half ago when James was on. I thought people needed to be reminded. This is a serious day for us that live in the South. And I just thought I couldn't get on here and do it as well as she did. So I thought, let's just play the video.
I think the National Weather Service ought to get that and show it.
I think so.
Because she is doing what they say to do.
I love her voice.
It'd been better if you'd have been there modeling the helmet.
Yeah,
That
that would have been better.
And I noticed you hung up on which helmet was mine.
I bet it was that blue one.
Those are good helmets, but you could even upgrade it and get you one of them, like, sure enough good ones, like a big motorcycle helmet.
Not everybody's one.
She's very serious about the storms, guys, that roll through. We deal with we got a bunch of big trees where we live.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, yes, I'm going through it too. Lisa's been giving me the storm plan for 3 days. So, and she's got the helmets out.
Probably won't share it like I just did, but
no.
I've showed pictures of our family wearing the helmets in the basement, in the bathroom, in the basement, and I got that wasn't real popular at the house.
Well, here's the thing: to see if I have this right, because I want to just be sure I have this right.
My daughter claimed it ruined her life.
There's right.
Still not over.
There are two people. I mean, we've gone through podcast after podcast of getting inside the families and the wives. And your wife will not be on the podcast because she doesn't want to be on it. Do I have that right?
You do.
But
that is correct.
Maybe we tell her if she.
That's how it's done, Broderick. 22 minutes past the hour on the Rick and Bubba show as we work our way back. So, Bubba, this was Babylon Bees. They put this out over the weekend after everything that's going on with our country right now, and I thought it was perfect. Look at this one. 250 years wasn't a bad run, says George Washington, looking on from heaven.
Yep. It was the great American experiment, and it appears to have run aground.
Well, not a bad run. Not a bad run. So Trump's going to jail. All right, so what is he?
The sentencing will be July the 11th, and the judge has a wide range of options he can do in this. He could say, look, nothing until the appeals are worked out. Don't think you'll see that. This guy is now a Democrat rock star. I mean, he donated to Joe Biden. His wife, his daughter works for some Democratic things, and even though that was pointed out during the trial, he refused to recuse himself.
Sure.
And said it wouldn't affect him. Of course, we saw that clearly.
Sure.
And so the judge can put Trump in jail, and some people say, well, he won't do that because of him. And hey, trust me, this guy is the rock star now of the Democratic Party. Okay, he's a donor. He brought down Trump when nobody else could. He got the conviction that they were looking for. Not one, not two, 34 counts, by the way.
Right.
And the Trump campaign has pointed out that Trump now has more convictions than Al Capone did.
Right.
Now, I don't know if that's factually correct. I'm sure when they fact check it, they're going to argue that on some level.
The fact we're having to fact check it is enough.
Yeah, I know that's kind of impressive, isn't it? But according to Trump's son Eric, the campaign has raised $200 million in just 3 days. $70 million of that coming from what they consider small donors, the $21 to $43 donation type, according to this story, some larger, but 200 million over the past 3 days. So that it looks like a lot of people appear to be voting with their pocketbook that they don't approve of what happened.
Right. Now, you are saying something that people need to understand. This judge is rock star status, and I don't know what it is about the left. We saw this with Cuomo. We saw it with Fauci. They can't just be a fan of somebody; they want to have sex with them.
Right.
And I don't know. Or marry them. Yeah, have you noticed this? Why they always go down that road? But we got man crushes, women crushes.
Wow.
Greg. What I would say, he's the lady's pet and the gay man's regret.
Come on.
It's like he is the toast of the left town.
See, he can walk in that courtroom. The judge could say nothing until this is adjudicated all the way out, because there's going to be appeals. He could lock him up for years. There could be somewhere in between. He could have to do a small jail sentence. He could be on probation. He could be put on house arrest at Mar-a-Lago. Now, it is funny that if the president tries to defy this, Ron DeSantis said that he will not accommodate an extradition back to New York. So we could see several constitutional issues here. Trump has asked the Supreme Court to step in. I don't know if they'll do it at this point or not. We're looking at a real mess here, because the sentencing is 4 days before the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, which Trump is going to be the Republican nominee, and there is a very good possibility he may have to accept that from a jail cell.
Which, by the way,
and a lot of us, I heard a lot of people this weekend going, "Look, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't put him in jail." Oh yeah, they would. They have been able to run this highway, and no one has stopped them. I don't think there's anything they will turn back now. They are so determined to destroy him and put him in jail, and they think that'll keep him from being elected. But I just think it has the opposite effect. And I think they've overplayed their hands with that 3 or 4% in the middle, who are saying, "Look, if you're a libertarian, this lights your fire right here."
Oh, the libertarians are fired up with him right now.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I know. Most of the polling this weekend said they all are now really swinging over to Trump's side. So
Alex Jones thinks he's going to jail with Trump.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what his deal is. So,
Adler, is that clip you have him saying he told his lawyers not to beg? Was that what you had up there? Yeah, Trump is telling his lawyers, "Hey, do not beg. I'll go to jail." And listen to this right here. Listen.
The judge could decide to say, "Hey, house arrest or even jail." It could face what that could.
I'm okay with it. I saw one of my lawyers the other day on television saying, "Oh no, you don't want to do that to the president." I said, "You don't beg for anything. You just the way it is."
Go beg. I'll go. He knows everything you just said. He knows that if he goes, all that's going to mean is he'll win by a greater margin.
I tell you, he's rewriting the history books on this, and I feel like, and we've talked about it, I think January the 6th was somewhat of a setup now. The more information that comes out, I think the demos are being set up here. Trump, everything. I go back, Rick, if they'd have just left him alone after he was out, I don't think they would be anywhere close to this fire for him right now. But you got people fired up now that were very passive and didn't care.
Well, remember this.
And apparently they're voting with their pocketbook too.
Yeah. The Word of God even says, "Don't follow your heart," because it is nothing but full of deceit. And what's happened is, when your worldview, we've said this on the show 1,000 times, you're seeing it right now. When your worldview goes through the prism or the filter of emotion, so you don't think clearly. See, if you were thinking clearly, you would go, "Hey, let's don't put him in jail,"
right?
Because that's only going to galvanize. That's going to bring over people.
Oh, that's going to make Banana Republic. That's going to give it the stamp we're looking for,
right? But when you're emotional and you become maniacal, and you're so emotionally hating something, no one can reason with you and even tell you, "Look, be smart." Guys, how many times in athletics was our goal to get the opponent emotionally upset?
Right.
And when you do, they don't think clearly. They can't make good decisions. They're not level-headed.
They said a lot of times the judges take into consideration do the do the convicted admit what they did was wrong? Do they have remorse for it? And you're not going to get either one of those from Trump. So I think he's going to put him in jail. He's going to try to.
He's going to dare him to put him in jail.
Yeah,
that's what he's going to do.
I think we're headed for a showdown.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She could help raise awareness for weather.
No, but don't miss what he's saying.
I'm just saying.
I know.
That's how much trouble he's in.
I'm trying to help.
Already on record that I'm not really big on being paraded around on the Rick and Bubba show, and
here I am,
and there we are.
Well, serious voice.
Yeah, serious. Well, I wanted y'all to know, like she's normally not that serious. I'm normally the serious one of the family.
Right.
I'm the one that needs to lighten up a little bit. Okay.
Yeah.
He's the one that comes in and tells everybody we're changing our streaming service.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Every week.
And download the new app.
Get your helmets. Get your shoes. And
now I didn't see your electric toothbrush where the light goes off when you finish. I didn't see that.
That'd be in the bathroom.
That's going to hurt y'all. He has an electric toothbrush. As a grown
man. A lot of people have electric toothbrushes.
As a grown man, you got an electric toothbrush.
Buddy, you're so far behind on.
Does the light go off when you should stop?
I don't have a light on mine. I don't know what you're talking about.
I've never heard
technology.
of that.
I embrace technology. I don't know about y'all.
I'm not patient enough.
Speedy, I got an investment here. You know, I got to polish them babies up.
We had a Snoopy one when we were kids.
Yes, we did.
You stuck the right on top of Snoopy's head.
Yep. You sure did.
So, but you put the brush in something that moved it. These move on their own.
Yeah, they get after.
They just vibrate kind of
They
crazy
do.
like.
No, got an email. I'll forward it to you. I'm not making this up from a dental hygienist after our kickoff hour segment this morning, saying that everybody needs to be using this.
Mm-hmm. Do you still?
But because of the speed and the way it moves, it actually cleans your teeth better than the old scrubbing long stroke back and forth.
Well, maybe you can get that down there.
Does your mama come clean your ears with a washcloth?
Why do you always carry your toothbrush in your front pocket?
Okay.
Do you still wear a bib when you eat?
I'll keep it up.
Hey,
That's fine.
We're trying to pull it off.
How about
Amanda
this?
And back to you.
I need to wear, Rick. I need to wear a bib.
No doubt about that.
And when I have a napkin big enough, I do.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Get them cloth napkins. I put them in.
Yeah.
Because if not, I'm gonna have it all over me.
Right.
I mean, I'm just the slope here is gonna catch a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And this is days like today. I wish I had my basement back. There it is.
Oh, I'm fully convinced.
Oh, yeah.
And y'all see
There
what
it
I'm
is.
doing right here. I'm fully convinced that Amanda just saved somebody's life.
Yeah.
That's how
I
important
agree.
that's how
I
important
agree.
that message was.
Amen.
Right there.
Amen. Right there, Tater.
Yeah. Greg, good
No doubt.
good thing you got that storm shelter.
Thanks, Rick. Bring that up.
So
again.
wait, you don't have a basement, Greg? You don't have a basement? Speedy,
No,
right?
no. And neither does Adler. I don't think. No.
I've got the perfect safe room.
You do.
Yeah,
you do.
it's
We
a
did
good one.
too. We had a built-in storm shelter with our basement the way it was. But love where we are. Love the cove, but really need that storm shelter now.
Y'all are in a completely different. All y'all in a completely different situation I'm in. I will spend all day trying to get my wife to care.
Yes. Yeah.
She has zero concern about
Right. Yeah.
Well, see, I'm more like Amanda. I'll be focused in on it today, and at some point, I'll be mad that I am as focused as I am. But
I'll have to go.
I'd rather be prepared, and then I won't have to panic.
I'll have to go find Sherry, find her, because she won't be following it, and say, "Hey, we need to get down in the basement if we have to." I hope we don't. But,
Yeah.
I mean, that she will not be sitting there covering it. I mean, I'm not even concerned. I'll have to get her concerned and find a way.
Lisa's already locked and loaded.
Oh, we got family coming to stay at our house.
Yeah, we may be.
That aren't in the best setup.
After that, I may need to come to your house.
Right. Yeah, you're going to be in a handle. Well, actually, we might be at your house.
How long? God is the creator. He always was. He always will be. That doesn't matter if the earth is millions of years old or a few thousand. To me, it doesn't matter. I think it's an interesting discussion, old earth, new earth. I bounce back and forth based on the last way that I read something or some of the last facts that come out. Just like the Big Bang. I don't know if it all started from one speck. If it did, there still had to be a creator that told that speck to expand. So I don't see if there was a Big Bang that being a problem. If there wasn't a Big Bang, I don't see that as being a problem on the big picture of God. That's only the details of the thing, of the whole story.
Yeah.
Evolution, we see microevolution. Don't even argue that one. That's exactly what Mr. Evolution saw himself. But somehow we made it macro. That's a huge jump with absolutely no scientific fact behind it. So I reject that. I don't think we came from monkeys, okay?
Yeah.
But that has nothing to do with how old the earth is.
I've never had a conversation with someone about faith that the shape of the earth and the age of the earth was what it was all riding on.
Yeah.
Never.
Or it shouldn't.
Now, look, guys, there was I think more of the evidence of God is right in front of us.
Yeah, it's all around us,
guys. I mean, there was.
We all admit we have a soul, Rick. We don't know where it is in our body. We can't find it. No doctor has ever said it's in your head, it's in your heart. We don't know.
Right.
They used to think it was in your heart because that's where you felt passion the most, where your heart was pumping from. But that doesn't mean that's where a soul is at it, because we transplant hearts now and it doesn't change the person.
We get into this. We get into. Minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba living in the wild, wild west. No doubt about that. All right, zapmydebt.com.
Boy, I tell you, here they go.
Debt will hang over you like a dark black cloud, and now more than ever, to be as financially independent as you can be, probably best. But you're saying, Rick, I have no way out. No way out. She doesn't buy my story. But you need a plan. Zapmydebt.com can help you work a plan not to drag this thing on and on. I'm talking about a plan to get this debt off of you and to be done with it permanently. Do I have your attention now? Yes. Before you do anything else, why don't you contact our friends at Zero Debt USA by going to zapmydebt.com. Talk to them for free. There's no obligation to use them. And let them show you some ideas they have of getting rid of interest, lowering some interest, maybe taking some principles and reducing them. We're not going to do the stretch it out over many, many years and lower the payment. We're not doing that. We're going to be more aggressive than that. So go to zapmydebt.com to talk to them for free. You can also find their link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, we want to talk, I guess, Fauci. No, Alex Jones. Alex Jones here. Alex Jones. Now, look.
He's something, man.
He's as we learned, Bubba, growing up, the term he's a bird. Now, that came from the term, if you remember, I'm sure you had some of your men that you work with and stuff. They were taking that from what used to be a longer phrase, whirlybird. Yeah, a whirlybird, meaning not a good bird, a whirlybird. And so,
but yet a bird.
Yeah, Alex Jones, he has been, he is Black Helicopter. He is this. He's conspiracy theory. This conspiracy.
Sandy Hook was
and
fake.
I'm not saying that Alex Jones never says anything that is correct. I'm not saying that, but because he's done some things that we all were like, okay.
Well, it's a little far out there. Okay, I mean, it's a little over the edge.
I normally don't go to InfoWars for my updates.
No.
Okay, so I'm not that familiar with it. I know who he is.
Well, there's a problem, Rick, if your day-to-day program is a conspiracy. It's just you can't maintain that long term.
Right.
We've talked about sustainability and a lot of things lately.
Yeah.
My family especially, and it's. You just can't make it because the level that you have to keep the conspiracy to keep everybody fired up, you can't maintain that level.
It's hard to.
So here we go. We don't know what this means because, as Bubba just said, maintain this. Apparently, Alex Jones says the feds are coming to get him, and he slept in his studio waiting on the feds to come and get him, to take his studio to
Why now?
put him out of business. Is that right?
Yeah.
But
I don't know.
Yeah. He doesn't give any much explanation here. This is just a clip of him freaking out during his show.
He's very upset.
Yeah, yes, he is. All right, here we go.
At the end of the day,
Greg?
we're going to beat these people. I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but it's been a hard fight. And these people hate our children.
What?
Just take more calls. Go ahead and do the next person.
Guys,
That was
What did he
fake.
say?
That was so
Everybody
fake.
okay?
What did he say? I didn't understand him. What he said.
I didn't.
At the end, he said, "Take some calls."
Did he?
Just take some calls.
What did he say? They hate
Really?
they hate our children.
They hate our children. Yes.
Right. Well,
he's right about that.
he is right about that.
Yeah.
But I mean,
But he's squalling like nobody's business.
but it just feels.
It feels a little.
Well, he said people are coming to get his studio, so he's sleeping there.
Yes, the feds were going to raid his
That
studio.
part's
For what? What was the deal
Yo,
on that? To pay the
We should have-
judgment he
we have
had
a
against
story
him?
on it.
Yeah, he's got a big judgment against him.
Yeah, he
well,
does.
yes.
By the way, the number that he lost in that is, did I see billions?
I thought it was $500 million.
Is it $500 million?
Or
Okay.
$1 billion or something like that?
Yeah, so he broke down in tears. He's Bubba, when it's in your title, the 50-year-old conspiracy theorist, he said he says he slept at the Dallas studios to prevent it from being padlocked hours before the web version of his network, and an article claimed the same. And the 4-hour broadcast, they said, was made in emergency to break down how the deep state effort to shut down his show, and said he's battling accusations, but he doesn't tell us what they are, and something about a secret federal file. So we don't really know. He hasn't. There's not a lot of detail.
You know, I think honestly, and I may make some people mad when I say this, I don't think Alex Jones really helps our cause of those of us who want to be good Americans and get along with everybody and want to pay our fair share, but not somebody else's fair share in taxes.
Right.
I think he probably hurts that cause a little bit with some of his antics.
InfoWars people, Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
Yeah.
He was right about a lot of stuff, though.
And if you disagree, you take it up with the person who will answer your email, Greg. At
Greg.
rickandbubba.com.
Great.
Bubba, he says he and InfoWars is trying to save America, and they keep blanking us over and over again. It's sick, sick, sick.
And this goes back. Is this part of them trying to collect the judgment from the Sandy Hook trial? You know,
Maybe, yeah.
Like Speedy was talking about, they
ruled a lot against him,
or just rebooted if you need to.
Right. That may be InfoWars rebooted.
Yeah, it may be.
Right.
It may be. He claimed the 2012 Sandy Hook massacre was all staged.
Correct.
And he was lawsuit was filed against him by some of the parents, I guess.
Yeah.
And he lost that, and it was a massive. I mean, I remember when it happened, thinking, wow,
big money.
Yeah.
You never collect that.
He also says this phrase. I assume this means leave the country.
Mm-hmm.
I want to leave because it's going to be over, folks. Now I understand that sentiment, but is that what he's saying? It's time to get out, close the doors. Hey, baby, it's over. Kind of like Babylon B. Well, 250 years was a good run. Got that kind of thing.
In that clip, I look at other things. Like I look at his staff that's sitting there with him, and he's crying the way, and you watch their face.
I'm seeing an AP headline right now that says Sandy Hook families offer to settle Alex Jones's $1.5 billion legal debt for a minimum of $85 million. So they're looking like they might settle.
Well, that's
just
good from $1 billion.
$85 million. Yeah.
That's
a lot of money still.
That's a big jump down.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
Not $1 billion, but that's a lot of money.
Less money. Yeah.
Still
I don't
a
know
lot.
that he's got $85 million.
I don't think he's going to be able to cover that tab.
I don't think so.
I don't know how InfoWars, how they do, what the time
They
money
do well,
they
but
generate.
I don't think they do that well.
Well, I think it's one of those things where if Alex Jones goes to jail, there'll be one reaction. If Donald Trump goes to jail, quite another.
Yes.
But I don't want that.
Well, I don't think he can
want
go
that
to
from
jail. They're just going to get his stuff, right?
I guess he's
collect
padlocked it
it,
and
yeah.
is sleeping at the
He's
studio.
swallowing.
I want y'all to stand by for a GoFundMe campaign like you've never seen.
Well, I'm sure there already is.
It's probably already going. You're right. I'm probably way behind on that one. Aren't I? But you know what? I wish him no harm, and I hate to see him upset like this. And like I say, I understand what he's trying to do. Not really the way I would go about it, but that doesn't mean I don't understand his his desire to save the country. That I understand.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
He
No
missed
doubt.
on Sandy Hook. That was a big miss. But some stuff he gets right, y'all. About the chemicals being put in the water, turning the frogs gay, he was actually right about that.
Was he on that one?
Yes, they're turning the frogs gay.
That's not what he said.
And it turns out he was right.
Yeah. Greg, where are you on Alex? Because coast to coast, I know that's
he's just too far off the chart.
Okay.
He goes.
So if you rank them, Coast to Coast is what?
I
Where is
think
it?
they'll have him on there sometime.
Yeah, well, where do you rank them? a little bit to the crazy side.
Oh yeah.
How far to the crazy?
They ain't Alex Jones.
Okay,
far.
if it's a 0 in the middle and 10 on each side, where do you put? First off, Coast to Coast, and then where do you put Alex?
Alex is about 8. Coast to Coast is about a 4.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair.
That's accurate. Yeah, I think we can live
I'd
with
say
that.
about a 2 and an 8. But
Yeah. But now, I don't listen to Coast to Coast that much anymore because it's basically the same thing over and over.
Right.
I mean, numerologist and all this stuff that I'm not interested in.
Right.
We're all talking. We're all the psychics. We got more psychics than we know what to do.
Well, think about it. We know those things garner an audience, but even we have a hard time finding enough of it for something that happens once a week.
Yeah,
Imagine every day.
Every day.
I know.
Yeah. And some of it's just ridiculous. I mean,
15 minutes to the top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. We got stories from the weekend, and we got stories that have happened all around the world. We're hitting those now. We'll continue to knock them out. Your phone calls still to come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Mode where we start thinking that we'll do things like, well, God wouldn't do that, and God does this, and this is what He did, and he be real careful with all that. I mean, it's you remember when Joe ended up getting the resume, he was like, sorry about that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
you're on top of this thing. I'm not really in a position to question a lot of it.
And it's dangerous. You don't want people to go to hell because you rode the existence of the God who redeemed us and created us, and you think they have to believe that the world is flat in order to believe that God made it based on your interpretation of the how the Bible supports a flat earth. And a person just looks at you and said, if that's what it rides on, I think y'all a bunch of loons. I think there's so much evidence otherwise, and I guess I don't believe in God. That's why this stuff is dangerous. Well, look, if they prove that the earth is more than 7,000 years old, then God didn't make it. Well, I don't want to. Are we going to ride on that? I mean, that's. And I know on the age of the earth, I've got some really, really people much smarter than me that disagree with me on that. But I'm just telling you, in my spirit, I think that's a mistake. I don't think that whether God exists or doesn't exist rides on the how we figure the age of the earth.
No, absolutely
Or how
not.
we figure the shape of the earth. I think that's a huge mistake.
Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. We have already unpacked a lot, and there is more to come, and we'll chat with you as well. Things that you need to know. So let's take a look ahead. An active weekend coming up. First of all, if you'd like to see Calvin Speedy Wilburn this weekend, you got no issue at all. Speedy will be the hype man coming up this Friday night at the Alabama State Games. It'll be their opening ceremony at Legacy Arena there in Birmingham, Alabama. So Speedy will be there to hype that. Then the very next day, the Stallions and the Michigan, are they Panthers? It'll be their playoff game. This will be the game that'll decide who goes on to the championship game. As the top two seeds in the USFL conference will take each other on to play for the UFL championship, right?
Yep.
So that's coming up Saturday. Then Sherry and I will be up in Sikeston, Missouri, there at Minor Baptist Church. And wow, what a weekend. Friday night, a men's event. Saturday morning, a women's event with Sherry. Then Sherry and I will do a marriage event that night on the 8th. And then I'll speak at the church Sunday morning on the 9th. So 7, 8, 9, Sherry there all 3 days with me, and we'll have a women's event, a marriage event, a men's event, and then I'll be preaching on Sunday morning. You can go to all of it, or you can go to some of it. Just look at the link at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, and we're excited about this weekend. All right, so we also have some sort of phenomenon involving the planets today, Bubba.
If you're an astronomer or those crazy astrologist, you've had, this has been a bang up year for you already.
I'm telling you, man.
You've had northern lights.
Oh yeah.
You've had a full solar eclipse that cut right through the heartland of the country, and now, as of tomorrow, or is it today? Let's see, what day is this?
Today is the 3rd.
A rare parade of planets will line up, in which you will see Jupiter, Mercury, Uranus, Mars, Neptune, and Saturn will line up in a straight line across the sky like dominoes. Of course, they don't actually line up in a straight line, but from our observation point on Earth at this time of year, they will look like they line up, and it's still a significant event for anyone who likes to watch the sky.
Helms, are you doing this at all anymore? Taking a look through the telescope?
No, I don't have the telescope anymore. I gave it away.
I knew that. I didn't know if you kept something behind.
I'm still very intrigued with what's out there.
Jazzed or just kind of
intrigued?
Okay.
Yeah. If I'm sitting out on the back porch, and which is very rare that I have the time, but if I'm ever doing that, I will look up and I'll start playing with phone apps, lining up different things.
All right.
And, there's apps out there you can know what constellation is what.
I'm not a telescope guy anymore, but I will
it.
use the apps.
I will go that far with it. I'll check on where the space station's roaming around from time to time.
All right.
And they're going to make like a 45-degree angle going up. There's plenty of charts out there. You can see what it's going to look like. Let me ask you about the telescope, because I know you got on that, and then did you?
It was more difficult for me to work. It was so
too much.
I thought most of them line themselves up.
Well,
and over your head a little bit.
It was.
And you look at it on your phone. Was that one of those?
No, this one wasn't. This one was just set up, and there wasn't really a good place to put it, and I couldn't leave it outside, and Amanda didn't really want it in the main living room. Where I would have liked it.
I would love to have one.
Yeah, huge.
But they're big and
it
cumbersome,
it was like moving that wheel of meat.
And there's so many, there's so many out there
that you can
put me there that you can see online anyway.
Right.
So
is that
mine's
the point?
not going to be better than the one sitting up above the clouds in Hawaii.
Right.
So you're getting the look you want anyway.
Yeah, it would, but I saw some of them up at Gigaparts, and I thought, man, those sure are cool looking.
Yeah.
Did you? And some of them they're supposed to set themselves up, and some of them are kind of small, but they really showed a very good picture. I don't know how they did that. It's amazing.
Helms, did you give Northern Lights anything?
No. Matter of fact, I shouldn't say this.
Okay.
I knew it was going on. Amanda loves stuff like this. And it was so late that I didn't want to bring her in the loop on it because I was afraid that
you and I had a similar.
And
I didn't
was afraid
realize
we were going to make a big deal out of it, and I was going to have to go somewhere and try to, because we've got some really nice areas to see and I didn't want to. I knew that what people were seeing were not reality; it was through camera, they were seeing it on their picture, because the picture, the phones and cameras made it look better than it actually was.
Yeah, Lisa took a picture and you could look at it.
Yeah,
but looking at the sky wasn't nothing.
Yeah. So I was like,
okay, that helps me because
and then I played dumb, like I didn't know what was going on.
I had as we'll talk about here later, I had a pretty complex weekend.
That in Columbia.
And I felt myself like I was in a bind the whole weekend. I couldn't get out. It's like I was trapped. And one of them was on Friday night. And we had some friends that we are in the same Sunday school class with, and they're like super, super, super smart people. Like his expertise is submarines. And worked on subs and all that. Now picture me hanging out with him.
Yeah, I bet that's interesting.
And so they had some game they wanted us to play, and that terrible reality in the middle of the game when it dawned on me, and Sherry and I would discuss later. Oh no, we're not smart enough to play this game. And these people are apparently accustomed to hanging out with people that have a little higher degree of brain power. I'm trying to be as nice as I can be. Trying to be as nice as I can be about ourselves, which is weird. and it was that like sinking feeling as they were telling us how the game is played, and it involved math and a lot of like math on the fly and that kind of stuff, and it just was a horrible feeling. I felt bad for them, because it's almost like you want to do something athletic and you picked a real unathletic person. And you can't even throw the ball back and forth with them because they can't catch.
Yeah,
that's how they must have felt from a brain standpoint. That Sherry and I couldn't catch, and so in that discussion,
like trying to play pitch with a kid that can't chew gum.
That's correct. And so in that discussion, when I realized we were way in over our head, they began to produce pictures of the Northern Lights. Of course, and that was a moment for me. Now you were predetermined. You knew ahead of time. I didn't know that Sherry was in that. She was like, "Oh, could we see the Northern Lights?" And I just sat silent. And she was like, "Did you know the Northern Lights?" And I was like, I'm still trying to add up this thing right here on this game board. I don't know about Northern Lights. Well, wow, look at these pictures. Well, you could really see it. And they were like, "Oh yes, we got out. We did that. We did that. When was this?" And I was just like, "Lord, please let this pass." And so I didn't know ahead of time that Sherry would like it.
I knew it was going on. I mean, I knew that, I actually had a couple friends ask me if I were going to watch it, those kind of things.
There's one time this couple looked over and they were like, you could tell, how if you want somebody to learn something, you try to see if they can do it themselves. Okay, Rick, so how many points did you get? See if you can do it. 8.
Yeah.
I felt like Buddy the Elf.
Yeah.
When they come over and ask him how many sketch things he's
How's
done.
his Etch-a-Sketch?
Right,
total?
yeah. Rick,
This is why I
How many
play.
points do you think you got there? 8?
Rick, this is why I play
No.
Wordle every day with my 11-year-old.
Right.
Because if I had to do that with adults, I would be miserably and never win. Just miserable.
But you can do Beth Mowens.
Can I tell you how?
There's some talent there.
Can I tell you how bad it was?
What if you did Beth Mowens counting?
Oh yeah, yeah. I believe it's got 8 there. Can I tell you what's bad? How bad it was? Straight up, they wouldn't let Sherry and I be on teams. Okay, I'll put Sherry on my team, and Pat, why don't you put Rick on your team?
So they
split you up to be
handicap both.
Well, they
teams?
felt so bad. It was like it's like you ever had a team where they keep calling the 10-run rule on you, and it's like, okay, let's try that again. How many points? 8. I just kept saying 8 because people seem to be getting 8 a lot.
Yeah.
And I thought I'd hit it at one point,
Rick, it's not 8 every time, okay?
8. Top of the hour. We'll be back. More stories from the weekend and headlines when the show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you in part by our friends at firstcup.com. Go there now. If you go to firstcup.com, use the promo code Bubba, you save an additional 10% on your order. Now, if you go ahead and subscribe, you'll get 10% more. What am I talking about subscribing? Well, you want this coffee to be coming to you. And now more than ever, learning American history. Now, some of that's going to be heartbreaking because you can realize how far we've removed ourselves from it. But First Cup is the only Christian owned Patriot Coffee Company. They stand for core values, family, building community across the nation. These freshly roasted beans delivered in ground or whole bean texture, pods, bulk, 11 roast profiles, all are celebrating, moments in American history. And the pods are hand-filled within days of being roasted. Go to firstcup.com and save 10% using the code Bubba. Get an additional 10% for the life of the subscription when you become a subscriber. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun. And we start with the national anthem.
Burgess, friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome into another edition of Rick and Bubba. You betcha.
Bubba, so I know that we will get into an interview quickly, then we'll get back, but kind of updating for the southeastern United States. A big portion of the Rick and Bubba audience, severe weather roared through yesterday. It could have been a lot worse. Now, if your house has been destroyed, you're like, y'all know what happened to me. We do, but we are thankful because it was forecast, and if the temperatures had been varied just by the fewest of degrees, it could have been much more severe. We were very, very blessed that it did not turn out to be worse. These tornadoes were trying to gather themselves and stay organized, and thankfully they were not able to do that and go a long way on the ground, just killing and destroying on the way. So people do have property damage. There may or may not be some minor injuries at this point. Praise the Lord, there are no deaths. But it's not over. It's still affecting people throughout today.
Yeah, Georgia, the Carolinas are going to have their share of it today. As a matter of fact, the tail end of it's still in South Alabama around Dothan this morning. Yep. So they're still having to deal with that. So everyone needs to pay close attention to their Rick and Bubba station for the latest updates as this continues to move on. But Rick, just as you said, now the numbers I've got right now, and this could change as daylight comes up today, but I don't think we had any loss of life last night. Any injuries were minor, and but they did document 21 different tornadoes. Over the last 24 hours in our state. So the weather folks did a great job. They had us prepared. It seems like everybody heeded the warnings. They got the school kids home early, got the big trucks off the road, and it seems like everyone did a good job. Let's be thankful.
Yeah, we watched, of course, our buddy James Spann. Those of you that are fortunate enough to have him, the great job that he and his team do. But it was interesting for James with just the way he gets going, all the things he's been accustomed to. He really wanted everybody to know that they were rain wrapped, and there's nothing he could do about that.
They couldn't. Right. Yeah, we enjoy watching the coverage. One for safety, but just. Right. Yeah. To see everything that James has to put up with on live TV.
Yes.
And, boy, it was something. Hey, he called in all the big dogs yesterday. He had his normal crew out, but when he calls in John Brown and John Olshoe, Olshoe worked with James many, many years ago. Mm-hmm. Of course, he's independently wealthy now, but lives at the beach. But when he rolls back in, look out. Yeah. When they call Olshoe in,
I know.
Hey. They mean him and John Brown. They mean business.
Look, we were, and you could tell that James meant business, and listening to some of the stuff that was going on, and the only thing is that time we had spotter convergence. I thought well, for a minute, James,
y'all love that, didn't you? You had Olshoe and John Brown following the same storm from two different directions, and they basically met at one place, and James used the term storm spotter convergence, and that was great.
I love what we got here is spotter convergence. Oh my God, what are we gonna do?
That's great.
And it's rain wrapped.
Oh no.
not
Boy, I
like
tell you.
Oklahoma. It's not like Oklahoma at all.
Hey, James doesn't like when his cameras don't work.
Boy, he doesn't.
Huh?
Boy.
You got a tower cam and that thing's down.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to take a lashing over that today.
Boy, you're right.
I'm back in the weather office. They're going to get 3 stripes.
DCH was struggling.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Yep. From the Big Boy Studios, we're glad to be with you for another hour. As you heard from the great Ken Osborne, the gang's all here. Looking back over the weekend, I'm getting nervous stomach again. Bubba, you know we have 4 hours to fill every single day.
That is correct.
Day after day after day after day for 31 years. It's a lot. It's so much. So many people have been hurt over the years for the show. And it's not my intention to have people take shrapnel on our desire to bring something to the show. I think now, as even an emailer mentioned to me earlier in a few days ago, the grandkids, I think, will help once they start really. But, once our kids all grew up, I think we even became more desperate to find content, that didn't involve, America's over and end of time and all that. And, you want to find fun things and you want to do things that are fun. And, but, sometimes not everybody shares our sense of humor. Is that fair?
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a fair statement.
I think so.
And
more times than you really would imagine. But yeah.
And I know this. Those of all of you that have known me for a long time, y'all know this to be true. Now, I found out this weekend some people have a hard time believing it, but sometimes I just get in the mode that there's things that and we get asked to do things a lot. Hey, can you give a shout out over here? Can you shoot a video for my whatever anniversary?
Mm-hmm.
Can I come by and watch the show? And sometimes you just kind of get in a mode where people are asking you stuff and you just start checking boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get that done.
Right.
I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm gonna. This is me repeating what I had to repeat all weekend to my wife. I'm going to start thinking more.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
I'm gonna think things through more, and because that was the question that kept. At one point, I acted like I'd almost was captured and made to do something, and people kept coming back saying, "Well, you could have said I'm not going to do that, couldn't you?" And I was like, "Well, I guess I could have." But so there were, and I'm going to get real general about this. It's got to be really, really general, and so y'all know this past weekend that Sherry and I were attempting to do something that I don't know that anybody's ever done, and that was to attend 2 weddings and 2 receptions. Okay,
it's a long day.
It was kind of hanging over me about Thursday, but Friday I made already a difficult situation worse, and because I added an element that wouldn't have been there, and I will tell you that my wife over the weekend is thinking about starting a support group, MTSM, Married to Stupid Men, for women who their husbands cause them issues by just being stupid.
Yeah.
And so I had a person ask me, and Bubba, people ask you and I all the time about, can you share with me the Guntersville Treaty?
Right.
And we can't. But we know, we tell you what it is. It's a treaty that all of us have entered into that work here on the show, that we will not prank each other.
Right.
then you had the incident with Scott Dawson and Mark Garnett, two friends of mine, with Gary at the farm. They were not in the treaty. Scott Dawson then entered it after that. They wanted to be in it.
Right.
Remember?
Right.
And you remember my wife said to me at that time, but you do realize someone could have been killed.
Mm-hmm.
And I hadn't thought about that. And I was like, well, they weren't.
Right.
You know, and I mean, Scott's legs were cut up and bleeding pretty good, but he's okay.
Yeah.
You know, but she said, but that could have gone horribly wrong. And I said, hey, you're right. We had to do public service announcements, remember, about, know where you are if you call EMS and all that. And
Gary will not join the treaty.
Gary will not.
He said that.
Hey, I just soon cut my leg off.
Yeah,
and so
which is a little drastic.
So he's not in it.
No.
The Gunnersville Treaty is a good thing. It is a good thing.
Get you out of trouble.
It's necessary
it wouldn't
to get into work.
It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm going to take this treaty. I'm just going to enter into it with everybody. Okay. I think I'm done. I may be done.
Okay.
So it was just a fleeting thought. I was just going through my normal day, and I had an unnamed person who said, hey, things are kind of intense. You know how stressful things like weddings can be. And I said, sure I do, sure. I had 2 and 30 days of each other. Now, where the error was made is when you realize that everybody involved are men. Now, if we were going to have some joke around with other men, you're pretty much always okay.
Yeah.
But when men decide to joke around with females, that's not the best idea.
No, you're playing with fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I thought it was going to be something funny. I'm incorrect on that.
And it wasn't funny to everybody.
And what the person asked me to do seemed funny. And so I will not, no names, no anything, no location, no anything. And so I followed through because I just checked it off my list. I'll do that. And I thought today that I also would double here. This is what I call the double down. I will make friends happy, and then I will make the Rick and Bubba audience happy by bringing in a winner on Monday. Okay. The latter's not going to happen. That's not going to happen because the FCC is clear that you must have permission for someone.
That ain't happening.
and that permission was not granted. Okay, so now one day maybe it will be.
Yeah, but as of today.
As of today, that
current ruling
is
was going to stay over here.
The show's benefiting a little bit right now, but not like it could have. Okay.
Oh no.
In my opinion, and I appeared to be the only one who shared that opinion. But
wait a minute, Rick, I'll have to second.
Right.
Yes.
No one else shares it. But so the problem was that the attempt at humor went horribly wrong. Okay, very not as physically dangerous as the Scott Dawson prank that went bad, but emotionally dangerous.
Oh yeah.
And it was not good. And so there was that moment when it went badly that you kind of thought, you had that it went badly at about a 4, but as the weekend went on, you realize it was more like a 10. Wow. Maybe a 9 on the best case scenario. That it just seemed to be rolling downhill, just knocking stuff left and right, just like a ball that had you couldn't get stopped. Knocking stuff over, breaking stuff. And then of course the mess then it starts within the women, the wives, who rolled the ball.
Yeah.
Who
got it started?
Who pushed this boulder down the hill headed for the village? Who did this? And that was a real intense situation then, because then you don't know what to do, and it's like
it's out of control.
I want to just not say anything because I know I'm about to get in a lot of trouble with my wife, but then I realize there's no way out for me. Somebody's going to point to me somewhere to save themselves, and so I know I'm not going to make it.
There's evidence.
Well, so I know on Friday I have the couple I just mentioned last week. Sherry's preparing for us to have dinner, and eventually, be asked to play a game that we weren't smart enough to play. So, do I talk now, or do I wait till Saturday morning prior to the weddings to say, hey, just FYI?
You know it's coming, just win.
So I'll come back and I'll kind of walk you through what happened. And doggone it. I just wish I could take it back. It's one of those.
You got the question a lot of our wives ask us, what's wrong with you?
That was about 8 times this weekend.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You've heard us talk. The Rick and Bubba Show. Dana Perino is with us. Excited to talk to her, and the new book is out. Everything Will Be Okay, Life Lessons for Young Women. She already has a New York Times bestseller. And the good news is lessons and advice from the bright side. And she, of course, is the co-anchor of America's Newsroom. She's also co-host on Fox News' The Five. And Dana Perino joins us now. Dana, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Great to be on with you again.
Yes, it's been a long time. It's been a while.
Yeah, I remember meeting you guys in Atlanta.
Yeah, the lovely Gwinnett County.
Yes.
That was a fun night. There was a lot going on that night.
You know what? That
Always is. Well, it's Rick and Bubba are there. It's going to be a big deal.
Well, people usually remember us, but it's usually because it was traumatizing.
Right.
So
it's
anyway.
not always positive. Yeah.
Well, good to be with you, and we do want to dive in. Been looking at the book, and I know it's doing well. Congratulations on that. And a couple of questions, though, about things that have just happened, and then we'll dive right into the book.
Yeah, Dana, you're out there on the cutting edge. You see what's going on, hear what's going on. I mean, you have to talk to Greg Gutfeld every day, so you really know what's going on. I know y'all have a lot of fun on the Five. It looks like you have a lot of fun.
We do. We're about to have our 10th anniversary, too.
That is amazing.
Boy, that went by fast.
I know.
Let me ask you this. The past election, there was a lot of dust up about was it fair or not. What do you think? Was it fair?
Well, I think that's a pretty loaded question. In general, do I think the election results were correct? Yes, I do. And I know that but you could argue, of course, that there was some fraud in some places. And especially I know that, for example, Matt Schlapp pointed to irregularities in Nevada. However, they were not able to prove them in court. And one of the things I point to as well, and I want Republicans to understand this, is that, for example, in Georgia, which was very, very close, and David Perdue lost that race to a runoff by 0.3% of the vote. And that's this. 25,000 registered Republicans in Georgia that voted in the primary that year. So in June of 2020, they vote in the primary. They did not show up on Election Day, November 3rd. And if they had shown up and voted their way, for Republicans, President Trump would have won the state of Georgia, and Senator Perdue would have won re-election, and we wouldn't have had the Georgia runoff. So while there is concerns, and all across the country, state legislatures are looking at tightening up to make sure that you have to have voter ID, that ballot harvesting is wrong. But also there's a study that just came out that shows that absentee ballots, that it didn't overwhelmingly help Biden, that Republicans took advantage of mail-in ballots just as much as Democrats did. So for Republicans to win going forward, it's important to deal with voter fraud where you are concerned about it, but you also have to figure out how to turn out your people to vote, because that is what would have made all the difference.
Right. So with the election being fair, and we're gonna say within the margin of error, which you normally have, you always have some fraud. Donald Trump loses. A lot of people just couldn't imagine that after seeing the turnouts that he had, and some of the common sense policies that he had adhered to. Why do you think he lost? Where did he miss the boat on this?
Well, I think that he actually did very well. Now, if you look at the Republican Party across the board, think about those House Republicans. They didn't lose a single incumbent. That's incredible when you have somebody like Biden that won by that much more than President Trump. It just, at the end of the day, more Democrats voted for Biden than for Trump. That's just the raw numbers. I don't think President Trump did anything wrong. Could they have focused on this here or there? Yes, more. Could they have been more ready for dealing with those fraud claims to try to win in court? Yes. But I just feel like when you lose by that narrow a margin, it hurts. But I also don't – I think that people are getting a little bit too wrapped up in the idea that President Trump's rallies were so popular. They're unbelievable. Biden has none of that. So you can't imagine, like, nobody cares about Biden, but the Biden voters were quiet. They didn't go to rallies. They didn't have any rallies to go to. He couldn't have held a rally. I mean, come on. Yeah. But you still have to have more of your people than their people voting.
Right.
That's what it comes down to is the math.
Right. Well, this kind of goes into the book now because one of the things they said. "21 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on. We got other updates. So the attempted prank that went poorly. So it kind of led into the weekend of the various weddings that we would go to, and so I realized that the person who asked me to do it. That they were in trouble pretty quick, and I did not give him up, but apparently he has such a reputation, I guess, for this that when everybody realized something had happened, his wife said, "I'll tell you who's behind this," and she was, she knew her husband, and he was. Now, at that point, I think I'm safe because I think that I was asked by another person to do it that was part of one of the weddings, and so it's really on him. Now, my wife disagreed with that. She began to somehow say that I could have just said no, and I guess that's right.
Hindsight.
Yeah, it's kind of goes back to when we were kids. If everybody jumped off a cliff, would you jump off with them?
Right. Looking where we are now, that probably would have been a good answer.
I tried to say that it's not on me because I didn't come up with the idea. I was just asked to do it, and then I thought, well, then the person who asked me, that's who's in trouble, not me.
And they should have known whether
almost like you're the victim.
And well, I tried the I'm the victim mode.
Yeah, that's why it started.
And it didn't go as well as I thought because it kept coming back to I could have just said no. And I guess that's accurate. I just thought it was a funny idea, and I want y'all to know. And there's no need to pat me on the back or thank me for being a great friend or anything. I thought I was going to bring laughter to all this. You know, when you have everybody's real high stress, highly emotional, and you come in and give everybody a little laugh, and everybody lightens up. Isn't that funny? Yeah. And or it could make it worse. And sadly, the latter happened.
Yeah.
And so then I go, when do I tell my wife that as we head into the weekend to go on this journey to 2 weddings and 2 receptions, something you might want to know.
Yeah.
And because there was one time when I just said, I'll never mention it. But I thought, because Sherry's too connected.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And so there's no way out for me.
She can't be surprised by it.
No.
So you're going to have to.
So I picked what I thought was a good time, and that's after our guest had gone. And on Friday, and I said, hey, before we head on into the next thing that's up, let me tell you, it's something so funny that happened. It was so funny, and it
was fun.
Yeah, and I said I was asked to do something, and I wanted to come through, and so because try to be a good friend and to everybody, and I did something I was asked to do that was supposed to be fun, and it didn't go great. But what did you do? And so when I began to explain, what I can't mention, her face began to contort and change, and you can see your wife elevating, and then what you just said. What were you thinking?
Yeah.
Pause. What is wrong with you? And like we've all said, that's been our lives doing this show for 31 years. Our wives have asked that so many times.
So many.
Yeah.
Have y'all got an answer? I've never really had an answer for it.
I just stay silent.
I don't know what to say to what is wrong with you.
Stay silent, let it pass.
And what were you?
Sorry.
and
I just say I'm sorry.
What were you thinking?
I guess I wasn't.
And then of course immediately the correct thought is that now I've affected her experience for the weekend, because now instead of being a welcomed guest, we may not be.
No.
As
now
well.
you're uncomfortable.
Yeah, and now the everything you would normally do, has to be rethought. And so I just said, hey, I think it's going to be fine, which is all husbands are supposed to say.
Yeah.
Hey, it's going to be fine. I wouldn't worry about that. And then I tried the victim thing again, and I said, I can't believe I was put in this situation. And then Sherry said, but you could have just refused to be in the situation. Accurate. I said, but at the time, I know it's hard to believe. It's almost like somebody saying, this is our lives, what we do here. I said, it's almost like somebody just asking me to pick something up on the way home for them. I would just go, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah.
And she said, but this is not that. I said, no, well, now that we're on the other side of it, it clearly isn't. I'm just saying, in the moment, it felt that way. She goes, so you're comparing this to them asking you to like pick up a cake and take it to some part of one of those ceremonies? I said, yeah. She goes, you really see it that way? I said, I understand by the way you're looking at me, I probably shouldn't, because maybe that's not right. But I'm just telling you, I can't. I'm sorry. I really am. I'm so sorry. Well, so then what do you think happens as we roll on to try to pull off this? Now you think, well, it's never going to be brought up again.
Everybody's going to move on.
And then, of course, as soon as the other women see Sherry, it's like, have you ever like thrown down bread for ducks?
Yeah.
And just how they fly to it.
Bread ain't there long.
No. And then I thought, I might as well be a husband pinata. And all these wives have sticks. And I am about to be just beat. And I mean, just until I give up the candy. You know what I mean? And it's, and so then I would be okay. And then somebody would say something, and then I'd go back to being in trouble again. Yeah. So it was not a great, and I've talked to, everybody, and I've apologized, and I profusely apologized.
A little chilly response.
A little, and like Sherry's saying, well, I'd like to go over there right now, but of course I can't because of what you've done. And I said, well, you didn't have anything to do with it. She goes, but I'm connected to you.
That's true.
And she goes, and you're the problem. And then I'd say, no, so-and-so's the problem. She goes, no, all you had to say was, no, I won't do that.
Yeah.
Don't try to get out of this.
She felt like everybody was staring at her.
Yeah, because they were. Yeah, they were.
As if,
well, yeah. So I will say this: we did get in both weddings. We did make both receptions. Went to a wedding. Went to a reception. Went to a wedding. To a wedding.
Mm-hmm.
To stayed at that reception, and then as we're going out to the car, almost like you ever seen the episode in Seinfeld where Kramer wants to see how far the car will go on empty?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sherry looked at me and I said we try to make the other reception just so we can say we did it. She said, are you as tired as I am? I said, exhausted, can barely stand. And I said, but we have to say we made both receptions.
Mm-hmm.
So we went across town and made the second reception in time to see off the bride and the groom at that one, after dancing on the dance floor a little bit and doing one party train line.
Oh. And you were also trying to get points.
And I was trying to do anything I could to
trying to overdo it.
Yeah.
Right.
So there you go. Hey, that's on me. That's on me.
Lesson learned, huh?
Yep. Gunners will treat you for everybody. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Didn't resonate with women, that the women were the ones that didn't want to get out for him. But your book really is taking on women, especially young women. It's our job as those of us, as men, you hear this all the time, older men need to be mentors for younger men. You don't hear that as much with women. Your book wants to take that on, and you want to do that job and talk to young women. And I like the approach of the book because men and women are certainly equal. But I think the problem is there's a push, mainly by the left, to say that men and women are also not distinctive. There's really no difference. They're not just equal. They're the same. And your book clearly says, look, we are equal, and women, can maximize their potential, but women have unique problems. And take that on. Tell us what you're trying to do with the book.
When my husband read one of the drafts, he finished and he said, "Wow, you guys think a lot."
Right. That's so true. That is so true.
He said women think more about what men are thinking than men actually spend thinking.
That is so true. My wife had to learn that men really can think about nothing.
That's what Peter said the same to me. He's like, "Wow, you guys think all the time." And I did an interview a couple weeks ago with a faith-based podcast, and at the end, the gentleman interviewing me said, "Dana, I have one last question. Do you believe you're an overthinker?" I do. So one of the things I do in the book is say, let's just embrace that. We are not going to change the way that women think and worry and have anxiety and go over things over and over again in their mind. What I try to do in this book is say, here's some real practical advice for you to channel all of that energy into more productive uses so that you can get that job you want or figure out a way to get out of something you don't want to do, which either might be a job or a social commitment. And what I really try through some pretty practical means is to help women find a way to experience more of life's joys. I believe that God wanted us to live in a state of serenity and joy, but we have to work at it. So the book title is Everything Will Be Okay, but that doesn't mean you don't have to work. You have to actively make sure that you are doing all the right things that you can to be competitive in this world. If you want to compete and climb the ladder, there's some great things in here for that, but there's also some suggestions here for how you can cut back, and that's okay.
Well, let me ask you this, because on that point, and I know we don't have a ton of time, there's a lot to unpack in this book.
We wish you could stay about an hour with us.
But I want you to hit this one, because we are all married, so we have women in our lives that are the number one most important earthly priority. You said something that really was profound: how to make your worry work for your advantage. And I was blown away by that comment, because women seem to be anxious and worry all the time. You say you can actually use that for your good. Explain that for a minute.
Well, I think that the fact that I was a worrier, in some ways, that made me work harder. So, for example, I had a lot of inferiority complexes when I went to the White House, because I'd only gone to the University of Southern Colorado on a speech team scholarship, and I was surrounded by people that went to the Ivy Leagues. So I was immediately just inherently thought that they must know more than me. They must be smarter than me. Right. So then I worked so hard to read more than anybody else. And eventually it really dawned on me that the president turns to me for advice just as much as he does those guys.
Right.
And that it didn't matter. That's why I say, it's life lessons for young women from a former young woman. And I'm trying to make sure that people know, they might think that my life looks perfect. I'm like, oh, no, look, let me just tell you, I went through some things.
Right.
And learn from my mistakes.
Right. So, hey, I'm ahead. I'm looking back. Let me tell you what worked for me, what didn't work. And also, you want to find out, we didn't have time to cover it, the Minute Mentoring. Find out about that. We'll put everything about Dana Perino in show notes today at rickandbubba.com. The book is available. Hey, thank you so much, Dana, for working us in and letting us, let all the women across the country hear about this book. Everything Will Be Okay. Life Lessons for Young Women from a Former Young Woman. Dana Perino, available wherever books are sold. We'll be right back.
Dana.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, you can build your own best of Rick and Bubba now these days. Get you a playlist, baby. You can make it happen. Go out and find all of our stuff available on all the various locations. All right, so working our way back, patriotmobile.com. Look, if you make your phone money matter, make the switch today. They've really come on board with us, started out on our podcast and now on the full-blown show. Because I know, look, a lot of us get in this situation. A lot of us get in this situation where you're just like, look, I got things that I need. I got services. It's very hard not to find companies that are just crumbling to the pressure of all this wokeness. And you're like, I really hate giving my money toward this kind of stuff. Well, when it comes to your wireless provider, for 10 years now, patriotmobile.com is ready to go. Now, you still have access to all the same networks that Verizon and T-Mobile and AT&T, same service, but you're not funding the left. Okay, so that's the difference. You do get a U.S.-based customer service team, too, that makes switching really easy. You can keep your number if you want to, keep your phone if you want to. That's fine. But if you want to upgrade the phone or get a new phone, they can help you with that, too. And when you send your money to them, you're supporting free speech, religious freedom, sanctity of life, Second Amendment. You're honoring our military, our veterans, our first responders, all there. So if you'd like to get free activation, here's all you got to do. And they'll help you find the best plan for you. You can go to patriotmobile.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX to get more information, and that's the free activation. Or call them at 927-PATRIOT and use the code BIGBOX. Also, you'll find the link that gets you taken care of at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, why don't we move on? As I'm hoping to kind of let this get behind me, but I just want to let you know how the attempt to make all those weddings and receptions went this weekend. Hey, we did pull it off. Had a few more obstacles than probably would have been there if maybe I had not. If I tell you, that's on me.
It sounded like you made it a little more complicated.
Yeah, but hey, it's on me. You know what the road to hell's paved with.
Yeah, good intentions.
Good intentions.
That's what the song says.
Bubba, let's talk a little bit about some more Trump stuff here. Now. Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about what he said. Now Trump is just like, all they're doing is, we've said it 1,000 times, leave him alone. If you just leave him alone, you're much better off. But the left hates him so much they just can't. So now, 1F, he is going to say he's going to declassify certain files. So that he has. So here is Trump talking about that.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
Attorney General.
Yeah, sure will.
Yeah. Now,
sure will.
You may remember on the JFK, Trump did declassify a lot of it, but not all of it.
Mm-hmm.
And you remember the famous interview with Judge Napolitano from Fox News.
Mm-hmm.
And he called Trump on it, on a personal conversation, and said, look, you said you were going to declassify this.
Yep.
And he told the judge, he said, I did what I could do, but if you saw everything that was in there, you would understand why I cannot.
I remember that, yeah.
And he said, I will tell you when I see you in person what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So
not anymore.
What would be in that file that is so damaging that no president has wanted the public to know about it, including I'm wide open Trump?
Only Trump would now put in his, to add on to why we should elect him.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you elect me, I'm old. You can see it all.
Yep.
It's like doing a promotion that you see on TV on the infomercial.
There must be
but
something.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah, there must be something very damaging to the U.S. in it. That's all you can. And what could it be? The fact that it exposes what we were doing in other countries, or it exposes the fact that possibly it was an inside coup in the United States. That's really all that would be that embarrassing. And I think the way they're handling this keeps pointing to an inside job.
So is it just because of what's happened, Trump goes from...
And I'm not trying to be Alex Jones here, but what else can you conclude from that?
Yeah, well, you don't want them to come put a padlock on the place. But go back to this. Do you... But now he says, yeah, it's bad, but y'all made me mad. I'm going to release them this time.
I guess. I mean, he's kind of, everybody's trying to get as many votes as they can right now. So there's a lot of people would like to know. And he had a chance to do it before and just did part of it. So there was something he saw that he went, wow, we don't need this out there.
Cut 1A. Now what we keep saying over and over again, if you go all in on this, are you opening up Joe Biden and the Biden family for the right to do the same thing to them?
Yeah.
And so here's Joe
Biden
Biden saying to Peter Ducey of Fox News, he's not concerned about that because he's clean as a whistle. So here we go.
Okay.
Conviction helps Trump in the election. Are you worried that this could happen to you someday? Somebody comes up with some charges and tries to bring you into court after your term?
Not at all.
And when Trump says you're just trying to bruise him, what do you say? Politically, he thinks you're pulling the strings behind the scenes, doing all this to help yourself.
I didn't know it's that powerful.
I didn't do anything.
He didn't do, no, the Biden family, other than this case we have going right now on his son, they're clean as a whistle.
I can't help but notice in the background someone's playing Enter Sandman.
Yeah, I did too.
It was like a band.
The irony.
I heard
that
it was like a tuba.
Here is Bubba, moment of silence. We have a Rush Limbaugh clip.
Oh my God. Oh yeah. Hey, by the way, he was dead on right here.
You mean
Probably
accurate?
not a good choice of
You mean
words.
accurate?
Oh yeah, but yeah,
He's dead, Speedy.
Yeah.
Well, no, yeah, but when he was talking about
I
this,
thought you were letting us know he was
and
dead.
Trump's treatment and those that vote for
We knew
Trump,
that.
he was all
The Hams
over it.
didn't know it.
Yeah.
He's got away with words.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
Hams, you didn't know about him being
What?
dead.
That's what
I'll find out on a
that's what you
documentary
normally
a
say
year
when
from
somebody
now.
says that they were right.
But somebody
Yeah.
you might, but when they're already gone, you might want to say that he was accurate.
That's not funny, Speedy. That's not funny.
Okay.
So here is Bubba, moment of silence for the great Rush Limbaugh.
I know they desperately want Trump gone, and I know that they desperately want it codified that Trump cannot run again, because make no mistake, they remain scared to death of you, and they remain scared to death of Trump. Trump, 75 million, 80 million votes. And I'm going to tell you, you're not going anywhere. Even if Trump does, you're not. They can't separate you from Trump. And more importantly, they can't separate you from the ideas. They can't separate you from MAGA. They can't separate you from Make America Great Again, which I think remains one of our big campaign strengths going forward. They believe that they can destroy this bond that exists between you and Trump if they somehow make Trump look bad, make Trump look like a reprobate, embarrass you about Trump. They can't do it because you came before Trump.
I didn't know he was going to be that sick when we played it.
I know. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, it's voice.
I was toward the end.
Yeah, it was.
I like that he has his printer right behind him, though. It's just ready to roll right there. That's nice.
Well, and you're right, and that is the campaign is that. And by the way, can somebody help me on this? I've heard MAGA and MAGA. Which one is it? Is it MAGA or MAGA?
It has to be MAGA.
MAGA.
MAGA. M-A-G is MAG. You put an A on it, MAGA.
It's MAGA.
Yeah, recently I just heard Rush, and I heard others in that are
I
in
think
the,
he was just
in news. And I heard people like on Fox.
Both, too.
I've heard people on Fox saying MAGA.
Did he say MAGA?
Yeah.
You know, he couldn't hear very good.
Yeah, MAGA.
I've
I've heard both, but
I'm trying to-
mostly MAGA. But I've heard
Speedy
MAGA.
said you're dead on, Adler.
Right.
Well, he was in what he
MAGA?
said.
MAGA's not.
No, I heard MAGA over the weekend as well from like people doing stories, and I'm like, I thought it was MAGA.
Yeah.
But anyway, so there you go, and we have 1C, Bubba. We already have an ad against Biden to vote for Trump. There's been some good ones, but here's another one. Here's one about his little grin, how he looks. All right.
This was asked about this Friday.
Yeah.
Y'all saw that clip when Biden was asked about it, and yeah.
This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent.
Mr. President, can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir?
Oh, the evil grin. The evil grin worked perfectly.
How about that?
That's really good.
I love how they spelled his name in lowercase.
Of course.
Just as an extra shot.
One more before we go to phones, 1E. CNN Scott Jennings is saying what you said earlier, Bubba, and we've all been saying that this is backfiring on those who oppose Trump. Here we go. Courtesy of CNN, Scott Jennings.
And the text messages I'm receiving are any indication, every Republican in the country is madder than a wet hen. I mean, people who are decidedly non-MAGA, not Trump fans, are blowing up tonight saying this case never should have been brought. This is ridiculous charges. It was egregious use of the criminal justice system. And I mean, I'm hearing people say, I had no intention of voting for Donald Trump, and now I am. And then if you ask the Trump campaign what's happening, you know, they literally broke their online donation portal because people were rushing to the internet to give them money in the minutes after the verdict. So I think there's a real chance here. This is going to massively backfire on the Democrats and help Donald Trump.
There it is. Yeah, that's, by the way, I finally did see some clips from The View after it was on.
Oh, I bet they had a breakdown, didn't they?
Bubba. You talk about joy. We'll come back. Your phone calls are next. Our first time to chat with you, America, after the weekend. We've thrown out a lot, so there's plenty to comment on. All 10 lines available. We'll take your phone calls when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But we have looked into it. We've studied it. We've looked at the numbers. And from the day after the election, where we all thought something fishy was going on, to now, I mean, when you uncover facts, you have to adjust your position as you see those facts.
So we wanted to get someone who covered it, has been a press secretary,
been in the middle of it,
who's obviously a Republican, to talk about that. And that didn't give us a lot of time for the book, but we were literally dealing. We had 10 minutes.
We got it all in.
We had 10 minutes.
I think we had a good question, and we talked about the book.
Listen, I'm a consumer of interviews. I love listening to a good interview.
Listen to a podcast, won't you?
I will. I do. And I thought that was 9.5 minutes of really excellent interview. I love the way y'all handled it. She had good questions. It was topical to what's going on today. You got her book in. I thought the questions in regards to the book were fantastic with the limited time we had. I thought it was good. Guys, I give you an A+.
I couldn't enjoy it. I was a nervous wreck.
Yeah, I know. You're in the producer.
Yeah, I'm in the producer because there was 4 minutes left and we hadn't talked about the book.
Can I tell you?
And I was nervous, but we got it in, and y'all did well.
Can I tell you what I loved is, and I thought this was a great move on your part, Bubba, and it really, really calmed me a little bit, because when you first walked into my office today.
He's fired up today.
Right. It was
no. I had some misinformation on something that may have been an assumption.
Right.
But that's the way I run.
Right. Well, and you've had that word broke down for you, so listen. Bubba said he realized, because he's had the word assumption broken down for him his whole life, like I have, and he knew that I need to do something because I'm about to take that word and do the three things.
Right.
So he let her know on the phone in the break, which I thought that really put me at ease. We are going to ask you about the election, then we'll get into the book.
Yeah. And I mean, when people come on here, they're obviously have something they want to push,
right?
And that's great because people need to know that. But there's also questions that people want to know
from their expertise.
Yeah. And based on the jobs they've had and the position that she's had and people she's talked to and the facts that she's seen come by her. Right. And, I always kind of imagine that if this person walked into a meat and three restaurant out in the country, places me and you eat a lot, okay, what would the person at the table next to them ask them if I said, hey, I want you to meet Dana Perino? She was spokesperson. They would ask this question.
No, you're right. And by the way,
because I'm usually thinking that too.
Well, let me tell you how this all works, and we've been on both ends of the spectrum, and you're 100% right, Bubba. Is we fully understand, since we have written books for people who paid us money to write them.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So that you got to adhere to that person, that they say, please, when you get on the air, talk about the book that we paid you to write.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Yes, we have an obligation to that person. But on the other end, we also have played the host side that does what Bubba said. Our job is to actually use this host as an element of the show to maximize what the audience wants from this person, which is not just the book usually. Exactly. And so I think that in the 9.5 minutes we had,
I thought it was excellent.
Bubba, I think we balanced that about as good as you could.
Yeah, and that's why in booking them, I always
Yeah.
try to get 2 segments because it allows for all of that. The trouble you have is when you have one. You know,
well, that's what I was
it's
about
hard
to say.
to get it all
the
in.
The format I just presented, and this is what just happened with Dana Perino, is when you have a 1-segment interview with a 2-segment guest.
That's it.
Yeah.
And
You know,
two,
that's a 2-segment guest.
Yeah.
like I say,
And we couldn't get it.
her book might not appeal to every single listener. Let's say you're a granddad out there,
Right.
and you think, well, this really doesn't have anything to do with me.
Yeah.
But when you talk about other issues and
Absolutely.
other questions, their interest goes up. Now they're thinking, hey, is there a female, maybe a granddaughter or somebody I can give this to, maybe somebody in high school
absolutely.
or college that this might help them out, where they really, hey, it's a book for girls. Well, I'm fixing to tune over to the sports station or something. I mean, you know.
And I think we got in the part that appeals to what you're talking about is because the skimming of the book and all the stuff that goes with the book that I looked at. This is a woman who has been in the workplace, who is married, and is saying to women, we are equal, but we are not men, and we have unique female issues to overcome when we go out into the workplace, when we go through life that men don't deal with. She started out talking about her husband. Man, you think a lot. And women do.
Yeah.
So what she did is wrote a book, like you said, Bubba. If you are a male, it might be a resource for women in your life. If you're a woman, it's obvious. And she's saying, look, we aren't men. We're equal to men. We're back. Phones are open now. The real Greg Burgess taking those. We'll chat with you. We mentioned going in the break that the view was just as giddy as they could be on Friday. I mean, it was giddy city. So as you're dialing us up, 866 We Be Big, listen to Whoopi Goldberg just trying to hold back the enthusiasm. She can't even say it. She's so emotional. Here we go.
Donald John Trump. Don't tell me. Is a convicted felon.
Yay, Whoopi!
Yesterday, a New York jury found him guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying business records in order to hide a sex scandal that would hurt his 2016 presidential campaign, and that's what the problem was.
The crime.
That's why he was in court, because he did that. He did that. And then, of course, he played the victim.
There you go. So, and there was so much more we might get into later if our stomachs can handle it. And at one point they're saying if he doesn't get put in jail, people will be shooting people on the street because they know they won't be getting in trouble.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that one.
We'll do that in the next hour. Let's go to John out of Jackson, Mississippi. I'm going to Jackson. John, welcome. Go ahead.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
let me take credit for this. I saw it on Facebook. I got 2 things first. I'm going to say this first, and I got a question for Greg and for Rick, because they're the music gurus. Saw this on Facebook. They said, based on the Trump conviction, said Jesus was convicted, and I still follow him.
I wouldn't go there. No. I wouldn't make that comparison. I saw that, and
I'm not comparing the two men.
I think that's off
Jesus
of
was convicted of a crime.
Yeah, but John,
and I still follow him.
Yeah, don't do that. As a matter of fact, I think that came off of a parody site that's kind of like Babylon Bee, and I think they're actually saying that doing that to make fun of people that equate those two. So it's not as serious. But anyway, go ahead.
Second question is music. How can the same band that made American Band do also the song Locomotion?
That is odd. It was a cover. They did the cover. That came from, I think, Martha and what's her name in the Vandellas, I think, or whatever, Vandals. They did a cover of Locomotion, which I thought was odd. Grand Funk doing that was odd. It was an odd move. I agree with you on that. Thanks for the call. Todd in Cherokee. Todd, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Locomotion, by the way, was done by Little Eva.
Little Eva,
Anyway,
that's right. You're right. Yeah.
Has anybody considered the how close that Putin and Biden are? Because Putin has gotten rid of political enemies by giving them poison in the neck or mysteriously dying like Alexei Navalny. Biden's just trying to figure out how to actually get rid of Trump, and America's not going to put up for the conspiracy of going and outright killing him, but they're trying to do anything but.
Yeah, and what's funny, the left will tell you, no, it's Trump that's like Putin, not the Democrats. Yeah, they're the tyranny people, not us.
Let me ask you this: if a judge convicted Joe Biden, Barack Obama, any of the Democratic presidents, Bill Clinton, and you found out that the judge had given money to Donald Trump and that their daughter worked in the Republican convention somewhere in the Republican Party, would you feel a little awkward about that? Or would you think that's just fine?
Well, am I a Democrat or a Republican? If I'm a Republican, it bothers me. If I'm a Democrat, remember the means to the end. Whatever you have to do to get your goal is fine.
Yeah, Stalin quoted that too.
He sure did, didn't he? Let's go to Josh in Alabama. Josh, go ahead.
Y'all played the video Friday about them paying the hush money to Bill Clinton's woman. What about his scandal with Monica Lewinsky in the White House? He got in. They tried to impeach him. He got 4 more years. I wonder if he still got the cigar or did he smoke it?
All right. I don't know. She never got paid, but now Paul Jones did. We played that for you.
Yep.
Will in Nashville. Will, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Here's the deal about Whoopi Goldberg and Donald Trump. Whoopi Goldberg is, Donald Trump may be guilty right now, but Whoopi Goldberg is ugly as homemade sin. Donald Trump can appeal and be acquitted.
All right. Now we're getting mean. Okay. The people mad. They're mad, Bubba. They're very, very.
I'm
mad.
glad they're mad.
Yeah,
I'm pretty upset about it. Yeah.
Right. Matter of fact, you're all in now.
I'm not gonna make fun of Whoopi, but yeah.
Dr. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey,
buddy.
Wanted to pick a phone with Greg about homemade ice cream. Appreciate y'all's show, but
thank you.
He said he don't like homemade ice cream. Well, when I was a boy, we had the cows that we milked. They were Jerseys, and the cream came to the top of the can. We would take the cream off of those milk cans every Sunday during the summertime and make homemade ice cream. You talking about rich ice cream. He's just never had real good homemade ice cream is his problem.
Yeah, you're right.
It's not that. He just doesn't like anything in life.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, now, but we'll tell you this.
We use that Eagle brand, that real thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Not a little different.
Jersey milk cows have cream, real good cream, and it comes to the top of the can. We had them 8-gallon cans and them 10-gallon cans, and we put them in a cooler and then had the little.
How did you get the cream?
It had ice. Sir?
How did you get the cream?
We would take a cup and reach down in those 8 and 10-gallon cans and dip it out. And we had it, the regular old ice cream, the phrases that you did it by hand, and we'd do that while getting lunch ready after church, and we'd get the ice off around those coils in that thing to make the ice.
How about that?
Cream.
I don't know what Greg's problem is.
Yeah, he hadn't had that. He hadn't had a Jersey that.
Yeah. If Greg, you had a Jersey cow, you'd think different.
Yep.
You would think different. You ain't never had the real thing, friend. Top of the hour. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. We do have more to cover. Plenty today to cover. And we'll run through the rest of those stories. If you want to be part of it, just wait for the next opportunity to call us. Also, you can always email us. You can find all those email addresses at rickandbubba, spell out the word and.com. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But we aren't men, and so this book is from a woman who's been through some stuff and is looking back at younger women saying, here's how you need to approach these things as a female.
because you're not a male.
Yeah.
And nothing to do with the quality, just distinctively different.
Yeah.
And that's why I think that we got that into.
Yeah. No, and I think it was meaty. That part was meaty too. It's usually we want to hear from their expertise.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody does. And then it's like, okay, get to the book, people buy it or they won't. Okay?
Right.
Here's the name of it, a little bit about it, and that's as far as it goes. But I thought both aspects of it, both the book and the expertise side, was excellent.
Well, the reason why we do this is throughout our history, and we've learned from some of the people that have gone before us, we are a show that does interviews, and then we assess how the interview went.
Yeah.
That's right.
Because
That's why we're talking about it
how do you
right
get better?
Yes,
I
sir.
think slowly but surely, and I'm speaking to me, I was a terrible interviewer, and I've really been trying to work on it, and I think we're getting better. And so,
That's it.
But boy, when you got 9.5 minutes,
It's got to be quick.
That's
It's
tough.
got to be quick.
that's tough. So-
And a radio interview is different from a podcast interview.
Oh yeah, well,
I mean, it's two different things.
But that's the reason why we like the podcast, because you got 45 minutes to unpack a guest versus 9.5.
Right.
15 minutes to the top. 866 We Be Big is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. 866 We Be Big. All right, so let me caution in your emails, okay? Because the thing that gets you, and I've had this happen before with my Apple account, and that is when you'll get an email from Apple claiming that something's happened with your Apple account.
Yep.
And they need your information. It has their logo on it and everything.
Oh.
Now, that one's pretty easy, because if you just think to yourself, Apple would not ask me to give them my information on an email.
When they've just sent you
Right.
a notification. Think about
Right,
that.
right.
They have your username and password.
Right.
Why would they be asking you for it?
But this one is pretty ingenious, and it nearly got me yesterday. As a matter of fact, they're missing one part of the plan that if they would fix that part, they got me.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Yep.
Because you got to be aware. So I get an email yesterday from Amazon that says, this has been ordered, and did you place this order?
Mm-hmm.
And I looked down, and I didn't. It was going somewhere in Maryland. It was about $1,000 order, about 900 and something bucks.
And you want to tell them no.
Yeah.
That's your immediate response.
And it said,
but you got to sign in to do it.
Well, no, this was different. If this is not your order, call customer service right now. So I called the customer service number to say it's not. And the guy's talking to me, and it, no offense, the fact that he couldn't speak English that well didn't throw me.
Right.
Because that's kind of the experience with customer service with these big companies, and they contract that out to apparently India.
Yeah, I've noticed. I don't think there's anybody in the say 8 or 9 southern states that work at call centers. Not one person.
So then, and this was the first thing, because they know that if you have an Amazon account, it's either on your debit card or your or credit card.
Right.
Well, this is the first red flag that went up. He said, "Well, this is not good news. Is this has not been put on your card?" And that was my first red flag. Well, it'd have to be.
Yeah.
Okay. And well, the reason why he's saying that is because he knows I can simply check that. And if I don't see this on my card, he says he goes. So what it is? He goes. Let me ask you this: did you take out a $7,000 loan from Amazon? I said no. He goes, oh, well, he makes a note of that.
Right.
Did you send this to Mexico and this to Ohio?
I got you. I
And I said no, I did not. He goes, well, we'll get this resolved.
Yeah.
And I said, okay. So then, all of a sudden, and this is where they got to fix it. Okay, this is where it went south. Well, because we're not sure you're even who you say you are, we have to verify that you are who you say you are.
Right. And you don't want all this stuff piling up.
No, so. and he goes, and they present you a desperate situation.
Oh yeah.
What he's presenting to me, I'm about $9,000 in the hole to Amazon, according to what he's saying.
Right.
So you start getting desperate, just wanting to get this resolved. And it's got the logo on it. It's got
they've got it down to an art.
It's even got an order number, confirmation.
Yeah.
And then this is the part they got to fix, and I hope they don't. So here's what we need you to do. Okay. He says, we need you to go get these Google cards so we can identify who you are. And I said, you need me to do what? I said, you talking about like I'm supposed to leave right now? Yeah. I need to know. Well, I'll find a location that offers these cards that we need you to get to verify. Then we'll refund you. I said, so you want me to go buy something in order for you to take off charges? And I said, you're out of your mind. I said, this is a scam. I know it's a scam. And the guy said, no, this is not a scam. I said, it's an absolute scam. You think I believe that Amazon wants me to go to Dollar General or a CVS and buy Google cards so y'all can take these charges off? I said, you really think I'm that stupid? And that's when it got stupid. Now they had it rolling up to that point.
Yeah. Did they ever give up or hang up?
Well, I said, let me tell you what's going to happen. I said, I actually host a radio show, and I'm going to tell everybody about this scam, and I'm about to contact Amazon straight up, and I'm going to tell you what you're doing. And I said, I hope that there's some way that somebody can prosecute you for what you're trying to do. And I said, you must think I'm an idiot. You think I'm going to get in my car and drive to Dollar General and to CVS and buy certain cards so you can take these orders off my account? So he hollers at me a few more times, and finally I just hang up on him. So I called the real Amazon number, and they said, absolute scam.
Yeah.
And they.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Here we go. I know you don't really know me. Hey. So the gang's all here for a brand new hour. So Adler informs us that really in a way, I don't know where to say fortunately or unfortunately, he now has the other clips from The View that were making the rotation. You know, we were standing by and even said earlier that we didn't know whether The View would be able to contain themselves over the 34-count conviction of Donald Trump. And we played the whoopee for you before we went to phones last hour, but there were others, and, you know, we all know this, that the left will never, ever, ever overplay their hand.
No,
and they never deal in hyperbole and terror. So listen to Whoopi Goldberg and what she says is going to happen if Trump does not go to jail. So here we go.
These are the things that I wanted to ask y'all about, because this is great to see that our justice system can work. It does work, because we haven't seen this for a while, and particularly with him. But, you know, the judge is going to have to sentence him. And one of the things that's been bothering me is I keep hearing all these pundits saying, well, you know, he's a first-time offender, you know, it's not gonna, you know, and I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, you got 175,000 cases where people are coming for you. So you're not actually a first-time offender. And wouldn't this go to the kind of habits that you have in terms of your rhetoric? But I want the judge to give him 6 months. Can I tell you why? And then you tell me everything. I want him to give him 6 months because one of the things that we're hearing from all these young men that we've been talking to is that they love him because he has no consequences. He's a man. They keep talking about how manly he is. He doesn't have to do anything. And I feel like if we are going to treat this man who used to be president like everybody else, you're convicted of felonies. You got to do a little bit of time, and then you have to say to the judge, you know, I did this, I'm sorry. He has, you know, this is what you would have to do if you were trying to get out. So
show remorse.
Show remorse.
Can I answer that
baby,
question?
please.
Because,
So lock him up.
Because I think it's it's a very important point. Judge Merchan has, I think he has really done a good job in terms of keeping that courtroom together. I spent this morning speaking to someone from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. They're called street fighters. He believes that they will recommend a 1-year term in prison. And that is because when you spend a year in prison in New York or under, you serve in Rikers Island. Okay?
Watch your face.
Also, I did some research.
Right.
The other thing I'd like to say is the other reason that they will do this is because he has shown an utter disregard for our institutions. And prosecutors, when you are recommending a sentence, you are not just recommending a sentence so that they can be rehabilitated or so that they can be punished. You're sending a message to the community that this is not going to happen again. This is not okay. The other thing I want to say is that there's another thing that they will likely recommend is a 6-month split. 6 months at Rikers, and then the rest, 5 years, 4.5 years of probation. That is under New York law.
And 6 months at this table.
Now,
No, that would be like being sentenced to hell.
Yeah, that's cruel and unusual punishment. I don't believe it.
That's over
the line.
Yeah, and
that's worse than tar and feather.
Right. Yeah. It's
again, I will say you have to go to history here. That the left will overplay their hand. I'm sure that this judge who feels no reason to hold back will give quite a diatribe and will sentence him to jail.
Oh.
But I think once they sentence him to jail, it's going to become an election interference case, and you're going to see the Supreme Court get involved. So they'll overplay their hand to the point that the Supreme Court has to get involved and will nullify the whole thing. So that's probably how it's going to play out.
Well, yeah, and because people need to learn a lesson that if we don't punish Donald Trump, it'll just be chaos in the streets.
Again, and remember,
law and order.
And Whoopi outlined this pretty good, that the NDA, which is not illegal to have, to pay people to be quiet.
Right.
But the way they frame this, and this was a whole new way of trying to spin this thing, is that it interfered with the election by keeping this out of the public domain.
Right.
It interfered with the election. You realize Congress has a fund that they pay off people who accuse congressmen of various things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, they don't realize the domino effect, the avalanche, if you will, that they have lined up on this that's going to affect every elected official right down to the mayor of every city who has ever done anything for their campaign to play down negative reports. It's done all the time. That's part of the campaign. And you're going to see this play out in a way no one ever thought possible. That's my prediction.
And on that same note, both Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama have been had to pay fines for doing basically what Trump has done. This is from AP. In 2022, Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign and the Democratic National Committee have agreed to pay a $113,000 fine to settle the Federal Election Commission investigation either into whether they violated campaign finance law by misreporting spending on research that eventually became the infamous Steele dossier.
Right.
Y'all remember this?
Yeah,
So that's the Hillary Clinton fine. Barack Obama had to pay one of the largest fines at that time in history for some misreporting. It was $375,000 that Obama's campaign had to pay because they did a similar thing, a bookkeeping, but they were transferring huge amounts of money for Barack Obama's campaign, and they just had to pay fines. So when we talk about a two-tiered justice system, this is what we're seeing.
Yeah, and Bubba said it too. We both have heard, and I know you've heard even in greater detail. You know, there's an account that all these Congress people have that you don't know about. It's a whole different fund for whole different things for them to.
Yeah, they could settle stuff, and it all came out of that. So they are now all guilty of the same thing Trump was, if you want to look at it that way.
Well,
it's just it's crazy. And again, I think they overplayed their hand. 34 felonies. You got to be kidding me.
Well,
if you really had a good one, you should have charged him with 7 or 8 and got a conviction on 1. This whole thing just looks, the optics of it is ridiculous. And I don't think anybody's above the law. But I don't think that trying to keep negative information from coming out about you during a campaign is election interference. What is election interference is putting a leading party candidate in a courtroom and not letting them get out and campaign. That is election interference.
It seems pretty interfering.
And I wonder if we'd have gone to the same bunch, The View, and said when all the riots were going on during the summer, was that 2020?
Mm-hmm.
And it was interesting to hear them suddenly become these proponents of law and order.
Yeah.
It was odd. You know, all of a sudden they're for law and order and that we need law and order, which I agree with, by the way. But it's kind of they're picking and choosing when they want law and order. I would be willing to get on board with law and order all the time.
Yeah, I am too.
But and then you go apples and apples. There is when they go on, they start saying things about people be shooting people in the street, saying they're not going to be held accountable. But isn't that what was happening during some of the riots? I never heard them on the air saying these people that are tearing people's property up, burning places, stealing,
Some of them
shooting,
federal courthouses.
shooting. That these people need to be held accountable because if they're not, then people think they can do this and get away with it. I never heard them saying that.
Yeah, they almost spun it as this is democracy.
Right, yeah.
This is people's voice.
Right, yeah.
They applauded Kamala Harris bailing out BLM rioters. And
So anyway,
what about law and order?
Also, now that we're in 2024, looking back at 2020, everybody remember the man crush that everybody had on Dr. Fauci?
Oh, Fauci's going to Congress. It's one of my favorite days of the year.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I said, run down the orders on my account. And they said, did you order this? And I said, yes. And they said, well, that's the last one that's on here. And said, what information did you give them? I said, I didn't give them any information. They asked for a confirmation on the email, had an order number. And they had the information of it, which they created. And then they said, well, we suggest you still redo the account right now. Do a new password, do a new deal, redo all that. And so we did. But so just FYI.
Yeah, and think about this, too. When and all of us, they depend on us being busy.
Exactly.
And not having time to think about it.
And that's the way I was. I just wanted to get rid of it.
And, we respond to emails. We're working through business stuff. Hey, boom, this pops up. If you ever get contacted by a service, the thing to do is do not reply to that email.
Right.
Close that out. Go to your account online, sign in the way you normally sign in, and see if they are telling you there's an issue.
Correct.
Because they have messages. They can tell you if something's wrong when you sign in or if something suspicious is going on. So, yeah, you got to be careful.
Yeah.
It's easy to do, and at some time or another, I think all of us probably have given somebody an access to an account we shouldn't have,
Yeah, well, and you're right, because, what I should have done, and this is what I would suggest, you need to go, like Bubba just said, contact whoever it is on your own.
Yeah.
Don't contact them on the information they give you.
Don't reply to the email.
Don't call a number they have in it, none of that.
Don't put your password in it. Don't do this, don't do that, because you don't know where that thing's going.
Yeah, so that just know that scam is out there, and I finally have gotten where I don't pay attention to the Apple. We need to redo your ID. I don't. But this Amazon one was a new one. I hadn't seen this one yet.
Yep.
And this is the famous. Oh my gosh, there's thousands of dollars that somebody's hacked in. See, they're trying to hack you by saying you've been hacked.
Right.
And which is really good. But they got to come up with something better than. I don't know what the end game was. Go buy these Google
A lot
cards.
of these pictures that these celebrities end up with, that they didn't want out in the public,
right,
is because they answered a phishing email.
No, you're right.
Where Apple will say, "Hey, we may have a problem with your account. You may have pictures that have been compromised, but we need to check your account. What's your username and password?" And people will send it to them. And I'm like, no.
Well, that was my first red flag.
Don't reply to the email, no matter what it asks you to do.
My first red flags when he said, well, good news is they haven't used your credit card information.
Right.
I thought, well, how else would they do it?
Yeah.
Well, they've taken out an Amazon loan in your name, $7,000.
Does that even exist?
Does Amazon even do that? To Lynn in Alabama. Lynn, go ahead.
Be smart.
Okay, so I was going to tell you, I got the same email this week, but it doesn't sound like it looked the same as yours. Mine, it had a link for a tracking number, so mine was more of a clickbait kind of thing.
Uh-oh.
So what I actually did was, it told me it was UPS. So I actually copied the link and went to UPS and looked it up, and it wasn't even a legitimate number.
Right.
And then I did the same thing you did with Amazon, but I didn't even call anybody. I didn't have a number to call.
Right.
But mine was the same but different, and then I got a phone call to my personal phone also about the exact same thing.
Well, I actually yesterday also finally defeated these ongoing fake local calls that try to get you to buy a car warranty from them. I finally defeated them yesterday, too. I get about 5 of those a day, it seems like. But, yeah.
What is the deal with that lately? I mean, they are all about the car warranty stuff.
So I'm glad, Lynn, but, like we were talking, it gets exhausting that, because the first thing you saw, and you saw it like I did, I thought, oh, my gosh. I mean, I'm gonna be stuck with this thousands of dollars worth of stuff. But I always knew that if you tell I mean, I've had American Express before.
Yeah.
You call them and just say this ain't on mine, and,
Yeah.
and they just say we'll take care of it.
Yeah.
And the fact they weren't doing that, they were saying you got to go do something for us to take care of it.
Yeah.
Usually the company would just say these are false charges. We'll take care of it. Don't worry about it.
Let me tell you, too, one of the most important things, even if you're doing everything right and you don't mess up, when they hacked Equifax and when they hacked these mortgage companies, they got every detail of information you have.
Right.
It's all out there.
Yep.
And they can assume your ID and go and open loans. I've had this happen all over the country.
Oh, yeah.
Thank goodness to people like LifeLock that catch some of this stuff.
I'm telling you.
But there's two things you can do that will greatly, greatly cut down on all that. And you have to do it yourself. One, go lock your credit report. You can do that with each of the 3 credit bureaus. Lock it down. So when somebody tries to get a loan, the bank can't access your credit.
That's good.
And so they won't approve it. The other thing is get a verbal password with your bank. That's the only thing that a credit company or a mortgage company will not have because it's just between you and your bank.
That's good. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour. Thank you all for being with us today. Father's Day is 1 week from this Sunday. ShopRickandBubba.com. We got some cool stuff for Daddy. Take care of Daddy. Get it done. Got some throwback swag. Got the 30 Years of Radio Gold shirt. Got the Somebody Help Daddy shirt until it runs out. Got some those collectible tea glasses. Dad might like that. Also, if you go to themanchurch.com, get a signed copy of the brand new devotional Sin Always Matters. The cutoff for those signed copies will be this Monday, 1 week from today. So that's another option too. Bubba, we love to hear the old Fauci. Here we go.
The Fauci.
Oh, Fauchman. Oh, Fauchman. Bubba, at one time, he was the toast of the town. You could not speak ill of Fauci.
Remember, Brad Pitt was going to play him in the movie.
Yes, women were just, they were fawning over him, which was odd. He was
First pitch.
We were told to question Fauci. Bubba was to not follow
the science.
Not follow the science.
Science.
You Neanderthal rednecks. You hillbillies. Follow the science.
Fauci is going to Congress to testify again today. The Select Committee on COVID-19. And it's replaced a day I used to love. It was the day that Charles Manson would come up for parole.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And I tuned into that every year, early years of the show. We never missed it. We gypped it. We joined it live. We played it back. My favorite year was the year that Charles decided he didn't want to leave. And he told the committee that he could leave anytime he wanted to and just walk through the wall, but he wanted to stay because he had a thriving internet.
Yes,
business.
I don't know if y'all remember
that.
Yeah.
All with a swastika cut in his forehead.
Right in his forehead.
And now he's not with us. We don't get to have that fun every day.
No.
But Fauci has quickly replaced it. We have our favorite questioner, Rand Paul.
Yes.
He was on the Sunday
Curly.
shows yesterday talking about this testimony. Let's hear his take on it, and then we'll tear it apart after that.
So Dr. Fauci is going to be testifying tomorrow. What are you expecting?
Well, you know, our investigation has confirmed that he did indeed lie. He committed a felony. He said that they did not fund, that the NIH did not fund gain-of-function, dangerous research in China. We now know that to be untrue. We know he committed a felony. But what we've discovered now is that there was a massive cover-up from the very beginning. There was a behind-the-scenes effort to change the opinion of people. Many of the Fauci colleagues all believed that the virus did come from the lab. Their opinions were all changed, but then all evidence was then covered up. They began using burner phones. They began using couriers. They said, we can't do things electronically. I can take things by hand to his house. It sounds more like the CIA than the NIH, but it's unbelievable the amount of things that went on. They say, oh, we're safe now. I've deleted all those emails. I think we're safe now. what in the world would they actually mean by we think we're safe now? So there was a massive cover-up, and there's so many people that need to be interviewed. In addition to Fauci, we have David Morenz, who worked for him for 20 years. We have the FOIA lady, the woman at the IT woman at NIH, who was explaining to them how to avoid FOIA and how to break the law. She needs to be deposed. There's all kinds of stones that could be unturned, but ultimately the buck stops with Anthony Fauci. He was in charge of the place, and he has the responsibility not only for the cover-up, but also responsibility for letting dangerous research go on that led to a pandemic, in all likelihood led to a pandemic that killed millions of people.
But I mean, think about that. President Trump is in charge. He finds out about this COVID pandemic coming, that this disease is about to kill all these people. He's got his team right there. He asks, what do you think this is? Dr. Fauci knew all along that they were doing this gain-of-function research, and he says, oh, well, I think it's natural. I mean, really?
Well, see, we now have his emails, contemporaneous emails from the exact time when he was saying it was natural, nothing to see here, and that the NIH had nothing to do with it. We have the private emails where he and everyone in his inner circle was saying, oh my goodness, we've looked at the genetic sequence and it looks to be manipulated. It looks to be a creation of a lab. And then they do the opposite. And it's even more nefarious than that. A few weeks later, Anthony Fauci gets up in the White House at the podium and he quotes a scientific paper to prove that scientists believe this came from nature. But he didn't tell people that he commissioned and edited the paper. He was behind the origins of the paper. And so there's so much dishonesty going on here and so much abuse of power. We've got to get to the bottom of this, and mainly because this research still goes on. It goes on in the United States, and it needs to be regulated. I have a bill coming forward that I hope will be bipartisan that will have an independent agency that oversees all of this dangerous research.
So Fauci riding dirty.
The bombshell testimony from Dr. Fauci revealed that he made up the 6-foot social spacing rule.
Yep.
Republicans put out the full transcript of their sit-down interview with Fauci from January, just days before his highly anticipated public testimony today. They plan on grilling him about the COVID restrictions he put in place that he admitted did not do much to slow the spread of the virus. Kids' learning loss and social setbacks have been well documented by the NIH, the National Institute of Health. Remember, we're supposed to listen to them.
Yep.
Their study called the impact of mask use on students' literacy and learning very negative, and the impacts from social distancing caused depression, general anxiety, acute stress, and intrusive thoughts, according to another NIH study. Now, this is the very group that's supposed to be giving us the science.
That's right.
But they appear to have done a flip-flop now that Fauci's not in control of them. And it goes on, and you heard him talk about that they have now got the emails where they're discussing privately how to keep everything secret, how they've cleaned up everything, and how what they're saying in public does not agree with what they're saying in private.
We have a printed story, and you can see some of the questions back and forth, and I'm not going to do them all, but just listen to this. They're asking him, when it came to schools, Bubba, what you were talking about, and society, where did you come up with 6-foot distancing? And he says, I don't recall. It just sort of appeared. He goes, He goes, were there any studies to support the 6 feet? Fauci, not that I'm aware of. All right.
So I just threw 6 out there.
Then he goes back. Do you recall reviewing any studies or data supporting masking for children? Mitch, I don't recall any that I did. So were there any studies? They keep asking him, and he goes, no, none that I know of. Where did it all come from?
You guys may remember I gave and brought to you and to the show in March of 2020 when this first broke out a whistleblower letter from someone who said they were in the know at the Pentagon. And they said that they had sequenced this virus and it was 6 to 7 steps ahead of the natural process, which means it had been tampered with.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wanted to hear that.
Nope.
Nobody wanted
You were
to believe
vilified
that.
for it. You were vilified for it.
How dare you? You're not following the science.
Stupid redneck.
The guy was right. Obviously, we've had those tips before. They were always right. It's just bizarre to me that we have allowed these people this kind of power to do this, clearly leading us astray. Look, I understand there was pressure because people were dying and the public wanted action. but just to make up action.
Right.
And let me tell you about this thing where he's denying gain of function. The rules for what qualifies as a gain of function is very technical. And let's say we have one. Well, let me come back and explain this, how he's getting around this.
No need to rush on it.
Because I want everybody to understand exactly what he's saying when he's saying it and not saying it the way he's saying it.
Yeah. We got to learn going forward.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, the scams. We'll do one phone segment. As I was, they on the Amazon scam, got a police officer that just emailed me. He said, I cannot tell you how many people I've had to do reports for that have given thousands of dollars to this scam. Because they try to get you, I guess when you do those cards, that's when they start pulling the money from you. So it's really weird. Let's go to Marie out of Huntsville. Marie, go ahead.
Yeah, a similar thing happened to me, or at least I think it is. Last night I got a friend request on Messenger from somebody that I know, a name that I knew.
Yes.
And they were asking how I was, and it kind of went on a conversation. And how are you doing? And then they said, oh, yeah, we hadn't seen you for a while, but we found you saw your name listed on a political site. And that's when the red flag went up for me, because I don't join any political site.
Right.
I mean, I have strong opinions, but that's it, And I thought, oh, crap, this isn't good. And I deleted the conversation. First thing this morning, I got pinged by my bank that somebody had taken out $89 out of my bank account. I went on to, they give you a little receipt, suchandsuch.com.
Yep.
It's a site that cannot be reached.
Yep.
So at the moment, my bank account's frozen.
Yeah, see, there you go. It's just, if they, like you said, Bubba, if they can even just get you to reply, a lot of times it starts.
On these Facebook deals, I wonder how many times, because I have in the past had this happen where somebody will reach out to me and I'm like, well, that's weird. Hadn't heard from you in 20 years. Why are you reaching out? And it's this kind of scam. And I wonder how many times our accounts are being used to do the same thing and we have no idea it's happening.
Always contact the person by phone number. This was years ago when everybody was rushing to put all their information out on all the social media platforms, especially Facebook. Well, keep in mind, Bubba and I have talked about this before. Somebody can simply go to your Facebook page and find out where you are, what you're doing, look at your pictures. So it's easy to fool your friends because they say, "Hey, I'm overseas right now. I'm in France or whatever. You wouldn't believe what happened to me. I'm in a bind. I need you to wire me some money. I'll pay you back as soon as we get back." And you think it's them. This happened to us. They knew where our friends were. They knew the vacation they were on. They knew everything, and they came in as if they were them, needing us to send them some money because they got the currency change and all that they couldn't access money and they were in a bind. And if we would just send them this money, they could get back home and they'd pay us back as soon as they got back. And they were talking to you about personal things. So always, anytime somebody's asking you for money or asking you for information about yourself, always contact that company or that person directly.
Yeah, don't click. Because, look, and like you were talking about, you go to Facebook, you can find out so much about somebody. You can find out addresses. You can find out names of pets. You can find out, all this stuff we just put out there for everybody.
Yeah, and see what they do.
Birthdays.
Then they steal that person's email, and then they contact you like they're them.
Yeah, it's just there's a lot of scams. You'd like to see 60 Minutes do a story like where people raided one of these call centers and just beat the crap out of everybody.
Yeah, I would like the guy yesterday.
Serious.
The guy yesterday.
AK, you know what I mean?
When I started telling him, "You really think I believe this now? You want me to go to Dollar General? Are you kidding me?" And I wish somehow I could have gone to where he was, walked in. I said, "You may not recognize me, but I'm Rick from Alabama, and I'm here to whip that A for you." I'm going to whip your A on behalf of all the people that you tried to scam and have scammed, and I'm not going to leave till I feel satisfied that I've taken this out of you.
I'm getting a pound of flesh.
Right, and next time you send somebody something like this, you're going to think that another one might show up. But it's so hard to find them.
Oh yeah.
Let's go to D in Illinois. D, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Well, good morning, fellas.
Hey.
Well, I got a call from Apple one day that I owed $930 on the telephone. I said, I don't think so, but the best one was Amazon called. This is Amazon calling. I said, Amazon, and you're calling me? And he said, yes. I said, well, I didn't know they had computers down in that Amazon jungle, and he hung up on me.
Yeah. Usually, if you'll just say you question it all, they'll hang up. Ivy, didn't Ivy call yesterday? Because I remember that unique name. Ivy, did you call yesterday?
Yeah, I was messing with Greg about his shirt.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. All right, so they don't just do this with the Amazon thing. I used to work at AT&T, and they prey on these old ladies.
Yeah.
And they mess with them about, hey, I want to date you, this, that, and the other. Well, I had a very close family member, a step.
That's right. This really ties in nicely right now, and I've got mine at home, the Wellness Company. Do you have an urgent care kit? This is not a first aid kit. Look, the world we're living in, and I really don't like saying this. I truly don't. Bubba, I know you don't either. But this whole pandemic thing has caused all of us to kind of lose trust that we once had, really almost blindly, in the medical field and in our country, as far as our having the best medical care in the world. And now you're thinking things like, all right, what if I just need a simple antibiotic for strep throat? Matter of fact, I watched. I think George Washington died of something that was like strep throat.
Really?
So, of course, in those days they were, they were draining him in blood,
and wooden teeth.
They were trying to bloodlet him over strep throat. But anyway, just a simple antibiotic may not be available to me. Why? Because we got India and China doing all that now. We don't have any of that here. And so if they
thought we learned something,
So summer is here, and a lot more of us will be traveling, and the last thing you want to do is have to go to an urgent care or the pharmacy if something simple happens that could be easily addressed. So why don't you go to urgentcarekit.com right now /bigbox and get yours and get it to you. Sherry and I did this. It has prescriptions to treat 39 different simple things. I mean, strep throat, pneumonia, UTIs, bronchitis, sinus infections. And it's a medical emergency kit, not a first aid kit. Okay, not a first aid kit. So if you're looking to get that, you can go and save 15%. Go to rickandbubba.com. The link's right there under the sponsors, or go to urgentcarekit.com /bigbox to get 15% off. urgentcarekit.com and get yours, get it sent to you. Look, I filled out something, took no time. A doctor then called me and said, let's walk through your health. And then the prescriptions came, and now we have them there in our medicine cabinet ready to go. Continuing to talk about this. So Fauci is trying to use language, as you said, going to the break, Bubba, to say something than what really happened.
Yeah. Now, the National Institute of Health and all that, they did fund research that was being done in Wuhan, China, because it was illegal to do in the United States. Right. It was too dangerous.
Right. Why did we not do it, Bubba?
Well, it was too dangerous.
Okay.
And we know that when a group went to look at this lab, they came back with terrifying reports of how sloppy they were handling stuff. This was a couple of years before the pandemic. But here's really where the rubber meets the road, and I'm Bubbaizing this for everybody, okay? This is not to scale.
We need that.
This is not to scale. If you take a cell and you manipulate it, and then you put it in a petri dish or whatever, and you put it in the refrigerator, and you come back 3 days from now, and that cell has mutated into something else, that's not considered, by definition, gain of function. If it turns into 2 cells or 3 cells, it's not gain of function. But when it hits the 4th cell, now it is gain of function. It's just simply a technical term for when gain of function happens. And as long as they prevent that 4th cell from coming, even though they're making bad stuff, it's not gain of function. And that's what Fauci's quoting. And if you remember, even during this, okay, and it's not for sales. That's just me explaining it, okay?
Yeah.
They changed the definition of gain of function to up the number of cells it took and the amount of time it took for this to happen, so that more things would not be called gain of function. So Fauci can testify, we didn't do gain of function.
Right.
But they did. And he knew they were doing it. And he knew why. And the first time this came out,
right,
if he would have been forward
now
with,
this is
with the
important.
president.
This is important.
He should have gone to the president.
This is
and
where the
said,
damage was done.
The first people sick with this was in October, November of the previous year, 2019, and said, Mr. President, we are doing cutting edge research that we need to do to prevent a pandemic in Wuhan, China. And they got a bad report. I think they have messed up and let this get out. We could have approached it totally different. As opposed
that's
to
the insult right there.
They were like a cat in the sandbox, covering up their.
How are they doing it?
Just scratching and looking around and seeing who's. And
Right.
they were covering all that up, deleting emails, going, "Oh my God, we are the ones responsible for this. We cannot let that get out."
Right.
This is natural. It happened down at the the farmers market where somebody ate a bat sandwich. Let's go with that.
Right. Yeah.
Knowing good and well,
right,
more than likely, it was that lab that leaked that, and that we, American taxpayers, paid for it. It was our money that went into that research, that got out of that lab, that caused that pandemic and killed millions of people.
And one of the things they did too,
And
Bubba,
no one is being held responsible.
you were doing the cat and the litter box. Show me again, and that's true. But you know what else they did is because and I give John Stewart credit for this, and I can't believe that we didn't think of this because I didn't know that much. I wasn't that familiar with the place. When John Stewart, who is not a right wing person, he says the reason why I think it came out of that institute because it's actually the word virus is on the sign. Okay, it is the Institute of Virology. The word virus is literally on the sign. And it came from where that place is with that on the sign. So that kind of common sense, but you know why we all didn't jump on that earlier? Because they did the famous, I hate to say it, when I was in school, I was the master of it. Hey Burgess, hey Rick, do you know where so-and-so is? And it'd be one of my buddies. I think he went over there. And so everybody who's looking for him would go that way, and that way they're not looking where you don't want them to look. And that's what they did with Bat Sandwich, is they didn't want us to look where we all could have just with walking around chewing gum since said, I'm going to bet it came from that place where y'all were doing the research. I think that's more plausible. And then when they start all the, which he said they're just making up, the masking, and then when
they ask him point blank in this transcript, and you're going to say he's going to be questioned about it. Where did you come up with the 6 foot rule? Even people were asking it during that. Where is the research that says 6 foot prevents? Is it just common sense? If 6 is good, then 12 would be better. Yeah. 18 would even be but there was no research into this. It was just him guessing.
So all those duct tape lines, it
was all made up. Right. It was made up, and he lied before
That's
Congress,
good.
which is a felony, and he's getting away scot-free with it on this definition. And what Rand Paul's also talking about under the new definition and the way they're doing it now. We have labs in the U.S. doing the same thing that we used to say way too dangerous to do here. We're going to do it. In
so
China.
We changed.
China's the only country in the world would do it. Right. They're the only ones that would take the business because everybody knew how dangerous it was. We don't want that.
You know the guy that I told you that he and his wife tried to introduce a new card game to Sherry and me, and we weren't smart enough to play it. He came back from China in 2019, to your point, and was deathly ill and got his wife crazy sick. And now they realize that he had brought COVID back in 2019 to the house because he came back from China. It was already there.
Absolutely.
And so, but looking at this situation, I know in my life, I told Bubba this in the break, and I've said it on the air. The only people that I was dealing with in the medical world that were telling me the truth were pharmacists. I had friends who were pharmacists that were saying, this is all the mask. I mean, they would laugh. You think these masks are going to stop a virus? And they're selling you on, well, hey, we wear these when we do surgeries. That's for bacteria. Bacteria is larger.
This thing is I have nothing small enough to show you how small it is. And some of you, I see you out there. Now, look, I'm not talking to you if you're taking chemotherapy because you need to do,
if you have a suppressed immune system.
If you have a
or all
suppressed
that,
immune system for bacteria or
got it.
anything, I'm not talking to you, okay? If you're wearing it because you're doing yard work, I'm not talking to you. It'll help with pollen.
Thank you, Rick.
But if you are walking around one of these godforsaken masks on, trying to protect yourself from a virus and from COVID, you are doing more damage to yourself than good. Take it off. We are. Let your immune system strengthen. Those of us that have done that are not having a hard time with this, and those that you're just, please take that off. I mean, it's made up. There's that had no scientific basis.
Unless you had a compromised immune system, and many people do, I understand that. But if you were a normal, healthy person, the best thing in the world was for you to get it.
Yeah.
Then you had natural immunity to it.
Mm-hmm.
And
boy,
God made our immune system in a way that it can handle curveballs. Okay, it can handle knuckleballs.
It's amazing.
But what it can't handle is not being exposed to it. Right. You have to go through the process to build up the immunity. And I know people, even to this day, who just isolated themselves totally. And I understand that in some cases you had to do that because of immune issues. But the minute they have come back out, what do you think the first thing they got was COVID?
Yeah.
And see, and they survived it.
And those people doing that is one thing, but when perfectly healthy people were told to do that, all it did was make them more susceptible.
Well, I don't know why.
And the vaccine appears to make you more susceptible.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist, but we have rules. We know how viruses act. And COVID-19 was not unique. It was just a virus we had not seen in the population before. Why we changed our approach to viruses for this one just seems so that governmental agencies could get control of stuff.
Absolutely.
And drug companies could sell vaccines. We just forgot 400 years of science on this. And the one thing we didn't follow was science.
And the doctors that were saying anything to the contrary were silenced by the NIH, the WHO, the CDC. All of the medical industries went along with it for the most part, and so did the mainstream media.
And that
totalitarianism.
gets into our managed healthcare problem that we have in this country too.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of mine who got caught up in this. And I warned her and warned her and warned her. I was like, well, why don't you FaceTime this guy? Well, his camera's broke on his phone. All these excuses. And told her this was all a big scam. He wasn't a real guy. Before it was over with, she had sent this guy $36,000 and got herself in debt.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. And they do try to prey on the senior citizens, which makes me feel bad because they considered me one yesterday.
Yeah. You fit the profile, Rick.
I fit the profile. Craig in Alex City. Craig, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Yeah, Rick, you was talking. Oh, Green Acres, by the way.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate
you
it.
was talking about how you were you'd gotten about the Amazon. I'd gotten the exact same thing. $900 somebody had tried to spend that at BestBuy.com, and I called the bank, and they had taken care of it and everything. And my theory on this is, maybe it's they're trying to get all the stimulus checks and everything.
Well, I'm sure. Oh, if there's stimulus checks to be had, and they can get them, you can bet they're going to get them. They go after Social Security checks, unemployment checks. That just reminded me of the great Babylon Bee thing. You know how the cost of gasoline is going up under the new Biden administration, and Babylon Bee had a guy holding a stimulus check. He says, "By the time I got my stimulus check, all it's good for is one tank of gas and $1,400." Let's go to. Speedy Scene's on fire for 3. Let's go to Johnny in Mobile. Johnny, go ahead.
Morning, guys. On YouTube, there's a guy named William Browning. He actually is I'd call a white hat kind of hacker. Yeah. He takes down these scammers on call centers, especially the ones in India. There's a bunch of them.
Oh, yeah.
The biggest one they've got is a computer scam where they throw a virus on a number to call, and they wrap people up for like $1,200 a pop. He was able to get on those guys and reverse he's so good at the computer, he could reverse their screen and actually got into their their closed camera circuit, and was able to identify these guys and took down an entire call center that was operating as a legit business. But it's incredible how complex these schemes are, and people, they're good about, they'll say, I need to get your Amazon login. I'm on the computer.
Who
was this?
Well, who's the guy?
The guy's name is William Browning. He's on YouTube. He's got a channel. All he does is take down these cameras. He's awesome. He's incredible.
Are you saying William Browning?
Yeah,
I've got correct.
the link here.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, thanks, man. So
got to be careful. He may be scamming you.
Well, you're getting to the point where you don't, unless you're standing there in front of somebody, you don't, and then that person, who knows? Then you go in person and somebody writes down your credit card as you're buying something. I mean, it's like everywhere you go. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How about them apples?
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Here we go. Patriot Mobile Phone Troll. Make your phone money matter. Switch today by going to patriotmobile.com/bigbox. 30 seconds a pop. 30 seconds. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. Speedy taking those phone calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. He'll get you lined up and ready to go. So 30 seconds. Barriers are a blessing. No meaningless shout-outs. No shameless plugs. Get your thoughts together. We're trying to hit a lot of people in here in a short amount of time. We're going to open it up. Here we go. Got the line moving. Bubba, it looks like that we will get started with Brent in Sweet Home, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Brent, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Good morning, how y'all?
Hey, buddy, go ahead.
Hey, so, with how they convict Trump with all this stuff going on, how can the U.S. people not go after Dr. Fauci with him aiding and killing millions of people with all this mess?
Brett, that's anecdotal. That's anecdotal. It's a great question.
Yes,
I don't know how bad it's going to get, but I think we're seeing the kind of things that might give the ammunition needed for there to be some sort of repercussions. But, you got to remember, you got to watch how it all works. Andy in Mississippi.
Maybe if Trump had just left the country, walked back in through Mexico, he'd be untouchable.
That's funny. Andy, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Well, I was wondering, back during the election, I thought that Hillary may have been caught on a hot mic saying that the pandemic was prematurely released. that it was like 2 years premature, and that once she was elected and possibly en route to being part of the New World.
I don't remember that at all.
I think you said to the New World Order.
Yeah, my favorite Hillary things when all the nuts and bolts started falling out of her pantsuit that day and they rushed her in the van. To me, that is the ultimate Hillary clip.
Somebody brought that back up in the last couple of weeks.
And we never was told. I mean, if you got a back brace, you got a back. Nobody's. But why is that some big secret? So what? You got a back brace. So do a lot of Americans.
She also passed out and had to be caught. I mean, that was weird.
Drug her into a van.
JR.
You remember that? I mean, there was nuts and bolts falling out all over the place.
Maybe she's not real. JR, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Morning, fellas. How y'all doing today?
We're great.
Good.
We're great.
Okay. I don't know. I've never heard, but was there any mention of Stormy Daniels reporting the $130,000 to the Internal Revenue Service? And if she did, what did she report it as? Do you have any clue?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you know,
question.
she lost one lawsuit to Trump and owes him a bunch of money
Millions.
still.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the number was, but that and lawyer
think it was
fees
something
and all
ridiculous.
that. Yeah.
If he gets
for breaking the NDA is what it was.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. Bubba, do you want Keith?
American justice.
Do you want Keith the chemist?
Let's hear from Keith.
Keith the chemist. Keith, 30 seconds. Go ahead, unless you get a timeout.
Good morning, guys. Hey, listen, if you really want to know the truth about gain of function, COVID, AIDS, all of that, go watch Dr. David Martin's speech that he gave to the World Health Organization last year. He laid out the entire history of it all.
He did. I saw that.
Well, give us the nutshell of it. I'm going to give you a
100%
timeout.
Undebatable fact.
I'm going to give you a timeout.
Yeah, I think we talked about that on the air and actually put a link that day to go watch it. It was extremely enlightening.
Well, go ahead and give us the nutshell.
100% fact. Can't be debated.
Keith, give us the nutshell on it. Give us the 1 minute version.
All right, gain of function is when they take pigs, okay, they line up 12 of them, and they inject the virus in it. When those pigs die, then they line up the next 12 and keep going and going and going. This is done at Fort Detrick, Maryland. Tony Fauci is the head of the Department of Defense Bioweapons Research, okay? He's still in charge of that. He's going to be there for the rest of his life. Just because they removed him from the NIH does not mean he's still not running this stuff. So that's what it is. Dr. Francis Boyle actually had that law passed in 2015, and Jim Jordan investigated Hunter Biden and found out that Hunter Biden took that to Wuhan in 2015 on Air Force Two. That came from Jim Jordan.
Now, I have not heard that. Now, that I haven't heard, Keith, but So yeah, I do remember that conversation though. That when he was saying, "Look, this is not new. We've been on this road for a long time."
And just on a very basic level, when it comes to what these viruses look like, the COVID virus was missing steps. It went from step 1 to step 4. People could see that in the code, and doctors like Brett Weinstein were told that COVID emerged from nature. That's very unlikely. This tweet is from 2020. And these voices were silenced, and other voices had to be listened to.
Yeah, that was the scariest part when people were going, no, let's have a discussion about this, and let's hear more.
Then they were shut
Let's
down.
hear more than one point of view. Oh, who are these people? Oh, they're scientists and doctors too. Well, they can't be hurt. We were even told follow the preferred science. Now we're finding out it wasn't even science at all. Let's go to John in Decatur. John, go ahead. Listen to 100.3 The River.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I heard this morning that the prosecution and the judge for the Trump trial is being called in front of the House to answer for breaking the law. Just thought your guys' thoughts on it.
Oh, you mean the actual judge himself?
Yes, they're going to call the judge and the prosecuting team in front of the House.
Yeah, well, I told you that the oversight in Congress, there's no doubt that they'll be all over this. That's just going to be part of it.
Patrick in Texas. Patrick, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. I called a few years ago talking about this situation with the Trump trial and basically where our justice system is going, and I think it's only gotten worse. At what point do we basically give the old Greg Burgess salute to the justice system? And that's the concerning thing. I think that's what the Democrats want. They want this to turn into a civil war situation so they can then say, see, I told you you guys are evil.
Kind of like January 6th where they walked right into the trap.
Yep.
And we look. There was discussion of this being a trap and talking about this even here on the show when it happened. But now it's looking more and more blatant that it absolutely was a trap set up. If you didn't listen to this weekend's podcast, go listen. I got some of your emails. It was it's pretty daunting. Hey, thanks for being with us. If you're leaving us, have a great day. You got more Rick and Bubba top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Last day, if you want to participate in the Rick and Bubba March Madness bracket, if you'd like to try to win some goodies, if you can be in the top 3, you will. And last day to do that. So look for that. We've got that on all of our social media platforms today. If you can follow us on Twitter, you can see how you can do that. All right, it's probably in show notes too.
Rick, just a quick note, some breaking news. We're seeing that it's being reported the IRS is going to push back tax filing day till, was it May 17th? I guess 15th must be on a weekend.
And what's that for?
Pushing it back 30 days, I guess, because of COVID issues.
Let me see here. We got that.
Yeah, we'll know more details in a minute, but they're going to push it back. That means I've got one more month to panic.
Yeah, right. There you go.
Well, I want this thing too. I thought people were required, if they needed to get you tax information, they had to have it to you by the end of February.
I believe it's January 15th.
Well, that's what I thought. But right. I'm getting stuff from people in March, and my taxes are already done.
I think here is the problem. A lot of people were missing out of the office last year. A lot of people have not gone back to the office this year. And they can't get the paperwork done.
So what do you do?
I think that's why they're pushing it back.
And I'll call our accountant today. I mean, y'all don't have to call and answer this, or you can email me. What do you do if you receive a tax document and your tax is already done, and somebody didn't send it to you to the 1st of March?
You have to if you sent it in already, you have to do an amended tax. If not, you just tell your preparer to put another line in there.
So
re-add.
But I mean, legally they have a certain date. Do they have to get it to you?
That's what I'm wondering. I mean, mine's electronically done. It's gone.
Yeah. Well, you can. You can tell everybody, hey, there's a certain date it has to be done. But if they don't have people in the office is not open because of COVID. They can't. I mean, you can wish in one hand, spit in the other. It ain't gonna get done.
But you got to admit, March the 11th is a big miss from January 15th.
Oh, I know. Sure, but that's what you're going to hear. That's
Yeah.
And the IRS's reason for pushing back the deadline is they said an intense year for the underfunded IRS when it had relief payments go out, processing tax returns, the pandemic, all of that. They just needed more time from April 15th now to May 17th. The House Ways and Means Committee confirmed that.
Look, I appreciate their hard work. Hey, take an extra month. Make it 60 days.
Yeah, whatever. You know what that does, though? Can I tell you what that does for accountants? It just makes the accountants' lives miserable.
Oh, I know.
Because now the procrastinators go, I don't have to be in a hurry. And they're like, I wish you'd get that to us because we like for this to eventually be over.
Yeah.
But now somebody says, I got more time. So I was talking to a friend of mine that's an accountant, and he said these pushbacks, he's talking about how it makes his life miserable because now, by the time you get them all done, then the people who filed extensions and their deadline now comes quicker, and you end up never being done with this. Mm-hmm. It's just ongoing. We're going to take on the uncomfortable topic today of massage parlors.
Oh.
My goodness, massage parlors. We're looking. Here's what's happening. We know that an association with a massage spa has taken down the reputation of Ravi Zacharias.
Right.
We know that we had a Georgia spa shooting, and we're going to tell you what that's tied to today, of someone who started shooting up massage spas or parlors, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I just looked up on TV3 a minute ago, and Deshaun Watson is being accused of being inappropriate with massage therapists. So what is going on in the world of massage therapy? Now, look, I understand there's a difference between massage therapy and a massage parlor. Okay, but some of these, but these things are starting to get more and more clouded. Yeah. It looks like because Ravi Zacharias was not involved in going to these seedy massage parlors. He was a He was visiting, massage therapists at spas.
Didn't he own some or something?
And that was not on those women. That was on Ravi, by all indications, that he was using that as an opportunity to.
Very bizarre.
Yeah,
very
bizarre, and so sad. But anyway, now let's go to the shooting, and then because I don't know the details of the Deshaun Watson thing. I just saw it as a story, and his attorney is saying this would not appear to be his character. We will follow up. We will investigate this, but this does not seem to be the type of thing that a Deshaun Watson would be involved in. But I think we would have said the same thing about Ravi Zacharias. So let the due process take place, and hopefully there's nothing to it. But it just seems like every time I turn around, there's a massage story.
Yeah,
I think that's accurate.
We had one, I think, in our area that got busted by the police for some activity not too long ago. I mean, it was real close by.
Yeah.
In the break.
Oh, no.
Because I just heard it yesterday because of all this. You say, Rick, do not leave your seat till you tell me something, okay? Because it involves one of your favorites in a handle. And it's not the story I told you before.
Right.
It's a different one.
Okay.
Okay.
So here's the thing. I enjoy massage therapy. It does a lot of good. There's a lot of positives to it. I'm just now like, wow, how is all this happening? And you don't want to be caught up in something like this. And you're like, what's going on here? It's like when you hear that Pintos are blowing up when they get hit in the rear, and you go, wow, I drive a Pinto. I got to be real careful about this. What's happening here?
Gosh, if you could have just found another analogy. But anyway,
that's the only thing I can think of. I know it. It's so good.
Right. We were live. Hey, we're coming to the line, and we're checking off. We're trying to get the best offensive play against the defense. Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. Much to do as we jump into a brand new one. Calvin Speedy Wilburn out and about this weekend. A couple opportunities to hang with Speedy. He'll be your hype man coming up this Friday at Legacy Arena in Birmingham, Alabama for the Alabama State Games opening ceremony.
Come on.
So if you're going there, you'll see Speedy, and then the Birmingham Stallions playoff game the next day.
Giddy up.
Speedy, giddy up, and providing hype there as well. So look at that. Also this weekend in Sykeston, Missouri, my wife Sherry and I are going to be at Minor Baptist Church, a men's event Friday night, a women's event Saturday morning, then a marriage event Saturday night, and then I'm speaking Sunday morning. So you can come to all of that or some of that. Find those details at rickandbubba.com as well under upcoming events. So Bubba, a couple of sports stories to start the hour. And I know that Greg loves a feel-good story.
Yeah, this is a good one.
He loves a feel-good story.
No, I'm just having a little
So, to some of you that don't know what's going on, is there's a college that's been around, you told me, how many
160
years?
years.
160 years. Birmingham Southern, and it is closing down. It is done. Well, as it closes down, their baseball team makes the Division III World Series. So there was a fundraising campaign that everybody did participate in and get them the money they needed to go to the College World Series. So now but Greg, things you love, they become kind of the darling of the World Series because it's a good story. Bubba said it's the kind of stories we do sports movies on.
Oh, yeah.
And Greg, all weekend,
Then we ruin 'em.
it's like everybody was trying to update you, and Helmsy and Speedy especially started figuring Greg really.
I was having a little fun.
Yeah.
And they all got all serious about it.
Greg loves a feel-good story.
Let's go back to Friday.
Well, we had the story and we knew it was happening. We had it.
You said the coverage was a little over the top.
Well, it was getting. I'm okay.
It was getting on your nerves.
Not the content, but I was just like, I've seen that.
You got to admit, it is unique to
Same
have
thing,
have a team playing
Got
in a
toothpick.
World
Look
Series
out.
that doesn't have a school.
Right.
That's right.
And it all ended. So.
And the fact the World Series started Friday.
Yeah.
When else do you talk about it?
Yeah, that was the last day of the school.
Well, what about
officially
the
being
other 4
open.
days?
Yeah.
And they got off. They lost the first game, got in the losers bracket, and then facing elimination, this happens.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
blast it to left. Are you kidding? Are you kidding?
So they won it all.
And do you believe?
You believe, Greg?
You believe, Greg?
I believe.
Pretty good yickety, too.
Yeah. Got through that one.
So
That's
that was
awesome.
a walk-off home run.
You can't even steal that joy.
So they
Greg.
won the whole
Yeah.
thing?
No, Greg, don't do this.
They stayed alive,
I
and
just
then,
saw
and then
it.
in game 3, they had a lead late in the game, but lost to a walk-off homer.
Is that
Right.
correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And didn't one of y'all, was it you, Ham, Speedy, that they were up 10-5?
They were. Yeah. 10-5, I think, going into the 7th. And
Oh, wow.
gave up a couple, and it was tied, and then they got walked
And
off.
I saw when Greg read that story this morning, he started grinning.
Yeah, which is sad.
What are y'all talking about? I wanted them to win. I did. Now, Helms off air said they
See
didn't
here.
deserve to be there because they shut school down.
That's
But
not what I said.
Yeah, Greg, don't be like this.
Legally,
nobody makes that.
he said
argument.
legally you got to have a school.
Do you think
Easy toothpick.
because they didn't win the World Series, you can't do a movie now?
What would you do though? They don't win it, but you make them at least make it to the last game for the championship, and they lost a close one. You can do that. And now sports movies will do that.
Sports movies will change the history.
They were talking about.
You know what I'm saying? They'll just because you can't have them win it because I think obviously, but they will they'll have them making it to the final game of the series.
Yeah, they talked about on the broadcast of the first game. They talked about the crew that was there filming, that was following them around making a documentary. So there will be something out.
Here's what I do. If
I'm
I'm the
talking about
guy,
movie.
if I'm the producer of this, I think the story that they made it to the College World Series
that's the story.
is enough.
Yeah.
Stop right there.
And so that's the ending
Then
of the
you
movie.
roll up.
And then when you're rolling the credits, you play that highlight we just played and said, this happened in the College World Series.
Went on to win a game in the World Series, but was eliminated.
Yeah.
You know, still, all that.
Yeah, you don't make the story.
Right.
You didn't win it all. You make
You
the
get
story
there.
getting there.
You
Oh
get
yes,
there.
yeah. You got
And then they
players.
did the whole thing. They shutting their school down. What are we gonna do? You know, and then how they gonna do uniforms and all that kind of
Then
stuff.
you got that one
What's
professor.
gonna
that's-
happen?
Rick, you got that one professor that's really into it.
Right,
You
yeah.
know,
And then there's got to be some evil person at the school. That,
screaming, shut it down.
Yeah, we ain't
Y'all
got
ain't going World
we ain't got
Series.
money for that baseball team.
Yeah,
You
you
know,
ain't
and
going
then the
World-
community comes in and we provide the jerk. We forgot what they need.
Yeah, and then on the way to get there, some of them get food poisoning. They get IVs in the
Right,
hospital.
sure. What are we
All
gonna
that
do?
shit.
We got food
Yeah,
poisoning.
make fun of
Coach, I
that,
got
Greg.
bad news, manager.
Make
Greg,
fun of
Greg,
that,
I
bro.
have to know, is that a toothpick or a match? What are you chewing on?
Toothpick.
He chews it like it.
Well, I had
Well, I
something in
think
my
he
teeth.
started swallowing it.
Yeah, I think so,
Toothpicks don't
too.
work. I don't know why I use them. They don't work.
They do.
I know
work.
you
No, they
get-
don't. They break off, and you got more in your teeth. Floss is
Well,
all
the way
that
you
works.
treat it.
Floss
Bubba,
works. Now, them plastic ones work.
right. Bubba next, apparently. If you ever, you know, the
Right.
W.
Can I just say
Congratulations,
this,
Birmingham
Rick?
Southern.
Can I tell you why it doesn't work? When you chew it up and it gets soggy,
No,
it's
before
not
this.
going to
Before
work.
this. It doesn't work before
If
this.
you just pick it, pick.
Toothpicks are not that great anymore.
They're not. You
No.
get the plastic ones, you got
maybe.
a chance.
Maybe.
Oh yeah.
The ones with a
He
little brush
just got
on
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Greg, so would you like to say?
Is Speedy going to be odd about this, them losing? Are you going to be okay?
What are you talking about?
A little down.
You're not going to
I
steal
know
my.
she's a little down about
You're
it.
not going to steal my happiness for him.
I know.
Okay, you and the
Hey.
toothpick go over there in the corner
Greg, when I got
and
here,
figure it
when
out.
I got here this morning, I had to go in there and blow in his face with breathing in.
Yeah.
He was
so now
clutching
you're in
his
it.
jersey.
So now you're in it. Y'all are making fun of it.
I make fun of you.
No, we're
not
making fun
them.
of you, not them.
No, you're making fun of them.
let me
You
be
did off
clear.
air.
And I'm done making fun of people.
Okay.
All right, so
I think it's a great story.
Thank
it is
you,
a great
Bubba.
story.
Thank you, Helmsy.
Greg, can you say
Fantastic.
congratulations,
Thank you,
Birmingham Southern, on going out on a high note?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's the way to do
No,
it.
say it.
Congratulations. I've been just having fun because I'm trying to get y'all fired up.
Okay.
But that, I mean, I wanted them to win.
Go Cougars.
It's Panthers.
Not the Cougars.
Buddy. Good night.
Panthers. Yep. No.
Of course,
Not
technically,
anything
the
now.
school was still there when they actually qualified. But
Yeah, go Cougars is what fans of the View chant.
Oh, okay.
Next we have, there's nothing worse than when you're trying to help somebody and they won't be coachable. And the WNBA does not seem coachable. I mean, they get this gift of Caitlin Clark. I mean, a gift that is bringing them more viewers and more fans than they've ever had. And then things like this happen. So here is Caitlin Clark, and you were saying, Bubba, we can play rough and all that, but this is a
Well, you have checks, you have rough checks. This is just a cheap shot. That's all this is. That
right.
she wasn't trying to get to the ball or nothing.
Right,
She
yeah.
just
Well,
she
you read-
saw her looking the other way and said, "Hey, I can take a shot."
Did you read her lips before
yeah.
that?
Oh,
I did.
yeah. Yeah, it's pretty easy to know what she was saying.
It is. And so And I know I saw the press conference where they said we're not answering any Caitlin Clark questions and all this. You could even see the teammate kind of looking at her like, you're killing us.
Yeah.
And then I didn't come up with this, but I saw a sports writer say something that I thought was profound. He said, if you could just listen to me, Caitlin Clark is the reason that you're selling more tickets. She's the reason you got more viewers. She's the reason that her team got to take a charter flight finally.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of y'all are benefiting from her stardom, and to be jealous of it is going to be to your own demise, because now I dial over to the WNBA and I'm kind of excited about this player out of college. Everybody's got me fired up about. Maybe one of the best females to ever play for sure. Don't know if she's the best. She's definitely one of the best. And I want to watch her in the league. And look at this, I'm in the league. And then you go there and she's getting cheap shotted and demonized and jealous. And you know what some of the fans go? I don't want to watch this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because also, if they're tuning in to watch her, they're going to see you play too. And you know what? They may become a fan of you.
There you go.
Because you may be really good.
There you go.
She just helped elevate the sport.
Bubba, sometimes somebody said when the water rises, all the ships come up. You know?
Her rival Angel Reese.
you see,
JFK said that.
Yep.
Then her rival Angel Reese then congratulated the cheap shot taking girl with like a big hug, like "Way to go, you did it" or something. It's like, what? Don't congratulate that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's Angel Reese being Angel
Now,
Reese.
yeah, and that player, she's
She's probably just jealous she didn't get the shot in.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, and then we come back.
Y'all know it.
Right. But back to the sports writer's point. Be smarter than this.
Yeah.
You know,
Did you see Charles Barkley's speech to him?
Yes, I did.
A week
Very
or so
good,
ago?
by the way.
He said the same thing. He said, "You getting
Eat
charter
'em up.
flights because of her."
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
So
It's
Charles
kinda
had
worth playing, yeah.
So, okay,
We
Charles
find it.
weighed in on it.
It was
too.
was it last week?
Yeah, just be smart. Just be smart. Hey, go out there and beat her, and all that's fine. But be smart. Yep.
Yeah.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
Blue 32! Omaha!
So anyway, let's go to the Georgia spa shooter, because we were being told, hey, hate crime.
Yeah, Asian hate crime.
Asian hate crime. No, that doesn't appear to have anything to do with it. What it looks like is it's an indictment on porn, because this 21-year-old suspect that's been charged with 8 counts of murder after 3 shootings Tuesday at Atlanta area spas has been in rehab for sex addiction and was struggling with the guilt about the struggles he had in this area, according to 2 people who lived with him in the transitional housing. He shot and killed 8 people, 6 women, 2 men, at 3 different Georgia spas. And since these had to, he might have had a preference for Asian people, but it doesn't seem to be his hate for their ethnicity, but the hate of the sin in his life that he couldn't seem to overcome. Now, he should not have blamed others for his own behavior.
Right.
But, we're talking about evil here. And somewhere they say he got in his mind that he was so desperate that he began to wage war against the very places he kept going to do these things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, what is, it's a terrible tragedy, and what's disturbing is that in a lot of the national media and with the president and all, they were kind of spinning this toward it was a Asian hate crime, which is somehow spinning off of the fact that the COVID-19 the COVID-19 pandemic came out of China. So I don't follow that. If you can't blame Asian people as a whole for what may or may not have happened in China. The evidence looks like that. And it may have been intentional, it may not. We just don't know. None of us really know. All we can do is read reports, because none of us are on the ground in Wuhan studying it. But I really think they're going down the wrong road with this particular one. This is about sex addiction.
Correct.
And what goes with that, much more than it is a prejudice against Asian people.
And let me tell you what you're not
An
going to
Asian
find.
descent.
Asian Americans. Yeah.
Asian descent.
Here's what you're not going to find today. And it's not even in this story, because they quickly go back to these crimes against Asian people that they say is rampant in our country right now. And it may or may not be. This isn't tied to that, and they admit that, but then they move on and start talking about it again.
Right.
Because you know what you're not going to hear? You're not going to hear an indictment on the porn industry. You're not going to hear an indictment on the addictions of porn and these and all the things. This guy said he had religious convictions, so what he got involved in was spiritual warfare.
and he kept going back to that sin. He was addicted to going to these places that were known for providing things more than a massage, and I'll leave it at that. And he hated himself for doing it. He kept struggling with it. He was addicted to it. Now, eventually, the very evil that's causing you to sin convinces you incorrectly that not that you need to find a spiritual solution to this. Well, ultimately, the same evil that causes you to become addicted, that draws you to it, convinces you, well, you just need to go kill these people. They're the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, if these places didn't exist, you wouldn't be in this situation.
Yeah. He was listening to somebody whisper in his ear.
Yeah. You know, now, will you hear an indictment on these kind of places? You're not going to hear that. Okay. And that is not the answer to being addicted, to go and kill people. That is not the answer. But when you get into this spiritual warfare, you get deceived into these kind of things. But let me tell you what it appears this is some kind of prejudice against people of Asian descent. It's a man who started hating the industry that caused him. It'd be like somebody going out and killing drug dealers because they were addicted to drugs. I mean, and hear me. That's not what he did. Was not the thing to do. But I want you to understand what happened in his mind according to this story.
Well, you want to get to the true root of a problem,
right?
Not what the media is trying to put up as some kind of whitewash.
Because if you anybody out there, and we deal with this obviously in men's ministry too many times, but if you're out there and you're trying to fight against this addiction, you know what happens every day. I mean, guys, it happens on social media. They're always coming after you. Hey, click right here for a good time. Hey, I want to show you this. They're after you all the time, this industry. If they think they've got you and you're trying to leave it, they'll come after you with they'll keep emailing you, they'll keep trying to follow you on social media, they keep trying to draw you in, and just like a drug dealer does. Because they know if they can get you to click on this, they'll get you again back over here, and there's gigantic money in the porn industry. And that, again, the answer is not to go kill these women who likely have been pulled into this by evil people.
"21 minutes past the hour. Everybody, the people let me down. Everybody say, turn the other way and I carry on anyhow." Yeah. So we hit sports a little bit. The heartwarming story that Greg wanted us to talk about involving Birmingham Southern in their trip to the World Series now out, but another one, and then we did the WNBA, Caitlin Clark, cheap shot, and now golf. So apparently there is a caddy was hurt on the course. Is that what happened?
Yes, sir. Caddy was hurt.
You talking about Mike Fluff Cowan?
Fluff. I didn't realize this is who this was.
Fluff went down.
He went down. He slipped and fell. And so Paul Emerson, just a fan that was there from Ontario, was asked to caddy for a pro golfer. And so he had an inside the ropes experience for, I think, about 2 holes. And here has how all that played out.
Wow.
All right, so he was at the 4th hole.
So concerned.
He was at the par 4 3rd hole, I should say, and this was part of the Canadian Open that was this past weekend. And he realized that Pan's caddy, Fluff, had been injured and was unable to continue caddying. So he jumped in and carried. Pan was carrying his own bag, and he was partnered with Shane Lowry. And anyway, Lowry's caddy was trying to help, and so this guy jumped in and helped.
I think the bigger story of this whole thing is the fact that Fluff is still caddying.
Oh, I know.
He's 76 years old.
He
was Tiger's caddy, Peter Jacobson's caddy. That's what I'm saying. Why is he still out there?
Well, apparently he shouldn't be.
Jim Furyk, he caddied for Jim Furyk forever.
He fell down.
Let me ask you
76,
this.
carrying that bag 4 days a week.
Oh, no, here he is trying to get up. Here he is trying to get up. Fluff!
Yeah, Fluff went down. He slipped down the hill.
God, he's 76 years old. What is he doing out there?
It's like a baby giraffe trying to get up.
You got to understand something, too. It's extremely wet. It had been raining, and so they played in some pretty bad conditions at times, and so he slipped and fell.
Fluff, are you with us?
and he injured himself.
He caddied for
So,
Bobby Jones.
Let me ask you this: there's a lot of rules in golf. I mean, very
old enough
technical
to.
things. I mean, if you don't, you get
Sure.
relief, you drop the ball, all this.
Right, yeah. Fluff balls.
Is there a rule for getting a replacement caddy?
No.
So this was
not.
ad-libbed, and the guy only
beside what all's going on, and he asked Pan. He goes, "Hey, could I be of some assistance?" And he said, "Yes, that'd be great."
Sure, Large.
So he jumps in and caddies for two.
Tin Cup did this. Kevin Costner, he fired Cheech Marin in the middle of the round.
They sure did.
That's funny.
Good movie, by the way.
That is.
So he tripped and fell. Fluff did.
I hate he went through all that to get that
Guys.
vest on and only got to do 2 holes.
I know.
Well, who
Now he's
did
got to take it off.
Who
Oh,
did it
God
after
forbid.
2 holes?
That's what
I
I
bet
just
they
said.
cut it.
Fluff was back.
Yeah,
He came back.
I don't know.
No, Speedy just said they got somebody.
Yeah.
They might have found a real caddy. So can you get us till we can get to where the
Yeah,
caddies are?
no, yeah.
The
I
backup
just
caddies?
mentioned that the fact that a member of the caddy services team, Michael Campbell, came in.
Right.
And-
But what I'm
and
talking about, they
finished
probably
out.
just needed him to get to where that guy can. Can you do this till he can get here?
Till we can go find Michael Campbell.
Yeah. Because at the time there was
So
no
we keep it
help.
moving? Yeah.
There was no help at all.
Okay, you know what they said? You remember when in that store we had Marty? it was all Fluff.
Oh, Fluff.
Fluff needs to retire.
Oh,
Yeah,
Fluff's
Evidently.
crazy.
Like Bubba said,
What's
he
he
was struggling.
doing?
Yeah. Yes, sir. But they found a hall. So I tell you what, that guy could certainly block for the golfer.
Yes, he could.
Yeah, he had to drop out after 2 holes, I'm reading, because his shorts started smoking.
Hey, all right, so that's good. So the guy that jumped in to help told Pan that on the 4th hole he was willing to chat as much or as little as he would like.
Yeah.
And Pan noted he was not particularly that chatty.
Okay.
So we just carry my bag.
Yeah, in other words, shut up.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for addressing that. But I can give you that. I need you to talk. I need to cut what you're talking to me right now by 50.
I'm trying to work through the fact I just saw Fluff.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, Fluff.
That's Fluff.
That's Fluff?
Yes.
Yeah.
My goodness. Are you serious?
Yes.
That's almost like elderly abuse.
That's ridiculous.
I'm showing Greg.
Wow,
pictures
mustache.
recently.
What a status. Look at Fluff.
Let me tell you,
Fluff.
he's almost old enough to be president.
Yeah, almost. He looked about as qualified.
Greg, unlike Caleb, he's not as strong as he was 40 years ago.
If you want to know what Pan was when he was on the bag, he birdied number 3 and bogeyed number 4.
Not a way to go, Pan. Does anybody want to see from the College World Series D1 Clemson pull off the hidden ball trick?
Yes, I always love that.
I'd rather watch
Video
Birmingham
7.
Southern do it.
Would you really? There
you go again.
I
Y'all got a
love
glimpse
a good.
into
I love a
reality.
good trick play when you get to get down to the nitty gritty.
Greg, it's okay. You don't have to get overly exuberant about it, but you can just be kind about it.
Yeah,
Right?
the audio quality is not that great, but
All right,
I
here we
knew
go.
y'all would enjoy this.
I love a hidden ball trick. I used to try to do it all the time.
Well, here's another look at that hidden ball trick. Eric Bakich allows his guys to make a decision on that if they want to pull it off. And this is, Wright's walking right back there. He's got it nice in the glove, looking casual. And a second that Mijo steps off the bag, boom.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't like the hidden ball.
I love the hidden ball.
I think it should be illegal.
Now, when did he get it?
I mean, we'll be playing.
He had it the whole time. He had the whole ball.
See,
We were
watch
trying to
him
throwing
go
it
slide
around.
a hand.
He was
He
getting it
acts
for the
like-
pitcher.
Acts like he gives it to the pitcher, but he doesn't.
So you got to do
Bakich
that.
allows his guys to make a decision on that
Yeah.
if they want to pull it off. And
Wow.
this is,
By the way, I like his acting. He looks disgusted.
He sold it well.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, except for a big knot in his glove.
I mean, you could see it. You could see it.
He can't believe the guy's leading off.
And then the way he looked, I'm all pumped about
I
it.
know.
Ooh, you tricked me.
So what is the?
I was on
I don't
third.
like it.
That's
what's
right.
the rule with the pitcher? He can't get on the mound, or
He can't toe the rubber without
he
the ball.
can't.
Can he
So-
be
Doesn't look
on
like
the
he
mound,
did.
or got to be off of it?
He can
totally,
be on
too?
the dirt and
Okay.
just kind of, play with some rosin.
Yeah.
Play with the rosin bag a minute, knock some dirt off your cleats, and
You
just
could tell Wright, the third baseman, was about to throw it back to him. Okay,
He was.
it didn't work, and then
And then he
and then
stepped
the
off.
guy from
Yep.
Coastal got off.
So there you go.
I mean, I could see it right down his glove.
Yeah,
Who
yeah.
won the
I know.
game? Who won the game?
I think Clemson did, but I'm not sure.
Greg, the hidden ball trick was the key.
I love that
He can't
yeah.
believe he stepped off.
Greg, how you feel about the
I
hidden
don't
ball
like
trick?
the hidden ball.
What do you like
That's
better?
Bush League.
What do you like better, hidden ball trick or the story of Birmingham Southern?
My favorite is where they fake the throw to first and everybody runs out.
I got to tell
What are we
you,
going to do, center sneak now in football?
that's third base coach has got to be a lot better than that.
Clemson won 4-3.
Yeah, so
Greg,
Ooh, that was the run.
by
They got
one
tied.
run, Greg.
There it is.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, we're responsible for our own behavior, but a lot of these women are pulled into this because they're being manipulated by the industry, and it's certainly going to kill them is not the answer. But I'm just trying to make you understand the mindset of him going, they won't leave me. They keep. I promise you, he was getting invites to come back all the time from the industry, because that's how it works. It's how a drug dealer works.
Mm-hmm.
And those of you that have struggled with this in your life, you know what I'm saying is true. Because, I mean, I've sat down, we've talked about it, we've dealt with it. And it's a struggle to different degrees for almost every man.
Yeah.
Rare is the man that this isn't at least a struggle for. And I do know some, and you almost go, man, that must be great. But this is a problem for lots and lots of men. And if you don't believe that, then you must never read the headlines when another person falls victim to it. Now, Deshaun Watson, we don't know. Second accuser has come forward with a graphic complaint that we won't read, again involving massage therapy. Now, this is not massage therapy in Deshaun Watson's that is inviting you in for this kind of stuff. This would be the normal run-of-the-mill, I'm in here, but who would ever thought that if you go into a room, take your clothes off, put a towel over you, and some woman comes to rub you, that could go south. But anyway, but what I'm saying is there are people this stays professional. It's therapeutic, just like you would be going to, any kind of physical therapy. But if you've got somebody, I'm sure people in this industry deal with this all the time. I'm talking about the straight up therapeutic part of it. They're alleging that Deshaun Watson wanted more from them than they were there to provide. I'll leave it at that. And I don't know whether that's true or not. So we'll see. Wow. But it is a second accuser. But my goodness, I mean, are we going to have a massage parlor or massage therapy story every single day? I mean, it's and another thing is, you may be a person who's completely straight up, but if you go into that situation, it's awful easy for somebody to accuse you because there ain't but two people in that room. That's right. You may not have done anything.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Moving forward, we're about to talk about this and get an update with everything that's going on in Israel. Would you like to help? Well, My O's Israel is ready, and all you got to do is just say, "Hey, I want to donate to what's going on there," and you do that by going to IsraelNeedsMe.com. That's IsraelNeedsMe.com. We remember the devastating attack on Israel on the 10th, and they're partnering right now. My O's Israel is partnering with the Lowenstein Medical Center to add a rehabilitation gym so IDF soldiers and civilians who lost limbs on October the 7th during that attack and then the war that started can now receive ongoing medical treatment. So, and there's also there's a city there in Israel that they just completed a school with therapeutic treatment for children who survived October the 7th. It went from dirt to having children safely studying in the classroom again in just 2 months, and that's amazing work. So what you're donating is making a difference. And if you would like to help, you can just go to IsraelNeedsMe.com, IsraelNeedsMe.com, or go to RickandBubba.com and find it right there under the sponsors button. All right, so speaking of that, we have often tried to point out, and we're not the only ones, I mean, lots of people are pointing this out that are level-headed thinking people, that one of the weirdest partnerships is the LGBTQ community and the pro-Palestine movement. What's going on with Hamas and how they see the LGBTQ lifestyle, these two don't seem to go together, if I can just point out the obvious point here. Well, now, since, we've started Pride Month, it's time for the parades, and here's the problem. One of the things that the pro-Palestinian protesters are doing is one of the things they like to do is what? Block roads.
Oh, yeah, they're big road blockers.
Which really wins people over to the cause.
Yeah.
They want to block roads, and now what we had over the weekend is we had a Philly Pride parade that was blocked by a pro-Palestinian protester blockade. So the two worlds that should not be, would this change, you think, the rainbow?
Now, who's the leather guy with?
The leather guy, I think, is with the LGBTQ.
I'm going to guess.
Because he's got the standard biker leather on.
Okay.
Oh, you'll see who's on who here.
I'm sorry?
On which side?
Okay, all right, and so
well, you've seen these parades before.
And so they're
oh my goodness, they have drums.
There's drums, but they can't move forward because the pro-Palestinian movement is blocking it.
I think he's Palestinian.
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah, because he is blocking it.
No pride in genocide is what the pro-Gaza people are saying.
So what? But are they saying the LGBTQ people are pro-genocide?
They're saying you can't have your pride parade while this genocide is still happening.
Okay, I see.
Boy, I tell you, I hate left-on-left crime.
I do. So are they?
Look at this guy.
So they're just going around it.
Is everybody there gay?
I'm gonna say yeah. I'm gonna say
Palestinians too.
I know that was uncomfortable for me to ask.
You talking on both sides of
both
this?
sides?
Oh,
of
that I don't know.
They do look very gay.
I think that was Adler, by the way.
He's correct.
I'm asking because at first I thought it was kind of not
I see
that
what
situation.
You're saying. Are you saying
gay Palestine?
Are you saying I'm standing for Palestine as a LGBTQ?
Correct.
And I don't think we should have our pride parades while this is still going on.
I know what side he's on.
Yes.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay,
and that's what I was asking.
All right, so this does show that
if this wasn't going on,
right,
everybody would be doing the pride parade.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking.
Okay,
I
don't know the answer, but I think you're right.
Pretty good in that.
They got a pretty impressive drum
yeah.
line there. That's
it is.
They're rocking.
Look at this guy.
Yeah.
That's a rainbow
look
mohawk.
At the San Diego chicken.
All right, so we have
speaker has to get.
We
heavy.
do have left on left.
Let's see the
For
drummers
sure.
again.
There
check
is left on left crime.
There's like two lines of drummers. They're rocking it too.
Yeah.
Watch it.
Yeah.
Watch it because you get caught up in
Oh, look at Biggin back there. Got her drum.
So he
ain't
is
a lot of drum.
So there is no sides when it comes to the lifestyle.
Yeah.
It's the point of view.
Correct. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, I got you.
It's like a pride line.
Do they not know that
none of y'all gonna get to live there?
No, none of y'all will get to live in Palestine.
No.
I will say that.
Yeah, gay people aren't allowed at all.
Adler, I don't know about this guy. What do you think?
Okay.
Talking about with the leather suspenders
the
on.
guy that's wearing a belt across his chest.
Remember, Greg, he's just like you.
Yes, he is. Right?
So now we've gone as far as to ask college students exactly what they're protesting.
This is great.
You're protesting for Gaza. What are you? What is it? And what are you doing? And what are you hoping is done?
And this guy frames it as like a game show. Welcome to Gaza graduation, but he is really just showing that these college students don't know what they're talking about.
Welcome to Gaza graduation. Let's see how much students actually know what they stand for. If you get them right, you win $100. First question, have you guys chanted from the river to the sea?
Yes.
Okay, which river, which sea?
The Sea of...
So you don't know no. The answer was the Mediterranean and the Jordan. What does Hamas say their number one goal is according to their charter?
They just wanted to free Palestine.
To murder all Jews around the world. How many years did Israel occupy Gaza?
Late 1800s, the entire time.
Since 48.
It was actually under Egyptian control for the first 20 or so years, and then Israel actually left Gaza in 2006.
I'm shocked. Wait, they left?
What is the definition of Zionism?
Doesn't that mean you hate Palestinians, right?
Jewish people who think that Judaism is the highest race.
Zionism actually just means that you think Jews are entitled to having their own homeland to protect themselves from another Holocaust. You don't even have to be Jewish. That makes you a Zionist.
Okay.
What does Antifada revolution mean?
I don't know what that means.
But you've chanted it?
Yeah.
It's like a global call to murder Jews.
Wow. Wow.
Did you know you said that?
No.
Would you say it again?
Probably not.
How much have our foreign adversaries donated to American universities in the last decade?
No idea.
I couldn't give you a number on that.
The answer was over $6 billion. How many Gazan refugees have the Arab neighboring countries let in the last few months?
35,000.
The answer was 0.
Look, you asked an education major about...
Students don't seem to know what they stand for. So wouldn't it be great if these expensive colleges actually taught them something?
Yeah, that's alarming and and enlightening.
I know. I just
Gaza graduation. He made some good points, though.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He did. Kind of makes you want to hear a guy whistle the national anthem.
That's impressive.
It's impressive, but it's just for this one right there.
That is impressive, Greg. You'll have to leave the room because we won't be able to enjoy it.
Let's hear
The
it.
staff whistler. That's the only reason I did this.
Can you do it, Greg?
What are you doing?
You got enough air to do the whole thing?
I don't think so. Now look at this guy.
Yeah, that's it. This I knew it.
So
he started,
Here we
Greg.
go.
Guy didn't take long.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait.
Is this supposed to be an Oriole, like tweeting?
It sounds like a...
Yeah. That's good, Rick.
Greg, the head.
He's into it, isn't he?
Oh, pyro.
Oh my goodness. Is that an Oriole
That's
thing?
something they did.
Yes, yeah. They wish more people
Is he
were
an
there.
Oriole? Like,
Yeah.
like supposed to be tweeting it?
That's irritating about halfway through.
Thank you, Greg. I wish more people were there.
By the way,
I loved it.
Rick, that was dang near treasonous.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I love the mascot standing at attention behind him.
Yeah.
Let me tell you where I was at. He started off, and I went, "Hey, that's all right," but it went on too long. Too much whistling.
Too long.
Maybe he could have whistled the first verse and then let somebody with a trumpet finish it.
There you go.
Or he started getting weaker and weaker, and he was struggling.
I'll tell you
and then
who I
thought
want to
that's
hear
kind
do
of
it.
an irritating sound.
I want the trumpet player that brings in the Metro reliever to do it.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, yeah, I mean, he really gets on there.
Now, that would be good.
I like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
With that excitement.
Now that I love.
But also the guy who was whistling everybody's head of deacons.
Yeah. Yeah. Every single Baptist church.
If you're looking for the head deacon, there he was.
That's fact.
We'll come back. We'll take your phone calls to wrap up this hour. You can Call us now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll look at anything we missed, and we'll chat with you, America, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to another edition of your two fat buddies on the radio, Rick and Bubba.
Boy, we got a lot to unpack. We have got a tremendous amount to unpack. This is I started trying to even think where to begin. All the different videos and things that have happened over the weekend, all the different places that we spread out and we went, and we'll just kind of, we got squirrel videos. We've got the leader of the free world trying to get up the steps on Air Force One.
I'm gonna tell you, the meme makers out there had a great weekend,
didn't they?
We'll look at some of our favorites. The golf shot from Trump is big. I don't know why, because I guess they did such a good job with it. I forget what arcade game that was. Was it Donkey Kong that they rode the barrels down and you tried to get up and he kept knocking you down as you were trying to get to him, and he has those big old wood barrels, and they're not.
Yeah,
maybe that wasn't. I don't
talking
remember
about.
what the arcade game was, but somebody did that, and the barrels start coming down the steps, and he starts knocking his feet out from under. It's so good. So we'll get into those. We'll look at
That's
some
our
of
president, y'all.
Yep.
You know, the thing, too, after you fall, not once, not twice, but 3 times, and you get to the top of the stairs going in the Air Force One, don't turn around and salute. Just go on and get in.
Yeah, the salute even made it look more concerning.
Do y'all remember when the media made such a big deal about Trump coming down this ramp, and it was icy, and it was kind of at a, there's one. There's.
Oh, he went down to his elbow on that one.
That was 3.
Skinned his
I
little
missed
shin
the
up.
first one.
I thought he hit his head on the rail over there, too, on that third one.
Look, then get up. Just go on in now. You've already fallen all over the place. It looks like a comedy act.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Good night, love.
Oh, that's good. The only thing that really comes to mind better is Castro falling.
I thought about you when I saw this, that music.
Oh, yeah.
You know, whoever did the golf shot, the sound effects make that one, by the way.
It does.
I mean, it's just, that's
They're
just
all
too good. And, of course, all the memes of the chair lift going up the stairs.
That was a
and all
dandy.
that.
Yeah,
That was good.
That was fantastic.
I mean, the meme makers out there had a busy weekend.
They really did.
They were really, really on it.
So we'll take a look. We'll take a look at that. There's some great stories from the weekend in the world, and also within our individual lives. UFOs are going to be big today on the show.
Look, we have a deadline coming up that the Pentagon's supposed to come clean on all of it. June 1.
Greg, they talking about that on Coast to Coast. Do you listen anymore?
Full disclosure.
Do you listen anymore?
I don't. Every now and then.
The former director of
We've
National
been talking about
Intelligence.
disclosure forever.
Yeah, the former director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, he's done some interviews. We're trying to get him for a podcast now, but they're under a mandate to come clean June 1, and he's saying y'all are not ready. There's a lot more things happening than we've let y'all know about. Now he's head, Rick, over the CIA and the FBI. He's the National Intelligence guy.
Right.
So that ought to be interesting. And of course, you'll see a lot of videos coming out and replayed the Tic Tac UFOs and all that, where the F-18 pilots are talking about they can't keep up with it. That's interesting.
Yeah, and then I've got all the. I thought the Cub fans were going to lose their minds over the weekend. I didn't know we had so many Chicago Cub fans in the audience, and this thing with Beth Mowins doing their games.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Cubbies.
They were losing their minds.
Yeah.
And then somebody said, I got another one. She was doing some basketball over the weekend too, but I don't know. I think it was in the women's tournament.
We also have more good news on the COVID front, Rick, with another vaccine that's out there. Also saw an interesting story with a little background on the first Pfizer vaccine that came out. It was real interesting. You know, the husband and wife that started the German biotech company behind that, They had been working on this for cancer treatments for 20 years, and they said they're within a couple of years of having a product ready to go to try to attack tumors. So that'll be very interesting and great news if that works out.
So we'll see. So you see, we got a lot to unpack today, and you'll be part of it at 866 We Be Big. 15 minutes now past the hour. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Check upcoming events. We got 3 of those coming up this week. Yeah, we're taking phone calls. Coach Helms is taking them right now at 866 We Be Big. You can join us if you want to fire up and come on in right now. 866 We Be Big. Line is available for you. If you call now, you ought to get in. All right, well, look who's called us back. It's Carl. Greg out of Arkansas. Speedy, Bubba. Carl out of Arkansas. Carl, how you doing, buddy?
This is Carl Childers.
Hey, Carl, how's everything?
Fine as frog there.
Okay.
Last week, I heard y'all talking about that pickleball. I like that pickleball.
Do you, Carl? Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir. Me and Frank go play every now and then. Ain't neither one of us no count at it.
Just, can you get a volley going, Carl?
Well, yes, sir. I use my Kaiser blade. It's getting kind of hot here in Arkansas, so I take my coveralls. I got it from Bill Cox's outfit, cut them off at the knees, kind of like Bermuda shorts.
Oh, good. I bet that looks good.
Call them my Mooderalls.
That's good. Very good.
Wow. After we get done, we'll go to Frosted Cream and get a ice cream or banana split.
Yeah.
All right.
That's great, Carl.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
sir. Thanks for checking in. It's good to hear from you again. Thank you so much. By the way, I told you Sherry went to her pickleball thing last Friday. You know what they told her?
What?
That the paddles she bought are too cheap.
Oh, you been saying
what?
Wait a minute.
They were like,
paddle shame?
Yeah, it was paddle shame. The ball wasn't really coming off. They said, "Give us that paddle," and she said they looked at my paddle and they said they weren't no good. That they were too cheap.
Oh, you got to step up and get the golden one.
Right,
like Bubba got.
yeah, that's right.
Good
The golden
night.
one.
Yep.
We continue. Let's go to Chester and Gurley. Chester, go ahead.
Hey, if a spaceship landed somewhere in the United States and an alien got out and said, "Take me to your leader," what would it think?
He giggled.
Yeah. I think they would say, let's try another planet. I don't think there's much we can accomplish here. Or they might say, hey, guys, land them all. We can take this easy.
Yeah.
It's according to what their intent was. Let's go to Hunter out of Alabama. Lines are available for you at 866 We Be Big. Hunter, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I was listening to a podcast this weekend of Patrick Bet-David, and there was a guy named Dave Smith who was on the Libertarian Party thing that y'all seen the other day, and he debated Chris Cuomo. Y'all should check that out. It was a very interesting discussion on the Patrick Bet-David podcast.
Is that the one? Because I saw highlights over the weekend. People started putting them out when Cuomo, he took him to task where Cuomo tried to act like that he did not go after ivermectin, and he was like, yes, you did. Is that the one?
Yeah, here's a 1-minute clip if you want it.
Yeah, here it is.
Hey, let's see it.
And Dave Smith is the libertarian that called out the guys at the party. They were like, hey, quit booing Trump. At least give him the chance to speak freely. We're the libertarians. So Dave Smith is
You talking about all of them that are voting for Trump now?
Am I going to get secondhand? Can I watch this?
Oh, this is great. Dave
you'll
Smith
love
is a
this.
libertarian legend against Chris Cuomo on the PBD podcast.
There was so much talk that they don't want you to take ivermectin. Ivermectin is the way to go. Take it. Joe Rogan got better from ivermectin. And by the way, I don't like what people did to Joe Rogan about ivermectin. I don't like
You
it.
did it.
No. Okay,
Yes, you did.
Find the clips.
Dude, find the clips. You shamed Joe Rogan.
Find the
you
clips.
said he's taking horse dewormer. You and Don Lemon were chuckling at each other about it.
No,
I'll go find
first
the
of all,
clip.
you just saw the clips.
I watched
I'm
it.
not chuckling. I'm listening to Don. But
No. The
here's
clip
the point.
I'm talking about wasn't on there, and
Here-
it's absolutely
look, we
there.
were
Here, do we have it? Hold on. Let's play the clip.
Injecting drugs for animals and horse.
And people telling them to. Oh my God. What person? You know, you talk about like cancel culture and who to shame. Ivermectin, a dewormer, Really?
They are shaming themselves.
That's
No one
what it
has
is.
to shame them. They're shaming themselves.
So you're taking a dewormer right now.
This
Chris, you can't apologize for that. You weren't being clear that it was this, and you know that, dude. You're being so dishonest right now.
It's great. The whole thing is great. The whole thing is great.
We got
a clip.
Just own it.
The fact they pulled that up on the screen.
I had it ready to go.
Well, and I saw one where they go, and we're not going
Y'all.
to show that. You don't have to show that one out. I'm just making the point.
Y'all, that's like saying penicillin is a dog medicine.
Right. No, you're right.
They use penicillin in dogs and other animals, but there is a human version of it. It's
And that's the
same
thing
drug.
the guy doubles down on. He said, your own doctor from CNN came on Joe Rogan's podcast, and Joe Rogan said, why are you allowing this network to say I'm taking a dewormer that was for animals? And he looks down and says, yeah, they shouldn't be saying that.
And just really quick, I want to mention.
It won a Nobel Prize.
Totally.
Safe, cheap, and it fought river blindness and other viral infections in third world countries. Now, I'm not saying it was the all-out cure. I'm not saying it should have been the main way we did it, but it was attacked because they had to get it out of the way so they could go with the experimental and spend billions of dollars on the vaccine. And that's exactly why it was demonized.
And in the flashbacks that we're playing right now on YouTube, this is a really hot topic. It's flashing back to 2021 during the breaks on YouTube. And Bubba, you are saying don't take ivermectin from the co-op. Chris Cuomo is trying to claim that he said that. Bubba, in those flashbacks, you're saying, people, if you're going to take ivermectin, get it from your doctor. Don't go to the co-op and get it from a tube. So if people are because there have been some comments saying, "Boo, Bubba's talking out against ivermectin." You're actually being clear and honest and careful in the flashbacks in 2021.
It's two different.
Chris Cuomo is being very disingenuous, dishonest.
Right. Cuomo never acknowledged there's a human version of it, and he should have.
We never said don't take it. We said be careful where you get it, because the version of it that goes to the co-op is probably not handled with the same care that what is given to humans. Just like we don't take care of dog food to the level we take care of human food.
Right.
That's all of us say.
Yeah, the standard is much lower.
Yeah, I never was anti-ivermectin. I said, look, let's give it a shot. It's all we got. You know,
Donnie and Calera. Donnie, go ahead.
It already been proven safe.
Hey guys,
50 years.
long-time listener.
Thank you.
I heard your comments on Caitlin Clark, but I got one thing I didn't hear anything about. I think the whole ball of wax with Caitlin Clark is she's a white girl, and none of these blacks in this league like her. They are jealous of her.
Well, we did cover that. Don't be jealous of her because she's bringing this. But no, there's no doubt about, because the narrative out there now, unfairly, is not that she's helping the league because she's good, not that she's helping the league because she has great endorsement deals and brings a lot of money. She's helping the league, everybody thinks, because a white girl's finally good. And there's no doubt that there's people saying that, and they shouldn't say that, and that isn't correct. And so, yeah, they're actually fueling that. I agree with you on that, sadly. We continue. Let's go to JC in Alabama. JC, go ahead.
Yeah, I know just off subject y'all been talking about today, but I wonder what Bubba's thoughts were on that Reagan movie that's coming out with Dennis Quaid.
Yeah, I told you about that.
Yeah. I saw a little bit of the clip of it, but I don't know anything about it.
Yeah. All I know is there is one and he's in it. I'm like you. That's all I know about it, too. But I'd like to see it.
Yeah.
I think the story of Ronald Reagan, I think, is no matter how you feel about politics, what he did for this country and how he got there and turned. We were embarrassed, kind of like we are now. We were embarrassed of our country. It was becoming very embarrassing. And I remember even a Democrat telling me the one thing I say about Ronald Reagan is he's made me proud to be an American again, and I really had lost that.
Yeah.
And we could use some of that now. Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.